It is a dramatic story indeed. It has all the ingredients of a great house detective show. Homeowners battling town hall, resentment, anger, even threats. That's today's House Detectives. Welcome to the House Detectives. I'm Greg Anderson. Thank you, Sandwich, and Cape Cod, really, and almost around the world, for all of your interest in our new series. We're very excited about it. We are on to episode 3. This series focuses on unoccupied and often unsafe homes here in our community. It's buggy, so we're going to be moving the bugs around as well. But in this show, what we're going to do is we're going to talk to you about a house that sits on the intersection of Grove and Main, 124 Main Street, in fact. It is a stoic, beautiful home. It's right behind us here, and we're going to talk a little bit about it. It is not a dilapidated house, but it does need a significant amount of repair and renovations. It is unoccupied, but the owners have not forgotten about this. In fact, this house really is a symbol of deep resentment, anger between the current homeowners and the town of Sandwich, and it dates back several years. In fact, let's bring in and do a little bit of introduction into the history of the house with Amanda Haynes. Come on up here, Amanda. We're on the incline, and it is buggy, so I don't know if it's your hairspray or me or what, but let's just set this up. For the next half hour, what we're going to talk about is a historic home, a colorful debate, battle, if you will, between the current homeowners and the town of Sandwich, and similarities between this house here, the homeowners, and Delaware. Let's unpack that a little bit and start with what is the history of this house here.
And thank you, Greg. And although we love to talk about history on this show, it's really the future of this house that's so important today.
Exactly.
But if we were standing here in 1827 and looked behind us to where the Glass Museum is, we would have seen a small house next to a blacksmith shop, and that's where Seth Freeman Nye was living. He was living there with his wife, Sally Carver Nye, and his 3 unmarried sisters while he built this magnificent home.
Up on a hill. It's a gorgeous
location.
Yes,
it was a prominent location for a prominent man because he was a judge, an attorney, a justice of the peace. He was the richest man in town, and he was building what is even today a show place as far as homes here in Sandwich. And he moved into the house soon after it was built, and he lived there until he died in 1856. During that whole time, actually for 40 years, he ran a law practice. And he had 800 cases, which is, as a lawyer myself, that's astronomical. But the reason why Seth Freeman Nye is worth talking about is because although he was wealthy, although he had a beautiful home, although he was one of the most prominent people in Sandwich during this burgeoning time where the glass business is exploding, we remember him now because of his philanthropy. He did not do all these things for the money. And in fact, when he died very suddenly of a paralyzing stroke at a young age, he was owed thousands of dollars because he didn't collect his fees.
No kidding.
Right, and that makes him just an admirable role model for all of us, and this house is a testament to his way of living.
Wow. Take us to, bring us a little bit more current in terms of the history.
So, as I said, he died very suddenly. His widow continued to live here, Sally Carver Nye. They only had one child. It was a daughter. She was not married, had no heirs. So around the turn of the century, the house started to pass into different hands, and it became dilapidated. And it wasn't until 1971 when Clifford Hansen and his associate Richard Strand bought it that we see a change in circumstances of the house, because from what I've been told, they spent a lot of time, a lot of money bringing it back to its former splendor. And we actually are fortunate enough to have somebody here with us who's been inside the house.
The gentleman to your left, Bob Poskett, why don't you step on in, come a little closer here. Bob, just to introduce all of you to Bob, we're happy to have you here. Bob is the vice chair of the Dennis Historical Commission and is the director of the Dennis Historical Society. He also has a passion for history and done renovations of homes yourself.
Right.
And you have an interesting part of this story, and we're going to talk about that. But you have been inside this house. Tell us your connection to this home.
Yes, we were living in Delaware at the time. My wife was employed at Winterthur Museum, really the repository for the finest American antiques. So we were collectors, and every time we came up to Cape Cod on vacation, we would stop at the shops along the way. Now, we were attracted to Sandwich because what isn't there to like about Sandwich?
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
absolutely, it's the town that glass built, as you said. So we often attended right here. We spent time visiting Richard Strand. It was Richard Strand Antiques. We were collecting sandwich glass at the time, so we got to know Richard pretty well over a number of years. What really got my attention was the interior of the house, especially on the first floor. Well, right behind us is the front entrance. It's a magnificent federal entrance. As you go in the front door, on either side are matching parlors with some of the most exquisite federal moldings you've ever seen.
No kidding.
The central hall itself is interesting because at the end of the central hall you have the same fanlight that you see here. So both entrances of the house were very important when visitors came, when Mr. Nye was active in his law practice. And as the years went by, Richard actually showed us upstairs.
Yeah.
And we were just as impressed. The whole house was truly a beautiful house. We were hoping at some point that if it sold, we'd have a chance to buy it. When it did come on the market, and I think you said that was 2005 or something?
Yeah, about 2004.
2004, I was still working in Delaware. I wasn't near retirement, or we would have very actively tried to buy it ourselves.
Sure, interesting. So let's talk about that sale. Let's go to 2004.
So Richard Strand passes away, and the house is sold to Martha and James McKinnon, who live in Princeton. And my facts indicate that it was actually sold in August.
I should say Princeton, New Jersey.
Princeton, New Jersey, yes. And my research indicates that it was actually sold in August of 2003. And at that time, they began to heavily invest in the property and renovate it. But it wasn't too long before they ran into some problems with the town. And the problems basically center around a garage that is behind us, because they wanted to make that into a caretaker's home, because the McKinnons lived mostly in Princeton, and they wanted somebody here on the property to look after what is, a valuable home and the antiques that they had inside of it. So she tried to approach the district committee about a new chimney, some new windows, and finally putting an apartment in that structure. And she met with a lot of resistance. Now, the technical rule is that when you put an accessory dwelling unit on a property, the property has to be 40,000 square feet, and this property is 35,000 square feet. So she needed a variance. And in order to get a variance, she had to notify her abutters. Now, her abutter at the time was Ronald Cronin, whose name might be familiar.
Sounds familiar
yes,
to us from
because
the boathouse.
how could I resist? He's the owner of the boathouse, and the rumor is that he objected, and the Zoning Board of Appeals would not give her permission. And so in 2005, that's where things came to a standstill.
Yeah. Now, Bob, you know the McKinnons, and we're going to talk a little bit about that connection, because again, we're taking you to Delaware. Not literally, but we're taking you to Delaware because the story takes us in that direction. I had mentioned at the top of the show that the McKinnons had a very adversarial relationship with the town at that point in time when the variance became an issue. The Sandwich Enterprise last year ran a story on this, and it was a very dramatic tale of a violated, self-victim violated homeowner bothered by what the town is doing and some of the players in the town. In order to bring you the most up-to-date information that we can as it relates to this house, I called Martha McKinnon yesterday and had about a half-hour conversation with her. Very sweet woman, colorful New Jersey woman, I will tell you. Let me just give a little perspective in terms of, not even perspective, let me tell you how that conversation went, because it's germane to this discussion about the future of the house. James and Martha McKinnon are she's in her late 70s, he's in his early 80s. They own several homes. This historical home renovation is kind of a thing that they are interested in. She was very happy to talk. She granted us permission to shoot here. In fact, her feeling was, once I tell you my story, Greg, it will, if it's on television, it will hopefully motivate people to do what's right by her. And I'll explain. She claimed that there was about $1.5 million that they put into this house in renovations up until the point of the waiver. It was at that point where she said there was so much resistance and the votes were not going in her favor that she said we walked. We basically shut down the house and said, forget it. She is using words like it is a hopeless situation. In fact, when I said, tell me about the house at 124 Main Street, she said, well, that's a hopeless situation. She described people in the town, or at least how the town handled her as it relates to this asset, as very ignorant, uncooperative bunch. She said that she was disgusted, very angry, very upset, even today, with it sitting probably, more than a decade of her in New Jersey and not really doing too much with this. There were a couple of very notable phrases that she mentioned to me. One is about what would happen with this home, kind of the future. And that was a direct question that I asked her. To her response was basically, how about I just give this to some sort of, quote, unattractive entity who would just let it fall apart and teach Sandwich a lesson? How about a drug house? Bring drug, users into this house and live here. And even went as far as making reference to a Muslim mosque, as if it would be so offensive to Sandwich to have something that awful in our community. It was biting. It was surprising. I had asked her, since the time that she's been having these conversations, or at least the original point at which she shut down the house, her words, the boards have changed over, the selectmen are new. Largely, there are new players over there across the street. How about reaching out to them and saying maybe we can restart a discussion, or at least go to another level than just being as angry as she is? And she said it was really the town's responsibility to reach out to her. So there's a stalemate here, and it's concerning, because I thought I was going to get a homeowner on the phone saying, boy, we're getting up in age, I'm not really interested in the fight anymore, though she did make references to that. But I was surprised at the anger. I was surprised at at that. What's your reaction to all of this, Amanda?
Well, I want to turn it back to Bob, because I am surprised and disappointed to hear this, because a similar situation was percolating in Newcastle, Delaware, which Bob can give us the background for. Yeah. But that has a happy ending. Yeah. And I wish we could have a happy ending to this story, but if Bob would just fill in the details about what was going on in Newcastle.
Yeah, I'll be glad to make that connection. Let's see, it was about 2013. First of all, a little background about Newcastle. Very much like Sandwich, very historic, went back to the 1600s. A lot of historic homes, maybe 100 to 200, many of them restored, many needing restoration. We always hoped when one went on the market, somebody would come and just do the wonderful job that was needed. Yeah. Well, in 2013, I was active in the Historical Society, and our headquarters was one of the premier houses in town, a 1736 home. And to our surprise, the house next door, about the age of this house, went on the market. And it was literally the finest house in...
Beautiful brick structure.
Gorgeous. Yeah. 5,600 square feet, I think 11 fireplaces, gorgeous.
So
as soon as it did sell, the first thing I did was wait to find a car from out of state, because I knew the new owners were from out of state. I knocked on the door, and when the door opened, to my surprise, I recognized Mrs. McKinnon. I didn't know her name at the time, but we had bid against her at area auctions over the years, not knowing anything about her.
And I should say, you are an antique dealer?
No, just a collector.
A collector, as is Martha McKinnon.
Well, I think she was a dealer and collector. Okay. She had probably the best taste on antiques that I've ever seen.
Yeah, wow.
So she really bought beautiful things. So we talked a little, and she shared with us her plans for the building. She was going to put a new roof on it, new HVAC system, new plumbing, electrical, bring everything up to code. There was a small additional property, a house on the property. There was a carriage shed. She wanted to make it into a garage because there was no garage there, with expansion up above. So as we talked further, she said that she also had a restored house on the Cape. And I said, well, gee, my wife and I are in the process of restoring a house in South Dennis. Where is it? And she said, well, I don't know whether you've heard of the town. It's Sandwich. I said, oh, Sandwich is one of our favorite places. This was the house.
This was the house.
So we couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
She said the reason that they bought the house in Newcastle was they had a home on the Eastern Shore, restored home. They were looking to downsize from that home, and they were looking for the right showcase for their antiques. And this house of the size and magnitude would have been a fantastic showplace for them. So it wasn't 6 months later that we decided to move up here full time. So we kind of left Newcastle behind at that time, and I don't know, maybe you can fill in what happened next.
Yeah, I do know, and the parallels are kind of striking. So in Newcastle, the McKinnons again wanted to convert a carriage house into a 2-car garage. Again, very similar. They ran into some problems with historic. They were in front of the Historic Commission 5 times. Each time the Historic Commission said, no, we don't think your plans are appropriate. But in that situation, the McKinnons came up with a different solution, which was that they gifted their $600,000 house to the Sunday Breakfast Mission, which was essentially a homeless shelter. Now, I don't know if they could have predicted this, but the homeless shelter came up with this brilliant idea of doing a designer showcase, which put the house in all of its glory down there, and they found a buyer. And so the house found a loving owner who restored it and currently maintains it. And that's a happy ending to that story.
So the parallels are the acquisition of a historic home,
Yeah.
intent to renovate.
Yes.
Wonderful opportunity there. But upon resistance, it's kind of a hands up, I'm out of here. And in Newcastle, it was to gift it, I'm sure a wonderful tax write-off there, gift it to an organization. Here, it seems as if the opposition came and it's a walk away.
Well, and I'm not trying to at all pick sides. I don't know what she's thinking, but you can understand the frustration of somebody who's poured $1 million into a property and is paying $10,000 a year in taxes and cannot get a 5,000 square foot variance in a place that really would not affect any neighbor. So I think that's her perspective, and we are truly at loggerheads now.
Yeah. The specifics that she had mentioned of not wanting to put another dime into the house was concerning to me, because while she does have a caretaker, a gentleman that lives in Sandwich that monitors the property and makes sure that pipes aren't blowing and all of that, which is a wonderful thing, she's not putting another cent into it. And as we've noticed on the outside of this house, there is just a rotted out section. I mean, I think of the Nyes. I think of those who, the history of this house in and of itself just makes you say, why is this like this? Not to mention just a general old house that has rotting exterior to it. The rotting comes from the fact she had mentioned that there was a lot of Victorian plantings along the side of the home, much like it's all pulled out here, but around on the other side. They removed it to plant it on another part of the property, and it caused a furor. Everyone was upset about the fact that now all of this rotting was happening in the house or at the house, and because she doesn't want to put a dime into it, it's now going to stay that way. And it's only going to get worse, isn't it?
Of course. But I'm really excited that Bob is here, because he's had some success in a similar situation, and I'm not saying it's success with this house, but there are good stories that come out of this, and Bob has one of them.
Yeah. Bob, give us a success story, because this show can easily become a gloom and doom. Shucks, poor us, we've got this, albatross sitting in downtown. But there are good stories to be learned and best practices. Talk about some of your experience.
Well, I will share some work in progress rather
Okay.
than
We'll
we
take it.
have accomplished anything. I'm active in the Dennis Historical Commission, and we keep a very close eye, as many historical commissions do, on historic properties in our town that are endangered in some way. They need help. They need restoration, just like this. We keep them on a list. We periodically write letters to the owner, offering help, suggestions, consultation, education. In almost all the cases, we never hear back from them. We just never hear back.
Why do you think that is?
I think they fear we might be doing something in a regulatory way that they don't want us to do. So it's probably, from their standpoint, better to not communicate with us.
Yeah.
You know, if they, quote, never receive the communication, you know, so what?
Right, right.
Well, we have two properties in Dennis. They're both Greek Revival sea captains' homes with beautiful front pillars. The only two in the whole city. And they're both in terrible repair. So I've been contacting Preservation Massachusetts, which is a nonprofit that really supports the preservation of unique statewide historic properties, whether they're buildings, whether they're cemeteries, whether they're landscapes, in some way protect and preserve and improve the character, historic character of the town as a result. Every 2 years, they have what is called a list of endangered historic resources.
Yeah.
You have to apply to be on that list, and then that list for 2 years is part of all their communication and education. They're an advocacy organization, and they want people to be aware of these challenges, and maybe offers to help can come forward, and those people can sit down with the new owners or the current owners of those properties. We decided to start an application form for both of these Greek Revival properties. But the first thing I did, was write a personal letter to each owner, telling them we're going to start this process, and here's the process, just informing you. Now, the last 2 or 3 years, I haven't received any reply, so I didn't expect any reply.
Right.
Within 2 weeks, I got a personal phone call from each owner. Blew me away.
Interesting.
They wanted to hear more. They wanted to hear more ideas. I offered to them, you know, my job is to support you as the owner. We want to offer ideas as to how you can maybe work with new resources or different ideas to put the time and effort into restoring these properties to the level that they should be. So we don't know that the story will be successful long term, but in fact, those 2 phone calls within 2 weeks were a wonderful second step.
Interesting. Why are you smiling? What?
Because
Your
it's
reaction,
wonderful to hear that people are receptive. I think we always assume that there's no way out of this, and I like to think that we're better than this. That a town is not an it's people, and we should be able to rise above a petty dispute and save these houses. I mean, that's not what Seth Nye stood for.
Oh, sure. You got to bring in Seth Nye and make it feel like, oh, now we got to really do something. I think that this show is, this particular program really tells the story of, and it kind of gets to the heart of the homeowner's intent and desire to do something right by the larger community. We do have an obligation. You know, I can't park a school bus on my front lawn. There are regulations against that. There are rules that we all have to follow. I think there's an angel because Bob's
Tinkerbell.
phone is yeah, Tinkerbell is around
Yes,
here.
if you believe in fairies, clap.
If you believe in fairies, there's a ghost maybe in there. That was Bob's cell phone. It was chiming if you couldn't pick it up on the microphones. But I think that the message here is there are solutions.
Yes.
There are options. Yes. And it's dramatic for us to talk to the McKinnons and to look at what has already happened. But it's very real when we think, okay, what can be done here? What phone calls can we make? It's unfortunate that in this situation, 124 Main Street, we're at a crossroads. So we hope for the best. We're not problem solvers, but we are definitely in a place to kind of bring some best practices. Bob, any final thoughts as it relates to this beautiful home that we're standing in front of? I keep thinking, you know, I'm looking at you and I'm thinking, you've been in that house when it was opulent and gorgeous and beautiful. And here we are on a muggy, buggy day in Sandwich, and the house is falling apart. What are your feelings about that?
Well, I believe there's always room for collaboration. Always room for collaboration. We need to start collaboration early when historic properties like this turn over. We should be right on the doorstep knocking to meet the new neighbor like I did of the McKinnons in Newcastle.
In Delaware, right.
If you don't have collaboration, it quickly falls into antagonism.
Yeah.
And once antagonism occurs, you get the stalemate that we're in now.
Yeah.
So collaboration is the key, I believe.
Excellent. Let us end on that note.
Yes.
That's a great note. Thank you all for joining us. I want to give a reminder that if you have a house that you are interested in us featuring on the House Detectives, email us. You can email us at housedetectives1637@gmail.com. I'd also like to give a personal thank you, I know Amanda does as well, to Deb Rich, who is the Sandwich Town Archivist. She does so much work to find images and really help put this show together from her office. Also members of the Sandwich Historical Commission and others in this community, and of course the woman standing behind the camera here, Paula Johnson, the executive producer, and her amazing team at Sandwich Community Television that helps us bring this program to you. Amanda Haynes and Bob Poskett, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good to see you, Bob.
Thank
Amanda,
you.
we'll see you at the next
Yes,
episode.
I'll be there.
I'm Greg Anderson. We'll see you next time.
Hi, everybody. I'm Melinda Gallant, and I want to welcome you to a very special Cape Conversations. Wowzer! We are in the new Sandwich Town Hall, almost to its year anniversary. It's a beautiful, very busy space. So come along. Let's have another Cape Conversation. Hi, everybody. I am sitting in a beautiful office in the beautiful new town hall that actually was a bank, but you would never know this was a bank because it's gorgeous. And I am sitting with, oh my gosh, the assistant, I want to get the title straight, Assistant Town Administrator.
Assistant Town Manager.
Oh, Assistant Town Manager. Give a woman her due, for God's sakes. I am with Heather Harper, and I'm so excited to see you, Heather.
It's wonderful to be here. Thank you. Thank you for coming to Town Hall.
Oh my
Welcome.
gosh. I just love coming and paying my taxes. What can I tell you?
Well, I actually have to correct my very last statement, which is Town Hall is still Town Hall. Our historic Town
I know.
Hall
Yep.
is our seat of governance. We still are referring to this as 100 Route 6A, our
Yeah.
municipal building. At some point we may end up giving you a formal title, but for now we really respect that Town Hall is our seat of governance, and that's
Oh,
where
that's
we
great.
hold all our...
That's good. And it,
Yeah.
as well it should be.
Yes,
It
absolutely.
was the first one in the state of Massachusetts.
It's a special place.
It's a special place for sure. So, all of that said, how you liking your new digs?
We love it. We are really, grateful to the community for making the investment in this property going back to 2017 or 18 when they purchased the bank,
Right.
which was at the time the Santander Bank, but was originally the Sandwich Cooperative Bank.
Which is like full circle.
Yes, and it's really is full circle. It's so great to know that the integrity of the finances of the town are really operating out of this building. And, you know, it's sort of
Sure.
like the City on the Hill, one of the last
Right.
big bank buildings in the community to be built, and the importance of the financial institutions
Right.
and that is now, you know, really in this building.
So How did it come about? I mean, I know that we all love, and I use the term Old Town Hall, but the 130 Main Street, which is Town Hall, and now the Sandwich Arts Alliance in the bottom part,
Which is awesome.
which is awesome to have a cultural space. The town was so overdue for that. That said, though, how did it come to be? I mean, you know, you could have gone to South Sandwich and built a big complex or a big building. How did this all happen?
Well, it really was a long-range plan of the town to consolidate the uses. I think you recall that we had the annex, Jan Sebastian Drive.
42 buildings.
Yeah, and we've moved folks from 5 buildings, 15 departments, 50 people into this building.
Oh my gosh.
So it was a big effort, and it was a real change for the community. I think really what happened was the goals of the community coincided at a time where there were some new resources in terms of the canal plant funding that made this project possible, and the bank building becoming available.
Sure.
And certainly the investment and the value that the community made on behalf of not just those of us that work here, but those that we serve and the future of this community, made a big investment in acquiring the building. Tremendous value. When you look at the costs the value the community invested. The cost of this renovation is just over $300 a square foot. You're looking at public construction now in the $600 or more dollars per square foot. So
Right.
we've done really well from the investment purposes.
Oh, that's great.
When you add in the cost of the building itself, it's up to $400 a square foot. So it
Right.
remains a very, very strong value for the community.
Sure. And who did the design of it? And all
So
of that?
I'm so glad you asked that, because Tim Sawyer from Catalyst, they are located in Yarmouth. He's the principal. He was the lead designer on this project, and he also is a resident of Sandwich. So
Oh, that's great.
we've had a
Keep
great
the business
team.
local.
Great
Shop local.
team. And his design approach, and I think our approach to the way the building's functioning, is really making connections with the community. So the design of the building, as you'll see hopefully in this video, and the
Sure.
front entrance, was really designed based on the way patrons use services of the town.
Sure.
So the highest number of interactions happen with finance, inspection, those services, conservation, and the town clerk. They're all right there when you walk in the front door, and you're greeted by real people.
Right. And that makes a huge difference.
Sure does.
Who did the aesthetic design of everything?
Catalyst, we had a separate contract with Catalyst for some of the design. It was very small. But Susan, I just want to make sure I get her name right. Susan Hamilton from Catalyst, she was wonderful. Helped us with just some of the finishes that you see. The furniture is essentially the lowest budget that you can get, but she helped us, pick finishes on those that make it a really welcoming place and colors that really reflect the nature of our community.
Sure. Well, it has a good feel when you walk in.
Yeah.
I mean, let's face it, Heather. Nobody gets clicking their heels together coming in to pay their taxes. However, that said, it does help that you come into a bright, clean, which is very important, building that has that functions and has a staff that's happy that they're in this bright, clean building. Do you know what I'm saying? It makes the staff happy.
Yes. Well, it makes our patrons happy.
Yeah.
And I think we've seen the sort of acrimony that you might see sometimes when folks are either not getting what they think they need or not doing what they like to do.
Right.
That the temperatures come down significantly.
Oh, sure.
Than when you're in a enclosed, less, as wonderful as the annex is, and that we hope someone in the community at some point will make some investments in that.
Yeah.
If the select board chooses to do so. It wasn't the most welcoming environment.
No.
And neither was Jan Sebastian Drive.
Yeah.
So to have that for the community, and this really was built with the community in mind, and some of the things that we've done to make sure we sustain those connections. One, I think, but even the paint color on the wall here, all the design work was done during the pandemic, like so much of what we've done in the recent past. But this color is the same color that's on the walls in historic town hall. And it's such a warm and appealing color. It's called Peacock Plume. It's one of the historic color series from Sherwin-Williams. So we wanted to make the connection between the old and the new. And then as you tour around this building a little later, you can take a look at some of the artwork that's on the walls. And something that was really special for all of us was to have Don Fleet, who passed just prior to the building opening, did a walkthrough while we were under construction.
Oh
And we
my
knew we
gosh.
wanted to use some of his photography in the
Sure,
building.
of course.
So he identified places where he thought his work would be reflected the most well, and he identified the photographs that he wanted displayed here.
Amazing.
So we worked together. You'll see those there. And his daughter Alyssa, after he passed, worked with us and made sure that we got what we were hoping to. So
Oh, that's
great
terrific.
part of the connection. Another was Kathy Cogshaw, who was our
Oh,
office
forever,
manager
forever
for,
and ever.
I don't
and
know the
ever.
number, but over 30 years. Real, you know.
I think she had a cot in the old town hall.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
The stories she could tell.
the stories she could tell.
Genuinely, and a wonderful person and a deep connection to the community. Some of her photographs are here in the building as well. So
Oh, that's
she's
terrific.
a wonderful person and
She's a
an
great photographer. too.
amateur photographer and does
Yeah.
a great job. So some of the photographs you see are hers.
Oh, that's
And so
wonderful.
we've made a real effort to do that. In fact, we purchased some from the annual sale from the Artists Guild last year.
Sure.
And that's hanging in one of our conference rooms. So.
Oh, that's terrific. Oh, that's terrific. Very good. Well, so this space is here now. Do you think it's going to meet your needs going into the future pretty much?
I do, and we anticipated that there might be a few additional staff over years, but for the most part, we're at the number of staffing that we foresee for the long-term future.
Sure.
And it really has met our needs. We were able to consolidate, as I mentioned, folks from 5 buildings, and just think about the materials that we had.
All that paper.
Prior to moving in here, we were really lucky to do a project, both grant funded and town funded. The town, I think, invested about $200,000 in the scanning program. We also got about $80,000 from the state to help us develop.
Wow.
2 million documents were scanned, and we were able
Amazing.
to ask the state for permission to dispose of those. So, really kind of reduced our footprint. We had a storage facility where files were kept.
Which is probably not the best.
Not the most respectful way to handle
No.
municipal records.
right,
And so we've been
right.
able to bring them into conditioned spaces, have appropriate storage
Sure.
and accessible storage
Oh,
locations in our in the historic vaults from the bank.
Yeah.
They aren't historic, but they're vaults that were here when.
I know, but doesn't that make sense?
Yes.
The bank has a vault.
Yes.
So buy the bank and you can put all the stuff in the vault that the bank had.
One of the challenges every community has is that we have to keep records.
Right.
So the
For a
volume of
long
records
time.
doesn't get smaller, it continuously gets bigger.
Right.
So at some point, hopefully not for a long time, we may bump
Yeah.
into that issue again. But managing the records and managing the space is something
Sure.
we're actively doing
Sure.
here.
Well, and you're loving this office is beautiful.
Oh, it's wonderful. I've been so lucky to have really wonderful places, even at Town Hall and now here at 100 Route 6A, to have a beautiful space to work with really tremendous staff. And
Yeah.
honestly, the space is a reflection of the people that we work with.
Oh,
We have
sure.
a really great group of people that we
Oh,
work
that's
with.
great.
And
Well, I just want to ask you one last question. Now, I didn't pay attention when I drove up. I've been to this town hall many times. What does it say? What do the gold letters say on the outside?
Ooh,
Does it say sandwich on it? Or does it say anything? Or is there anything up there? I'm just curious.
yeah, we're going to have to take a photograph of that so that we
Okay.
know. I don't know.
I thought it might say Sandwich Town Hall, but probably not.
There's the seal of the
Oh, the
town.
seal, that's what I'm
Yes.
thinking. So, but it doesn't say sandwich.
Well, the seal says the town of San
I got you.
Yes,
Okay.
it's beautiful. We're very proud of the seal, which you'll see on the
Yeah,
doors.
yeah,
We have decals
yeah.
of the town seal, and the colors from the seal really were part of what drove the color selection in the building.
Sure, sure.
But I think we were all really pleased by how well the pediment of the front of facade of this building accommodated the beautiful seal of the
Oh,
town
yeah,
of Sandwich.
yeah. I'm serious. I pull up, but I never look up, I guess. So thank you for that. It's the town seal.
I know we have, it says 100 Route 6A and the town
Town
seal.
We
What
got
else
it.
it says, I've got to go look.
If you can't find it, just drive to the corner of 6A and Tupper. It's right there.
Yes.
You can't miss us, right? Anyway, thank you so much. We're going to take a walk around. We're going to talk to some other people. I'm so excited.
Well, thank you to you and the entire community for the investment that you've made in yourselves and the staff that are here and those that will come in the future. So thank you.
Well, you know, Sandwich Community Television does everything, knows everything, and sees everything. So we're right here with you.
Well, thank you for being here.
Good to see you.
You too.
Hi, everybody, look where I am now. I am in the man's office himself. I am with Bud Denham at the beautiful, wonderful conference table in your lovely office. And oh my gosh, behind you is a fabulous painting. It's wonderful. It's by Catherine Gleekamp.
Exactly. So when we moved into the new building, I'm the least interior design capable person for this, as you can see.
I can't believe.
But we wanted to have something that would look nice in here. So I actually remember Kathy did a beautiful painting for the town's 375th anniversary, and I asked her if she had any large scale prints that we could like buy.
Sure.
And if you know Kathy, she was like so giving and said no, but I own the digital rights to the painting itself. And so she actually worked with someone from the Museum of Fine Arts who reproduces things on actual canvas. So she actually did not charge us, and we just paid for the reproduction and then for the framing, which was done at Picture This, and it's awesome. So just wanted to sort of tie in the old and the new, and it's just, you know, we really do miss the old building in the sense of the history that's there, and it's so unique, but it was so limiting in so many ways for a modern office, you know.
Well, you couldn't have everybody there.
Yeah, I think we had 13 people there, and we have about 50 here, so it's made a huge difference.
Who was the overall contractor on
Yes,
this?
so for the renovations here at 100 Route 6A, it was a company called APC, and Dave Ferraro is the owner and managing partner of the company. So he worked with us on this, did a great job. The quality of the construction we were really proud of, and they really did a good job. As you'd expect in any renovation, you run into unexpected issues, and we addressed those as best we could. So I think it's fair to say it took a little bit longer to get in here than we thought, but we did it the right way so we wouldn't have to vacate it and get other things done.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
It's absolutely wonderful. So you're enjoying your big office.
It's more just like having everyone together has made such a difference, not only in the terms of like getting to know people better and what their offices do, but instead of hiding behind emails and your computer all the time, like if you go and walk and talk to someone, you not only usually address the issue that you're addressing, but also like other things come up that you work with each other on.
Sure.
And so that I think has been really positive in the sense we've all gotten to understand what each department does better, how we can help each other. And I think that's one of the things that I'm probably most proud of is I think over time we'll find more and more ways where, you know, disparate departments can work together to accomplish good things. And there's I guess our longest serving town employee, who's a great person. I know she wouldn't want me to say her name because she'd be embarrassed, but she's an unbelievable employee. Said that she was really reluctant to move because she had always been in one of the buildings that only had like 10 or 15 people in it, and was really reluctant to move here and dreaded it. And within a few months, she said, "I wish we had done this 10 years ago." So I mean, I think it's stuff like that that I think really helps.
To the town. But you have, in this building now, you have a sense of community.
We do, and I think that was really important that people tried to decorate their offices certain ways, or I know other people will talk about some of the art that we have on the wall and photographs, and just try to tie in some of the things that make Sandwich so special, but also related to the new things as well.
Sure.
So,
well, and Sandwich is a growing town.
It is. I mean, we sort of hit 20,000 very, very quickly. I don't know if so many new people have moved to town. We only had 4,000 people in Sandwich in 1970. So
I know that.
Between that then and now, I think us and Mashpee were the two fastest growing communities in the state.
Yes.
And we sort of had a slight dip for a while, like for 10 years, and now we're starting to ramp up again.
Right.
And I think one of the things, and I know the select board often talks about this as well, is Sandwich is unique because we have the most year-round population. There's a real sense of community, I think, because we don't have as many second homes and aren't as transient as other places.
Right,
And I think that's probably something that scares us a little bit is real estate prices have gotten so expensive because
So crazy.
I think we've been like the working class town for the most part. And a lot of people do commute off Cape for work, but it's been a really nice community for a long time. And our goal is to hope that continues forever.
Well, Sandwich sits at the right spot.
Yeah.
You're right next to the bridge.
Yeah, it really
so
is.
So if you ever wanted to get off, you can.
No, we
well,
can.
And not that there's anything wrong with Wellfleet. I love Wellfleet.
It's true.
We all love it. And we love to go down to visit, but I wouldn't want to live there and have to get off Cape.
When I talk to my colleagues down Cape, especially in some of the small towns like Truro, like it's so hard for them to retain employees because when they go to search, their towns are so small and they can't draw, so they're having people come on Cape, drive all the way to Truro for work, and then, you know, a more attractive position comes up at a bigger town that
boom.
pays more, and they're having a hard time keeping
them.
people. So
Sure.
we've been really fortunate that way.
Sure,
Yep.
sure. Well, this building is absolutely beautiful, and you guys have done a great job.
It's
and
great.
I love what Heather was telling me about the photographs from Don Fleet and Catherine Gleekamp's beautiful painting. That certainly gives you a sense of where we've come from, and that's so important too, to always remember
really
those
is.
roots.
Yep.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Bud. Good
Melinda.
to see you,
Thank you.
as always.
As always. Good to see you.
All right. Hi, everybody. Oh my God, I keep saying hi, everybody. I shouldn't say that. I am here right now at the same conference table in Bud Dunham's office, talking with the man who runs really everything behind the scenes, Taylor White.
Don't give me too much credit.
Oh, okay.
We do a lot.
You do a lot. You do a lot. I mean, you handle everything.
What do we do?
Everything from dog licenses to voting to
The census, vital records, everything.
right,
Yeah.
everything.
I feel like our office is the office everyone brings stuff to and gives it to us, so we
You're
have to
right.
manage everything.
Right. So your job
Yeah.
with all of that also is you know everything that's going on the first floor.
Yeah. We're the new building. We've been in here for just a little over a year now.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's definitely a step up for those who've
Yeah.
had to go into at least the office I used to work in, the town hall annex, which, you know, every year, every day we're not there, it's something to be desired. It's just like we worked in that building for a very long time,
Yeah, you did.
and the functionality was not there. But yeah, we're here in the new building. We are, you know, it's versatile. We have every one of the offices, especially on the first floor when you first walk in,
Yep.
has all of the different offices which are high traffic, we call. My office, the town clerk's office, which again does elections, vital records, licensing, all those
Right.
types of things. So we have a very high foot traffic.
Right.
When you walk in directly ahead, you see our inspections office,
Mhm.
Board of Health, Conservation, those types of offices, licensing. Those offices all used to be over at Jan Sebastian Drive.
Right.
So again, high traffic. They're the ones when you first walk in, you're dealing with them or us. The other one is the finance office, which is the infamous tax collector's office and the
Right.
assessing office. And they, they're dealing with the abatements. They're dealing with excise tax, real estate
Amazing.
tax, those types of things. So our office lobby is busy all day long.
Right.
Especially certain
And
times of the year.
hours are what, 8 to 4?
We're open 8:30 to 4:30,
8:30.
Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
Um,
And then the back part of this building are
Yeah.
the admin offices.
we have all the admin. Yeah, we have Bud and Heather back here. Downstairs, which I'll let Ralph talk about. We have
Yeah.
a bunch of offices down there. But yeah,
Yeah.
functionality wise, people were going all over town. They were going to 3 or 4 different locations
Right.
around town to get business
They're
done.
saving gas.
Yeah, we're saving gas. That's our goal here. So it's a one-stop shop here now. We're very excited. I feel like the people who have come in and seen the building and used it are pleased with the efficiency and the cost saving measures. So
Absolutely. And the other thing too, it's bright.
Yep.
It's clean. Not that the other offices weren't dirty they were dirty by nature. They were just old. Everything was so old.
yeah, we were
And
operating.
not that there's anything wrong with that. We like antiques.
Yeah.
However, sometimes it's time to move on to something brighter, more windows, fresher view of everything.
Well, and also when you're providing customer service, I mean, you look at the old buildings that we had. I mean,
Yeah.
they weren't versatile in the sense
Yeah.
you're walking in and you were kind of awkward, especially in the annex.
Yeah.
If people remember the annex, it was sort of
Oh,
a
yeah,
little
we got a
lobby, then you had a
hallway,
hallway.
Yeah.
So this is just it's user friendly.
But there was that big vault there. That was always interesting.
We
to
did. We
look
had
at.
the vault. That was
Yeah.
I do miss
You
the
missed
vault. Yeah,
yeah.
that was a 1920s vault with a very ornate glass case
Yeah.
in there and stuff.
Yeah.
But we have a couple vaults here, not as fancy.
Yeah.
They're all remnants from the bank, the
Right.
Santander Bank. There's
Right.
one vault upstairs and 2 downstairs,
Yeah.
which houses all of my vital records downstairs. But
Right.
Ralph will touch on that.
All right, wonderful.
But no, we are. The building has really come a long way as far as use of the lighting. We have if you see the TV back here, we have a
Yeah.
conference room upstairs, downstairs. So when it comes to AV
Right.
and being able to communicate with Zoom and
Right.
other departments and all that stuff, it's really become a nebulous of efficiency, I think.
Well, I thought it was interesting that Bud mentioned just in passing that people from Boston and for public
Yeah.
Works and all those kinds of things in Boston. They don't want to come to the Cape. They want to just be able to call you up and talk to you, and they can.
Yeah.
Because they can teleconference.
Yeah.
And that is a huge deal now.
Yeah.
Huge deal.
And I find not only are those efficiencies
Uh-huh.
a benefit for the town, but I
Sure.
mean, just for me personally, when we were in different buildings, trying to get things done, you'd have to make a phone call, you'd have to run over to another office, you'd have to send an email. I feel like, at least my office,
Yeah.
productivity-wise, we want to get stuff done. I can walk across the hall. And,
Much easier.
I like to get stuff done quickly, and,
Right.
and I feel like everyone else has sort of joined into that, where
That's great.
you just were able to kind of to intermingle and get stuff done, and work as efficiently as possible. So
Well, and as I said, with either Heather or it was Bud, that there's a sense of community inside the building.
Yeah.
And a community for the community, and that's really kind of cool.
And we're excited about it. We hope, we think it's long term. This is going to be a benefit to town. The town's obviously in the process of they already got rid of the Jan Sebastian
Oh,
Drive.
they did?
They
I
did.
didn't
They
realize
sold that.
Oh, good.
They're in the process of getting rid of, and I say get rid of, I mean just taking it off of the town's
Town tax
responsibility,
rolls,
yeah, and putting it back onto the tax rolls.
Right.
They're in the process of
Well,
getting rid of
but
the
somebody
annex.
else pays.
Somebody else pays the
Right.
taxes on it.
That's it.
So that the town's hopefully making good on those promises,
Right.
and getting rid of those buildings,
Right.
which are
How many
dated.
more buildings are there?
Those are the only two that actually house. Well, then obviously have gone through the process of repurposing the old town hall.
Yes,
And
downstairs.
that's the downstairs. So the town's going to maintain that building.
Right.
Upstairs for meeting space, and then downstairs for the Arts Alliance.
Right, which is wonderful, cultural space.
Yeah.
I mean, we're a community that should have a cultural space.
It's a
We're the
perfect spot
oldest-
for it.
And we're the oldest town on the Cape. Why
That's
shouldn't
right.
we?
That's right.
You
We
know,
love
it's-
that motto.
it's-
We got to keep that motto up.
That's right. The oldest town on the Cape, with the oldest people. No, not
No,
the
no,
oldest people. No. Well, I want to thank you for taking 10 minutes out of your
Absolutely.
time to explaining what happens on this floor,
Absolutely.
because
Well,
it's important.
when you come on in, there's always a friendly face to greet you and let you know if you're doing business up here or downstairs. But people come on down or give us a call. We're here to help you.
Excellent, excellent, excellent.
All right.
Thank you again,
You're welcome.
Taylor. Good to see you. I am with the dapperest man that resides in Sandwich's town hall.
Not all of Sandwich?
No, well, it could be all of Sandwich, but
All
I
right.
don't know everybody in all of Sandwich. I know a lot of people, and you're probably the most dapper of any I know. I am here with Ralph Fadaco. Ralph, good to see ya.
Melinda, always good to see you.
So,
Yeah.
Ralph, you're in this building too.
Yes.
I don't even know, what do you do here?
I'm the Director of Planning and Economic Development.
Excellent.
Yeah, and that's we share an office down here on the lower level
Uh-huh.
with the engineering department.
Excellent.
So in the Planning and Economic Development office, we deal a lot with zoning issues with the planning office, and we also deal with the Historic District Committee and the Old
Oh.
Kings Highway.
Oh, so you have a big job that isn't always pleasant.
I'm going to say it's pleasant 99% of the time.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
you know something, we deal with great people.
Sure,
So, you know,
sure.
the applicants are good, and you know, we see it as our job
Uh-huh.
to make them comfortable, help them through the process.
Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
because a lot of times it's the only time they'll be dealing with the town of Sandwich, an adjudicatory board, whether it's planning or zoning or
Right.
historic, we want to make them comfortable to get them through it.
Sure, sure. Well, and that's, they picked the right person for that, for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
They did. So tell me, what goes
Yeah.
on this floor besides you guys?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, you know, I know everybody on the top floor thinks they're it, but Sandwich is a bottom up town. So all the important work happens on the lower level.
Right.
Because we, again, as I said, we have planning and economic development, and we share the office with engineering. And as you know, the engineering department does a lot for roadway planning.
Mhm.
Planning out the roadways, and then in addition to, we have human resources and accounting. So obviously,
Wow.
human resources is important because that's, you know, they take care of us, that side of the building,
Yeah.
and really takes care of the people who work here in the town of Sandwich.
Sure.
Whether it's hiring or well-being through human resources, and importantly through accounting, making sure we get paid
Right.
every other week.
Right.
And, you know, and that the bills go out and get paid for the services that we require here in the town.
Sure, sure. And you also represent the town on the Cultural District Committee, correct?
How'd you know?
Well, I just, a little birdie told me.
Yeah, yeah. So in my role as director of planning and economic development, I sit on quite a few boards in town. So one of them is the Glasstown Cultural District,
Oh, it's wonderful.
and you know, just I had the pleasure to work with that team on several of their projects. You know, from the trolley to the Giants tour, and recently the lighting of Jarvis Street, which we hope will be like a real driver to our vibrant village district.
Well, didn't they have something to do with also the little park across from whatever they call that park? I can't remember.
Right.
From
Yeah.
Town Hall.
Yeah.
That's lit up too now,
yes,
right?
Yes, they did. Yeah, they did. So yeah, it looks good. Looks great.
Yeah.
And right when we have less daylight, it's always nice to have that light. Sort of, it brings a warmth to the town.
Well, it does, and
Yeah.
you know, I just had this conversation with Heather. You can't compare towns because we're a different town than the other 14 towns on the Cape. That said, though, every other town decorates for Christmas.
Yeah.
99.9% of every space that they handle.
Yeah.
So it's wonderful now to see our town doing the same
I'm
thing.
going to say that we really led the way in decorating for Christmas in the Giants. No other town had the
Well, I
Giants.
agree with you there, but that was a private endeavor. I'm
Yeah.
thinking about where the DPW puts up stuff.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
So it's nice. It works hand in hand.
But we're a community, so we
Yes.
all work together.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah. And that's a wonderful thing for sure.
It is.
So what else? So that's what goes on here,
Mhm.
and that's what your role is. Is there anything else you want to tell us about what happens in this space? There's a beautiful area where you guys can have lunch in the summer. I know that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, if most people may recall at one time this was the Sandwich Co-op, or went through many iterations as a bank, and then the town purchased it about 2 years ago, going through the renovations.
Mhm.
But the thing I have to say is, when you hear you're going to be put in the basement,
You go,
right? It could be a little depressing. How come I didn't make it to the top floor? But the town and through town meeting, through the procurement for this building, they really made sure that we got natural light coming in.
which is so
And
important.
It is so important, and I know my office and the town planner Leanne's office, we have like transom windows on top, so we get natural light in. And if you could go to the accounting and human resources, they have, as you would describe, oh my God, a beautiful space, big plate glass window, light comes in. They have a little courtyard, stairs which take you up to the parking lot.
Lot level.
Yeah. So it's.
Oh wait, they can escape.
They can escape, and if you look at my office, there's no escape. There's no escape from our office. The only thing we do, because it was once a bank,
Yeah.
if we had to escape, there's a vault down here, so we'll
get
scurry into the vault and close it and hope for the best. We never escape from the
No.
town people. They're always
Oh,
good. They're always very good to us.
Absolutely not.
But we have this counter, and we have to go through this doorway to get around. And sometimes, we want to kind of jump over the counter. I don't think anybody's done it yet, because if you jump over the counter and you break your leg, that's a lot of splaining to do.
Right.
To Marie
right.
Buckner. So
That's great.
Yeah.
That's good.
yeah. So.
Well, thank you for giving us of your time today. We
Yeah.
really appreciate it.
Can I point out something before
Oh,
we go?
please.
Yeah, I just want to know, just a continuation of
Sure.
the artwork that you saw upstairs. We have a great piece from the Granger sisters, Granger Pottery,
Oh.
Lauren and Carolyn. We
Oh,
have
the fish on the wall.
the fish on the wall.
Oh my gosh.
We have a piece from Mike Magyar. This is a legacy piece from the town hall annex that we brought
Wow.
over. That we didn't want to get rid of. This has probably
Well,
been
no,
around
it's beautiful.
since the 1900s. So we want to continue that continuity.
It's funny you say since the 1900s.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't too long ago for us.
Yeah, aughts. Right. Yeah.
Oh,
So,
that's great.
yeah.
That's good. Well, and all the beautiful photographs.
All the
and-
beautiful.
and,
The owl
the
from
paint-
Kathy
the
Cockshell.
paintings.
Yeah.
That's all
all
wonderful.
great. All
Yeah.
great. It's a fun place to come to work. With the artwork, the coloring, mostly the people here in the town of Sandwich, the people who work for the town and support the town. It's great.
Well, thank you again.
Yeah.
It's
Always
good
a
to see
pleasure,
you.
Melinda.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
I'll see you at the next cultural district meeting.
I'll be there.
All right.
All right.
Wow, we talked to all the great people here in Town Hall. Heather Harper, Bud Dunham, well, that was something. Ralph Vataco, and never forget that great Taylor White. Oh my gosh, what a great building this is. What great people work here. We are a very lucky community. So thank you for joining me today, and I'll see you next time on another Cape Conversations.
Hi, everybody. I'm Melinda Gallant, and I want to welcome you today to Cape Conversations with a really wonderful story about a big, huge event that's coming up all next year. It's going to go for 12 months, and it involves one of our most wonderful museums. And I'm talking to a great guy, too. So come along. Let's have another Cape Conversation. Everybody, I'm Melinda Gallant, and I am so excited to be sitting here today with, well, somebody who's been around the community and he's won awards and he's taught at Boston College, and he's sitting with me today. So, Jim Lehane, thank you for being here.
Well, thank you for inviting me. This is great.
Now, you're doing something totally, you're retired now, right?
Yes, several times.
Several. Oh, but look at all those pensions.
Yeah, I wish.
Yeah, I know, that's the problem.
I got BC praying for me.
Yeah, well, there you go. Well, that's a good thing.
That's a good
You
thing.
know, my grandsons go to, two of my grandsons, well, one graduated, but go to BC High, so, you know, they'll never go to BC, but.
Well, I couldn't get in today.
Yeah.
I went to BC. I couldn't get in today. I went to BC High.
Yeah.
And that was a great education. The Jesuits, as Cooley and Luke says, they got my mind right.
There you go. Yeah. That's exactly true. Although my oldest grandson, who's now in New York City, argued continually with the religion instructor, who was a Jesuit, about, you got to be kidding me. You're not expecting me to believe these stories, do you? So it's one of those. So, yes, they got one is getting a great education and the other one got a great education. Served him well, for sure.
Correct.
Anyway, so you're not here to talk about my grandkids, although I could all afternoon.
Me too.
There you go. You've lived in Sandwich a pretty long time, but you're doing something kind of fun now for a local group. What are you doing, Jim?
Well, let me answer it this way. When people ask me, what are you doing? And I tell them, well, I corralled a group of folks to help celebrate Thornton W. Burgess's 150th birthday.
Wow.
And they said, why? Why would you do that? I thought you were retired.
Yeah.
And I say, 2 words, Nancy Titcomb.
Well, there you go.
There are two people that I've never been able to say no to. One is my wife. And here in town, it's Nancy Titcomb.
Absolutely.
She recruited me as a board member years ago
Yeah.
at Greenbrier. And with this special anniversary coming up, I think Nancy Titcomb. Now, she put the first birthday party on 50 years ago.
Wowzer.
50 years.
Amazing.
She's on the committee this year
Yeah.
to help plan this thing. And thank God for Nancy Titcomb, who was responsible with her team of getting the Greenbrier property and marrying it with the Jam Kitchen and bringing so many great programs
Absolutely.
to us here in town.
Well, my kids went to it. I'm sure yours
Yes,
did
my
too.
kids did too. And this kid, on Sunday night, before he had to think about going to Boston the next day to work,
Yeah.
would sit out on the dock there
Is that right?
and look at the water and calm myself. And
Yeah.
that's one of the things that Thornton Burge has brought us, not just to children, but to adults.
Mhm.
This idea that, it's like, remember Desiderata?
Oh, sure.
You were a child of the universe. You have a right
Yeah,
to be
right.
here. He recognized that a long time ago,
Right.
and he realized even adults need a place to go,
That's
to
correct.
sit
Yeah.
and be part of the natural world. So
Right.
it's a great guy and needs to be celebrated. And I don't know if Nancy will be here for the 200th, but I suspect she will.
Oh, she will be.
And I suspect if I do a good job with this, she'll ask me to help out again.
Is that right? That's great. So what's planned? I mean, I know it's a year-long celebration. That much I know.
Well, we have a lot of plans. We put together a team of, I want to say, at least 30 people across all disciplines in Sandwich. And that was a very deliberate thing. You have all of these organizations in town doing great work. And I've always been a great fan of this phrase, enlightened self-interest. No, that sounds terrible, maybe. You like enlightened self-interest, you brought up that to heavens. When you put them together, it occurs to me, and I think to a lot of people when they think about it, you run a nonprofit or you run the Glass Museum,
Mm-hmm.
and we run the museums.
Mm-hmm.
What would be something you'd want? What is something I'd want?
Mm-hmm.
And how can we
Work
with each
together.
other-
Sure.
So then you multiply that across the whole place.
Sure.
And, we're talking the Arts Alliance, Paula Johnson with Glasstown,
Yeah.
Dean Cole.
Sure.
Gosh, I had to write them down because really there were so many here. The author of the Thornton Burgess book, Kristen.
Oh my gosh. Yes. Wow. I have an autographed copy, and I've sent an autographed copy off to my niece, who's a librarian, and she loved it. She said she had no idea with the influence he had. So see, that's the thing is you're going to be letting people know what he actually did.
Right. And years ago, people were pretty familiar with it.
Right.
I mean, here's a guy who 15,000 newspaper articles, God knows how many books.
Right.
Right. Lost count of those.
Yeah.
And he just didn't limit himself to the nature books up at Greenbrier and the Briar Patch and so on. But he had a great love of the seashore and birds and all of nature. And he had his radio hour that went on for some years. He got a whole nation of kids wrapped up.
Sure. Yeah.
So the problem is, as time goes by, people like that, lions in their field, kind of get lost in history. We don't want that to happen. And that's why 150th birthday is so important, because if ever we needed what Thornton Burgess was all about, I think in today's world, we need him more than ever. We'll talk more about that.
Well, and that's true, certainly with climate change, because he was a naturalist and because he understood everything about nature and climate and how it happened. I mean, I think it's wonderful to be bringing it up now, and that's a great hook for you guys to make it, to let people know. Did you know that he was really one of the first?
Absolutely. And you had asked, how many people we have involved with this, and spreading it out across all of the organizations in town who do great work.
Right.
Work together, helps us, maybe helps them. We've even expanded it to business. Mm-hmm. People come here, as we know.
Well, visitors.
Tourism, Visitors Bureau, and Chrissy Ross up at the Chamber.
Oh, yeah.
One of the things we were thinking of doing is getting a token, a little wooden token with the logo of Thornton Burgess that we have developed just for this year, 2024, and all the celebrations, and placing it in various businesses around town, and doing this sometime after the first of the year. Christmas sales are up, and then there's that terrible period,
retailing.
Yes, the retailing.
I was at Mashpee Commons a long time.
The godmother of Mashpee Commons.
I don't know they think of me that way, but maybe.
I got something. And if the businesses participate, then our offer is go to these participating businesses, get a token, bring it to Greenbrier, get a cup plate. Remember when those were really...
I have about 25 of them.
Yeah, so do we. And get a Burgess book. And this is one of those things where businesses benefit, I hope, because maybe people are going in there who might never have gone in there, and maybe people going in there at a time of year when they're sick of shopping, but they're going to go into a store. And we wanted something of value, and now we get these people who maybe never have visited Greenbrier and know anything about Thornton Burgess.
Right.
Come get a book. Thank God for Harrison Cady. I mean, the beautiful characters he created, the beautiful stories that wrote. Yep. And so all those things happen together. So,
well, I have a question. I was sitting here, I was thinking about an idea for maybe, okay, so that's wintertime. What if you did a passport? And I'll tell you why I'm thinking of this. It's because late yesterday afternoon, I'd worked outside planting garlic and I actually got all the pots emptied. I haven't put them away yet. But I was doing all this work outside. So I came inside and I had a little glass of wine at about 4:30, and it was getting dark. So I had to come in, yes. And Joe was working, so I flipped on the beautiful Hallmark Channel, which drives him insane. And there was a movie about a community, it was out west, about they wanted to make a big Christmas splash. So they did a passport, and if you went into a business, you got your passport stamped, right? And which would also be maybe have a picture in it or something. And then you would bring it back to whatever, and you could be chosen to win a prize, a big prize it was. But I thought as you were sitting here talking, I love the idea of the tokens for the winter. But what about something for visitors when they come? Get your passport. Passport to Thornton Burgess.
That's a good idea. I have here a sheet that we whittled down.
I'm sorry, I won't come up with any more ideas.
It's good because when we got the group together, the first meetings were kind of like a free-for-all.
Sure.
We know what we want to do.
Yeah.
We want to honor it. 150th birthday. How do we do that? Over 12 months.
Right.
And all these ideas. I mean, you get a lot of smart people.
Oh, in a room,
Get out of the way. And so get all of these ideas. I'll add it to the list. We're refining
I'm
our
sure.
list.
Well, Chrissy would be able to pick up on this in a heartbeat because she's smart.
Yeah,
she's really smart.
On the committee.
Oh, that's why she's on the committee.
That's exactly right. Enlightened self-interest.
There we go.
So I hope it helps her. I hope it helps the businesses.
Sure.
We start in January.
Oh, great.
And if this whole production was a Mashpee Commons, for instance, we have anchor stores. We anchor at the beginning with these events we're going to do. And then we have in July, we're having a giant cookout up at Greenbrier. We did it 2 years ago. It was terrific, if I do say so myself. I had not much to do with it. I was parking cars up at the high school. We had a trolley.
Nice.
We'll do it again. grandparents, parents, and children came to this. That's our audience.
Yeah.
That's our audience. So,
Sure.
so anyhow, in January, we're at the selectmen's meeting, first one.
Yeah.
We're having them read a proclamation declaring the year of Thornton Burgess. Okay. But we're also presenting them with a nice cake made by the sandwich students up at Upper Cape Tech.
Oh, nice.
And they'll present it, and we'll have some of the characters on it,
Yeah.
and so on, and present it. We'll cut the cake. The students will present it as selectmen. We kick it off. A little later on in the month, this team that has been working now for 9 months is going to have a birthday party, and we're inviting all of the folks who made Greenbrier possible
Nice.
and all of that, as well as the team. We're going to have a big cake
Yeah.
from Upper Cape too.
Yeah.
And we're going to celebrate it, and that kicks the thing off. And gosh, you got the business scavenger hunt, which I just mentioned.
Right.
Schools. He was all about, as you know,
Kids.
children,
Yeah.
reading, and so on. And imagination. I saw a commercial before I came here. I was watching TV. Commercial comes on. Imagination. Teach them imagination. What the heck is that? No.
Well, everything's pretty programmed.
Yes,
these
it
days.
is. And so we want to teach imagination. We want to unlock imagination because every kid has it. So in the schools, you know, Mary Beers and Maureen Wicklund and Danielle Pienda,
Nice.
school committee has done wonderful things with the schools. We have all the service clubs
Great.
get credit for helping out projects like this, as you know, all working together. We'll use the kids at the high schools for volunteers, and in the elementary schools, they are working on curriculum to bring Thornton Burgess back into the curriculum, writing, reading, art.
Yeah.
All of those things are going on, so that will happen throughout the school year, you know, starting January,
Right.
and then again in the fall. Kathy Auburn, we sat with her and her folks.
With the Sandwich Arts Alliance.
Huh?
The Sandwich Arts Alliance.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. You're the pro, I'm not. And, God,
I just work with Kathy. I know what she does.
thank God for it. She and her people have been wonderful, and one of the things that sticks out of my mind, you know, they've done the Adirondack,
Oh, yeah, for years. Yeah.
but it's expensive and it gets old after a while.
Yeah, I mean, how many Adirondack chairs, painted chairs can you have?
Well, we're hoping about 6 more, but we're going to make them kid-sized.
Oh, that's perfect for
And they're gonna be
grandparents.
painted, So,
Yeah,
so they've been great.
it's wonderful.
Dean Cove, nobody knows Dean.
No, man
Dean-
about town.
Dean has been chasing banners on light poles
Right.
downtown.
Yep.
And,
Actually, he's working with the cultural district on that.
yes, he is. And
Great.
I think the person who runs this studio is chairperson of the Glasstown Cultural
That is
District.
correct,
And I think she is going to help us with some of those banners.
which is
Very
wonderful.
fun.
Yeah.
It's going to be great to have those banners up. Now, when they go up and how long they
Yeah.
stay up, we're working out those details, but we want to capture the imagination of tourists,
Sure.
as you say, but also townspeople.
Sure.
Christy Lorenz has done a whole lot of things. She's lining up speakers on all topics throughout the year. But she also got in touch with a master quilter who is making a giant quilt of Burgess animals
Oh.
and will raffle that off.
Wow.
So what we're trying to do is have something going on. If not every month, most months, and sometimes several things in a month. And I'm really happy to say, with the Deacon Eldred House, thanks to a couple of local kids who
Yeah,
did it
yeah.
over, the Deacon Eldred House will be housing some of the Burgess family
How wonderful.
in late July. So we will be combining what we're doing up at Greenbrier,
Right.
maybe some special event for them,
Right.
all kinds of things. I think this is the time when I should stop talking because you may have a question. You may want to
No,
actually.
no, I'm actually no. I'll chime in, but I think it sounds like you so far you've only gotten to July, and there's another 6 months to go.
Yeah.
So the idea also is to bring Thornton Burgess to the forefront of thought process when you're thinking about Sandwich and all the wonderful people that have lived here that have, besides Daniel Webster visiting us at the Daniel Webster, and besides, I always tell the story about the famous actor Joseph Jefferson, who
Exactly.
used to come here and do a play on that stage, where now we're finally getting to do plays again.
And I think he's buried here in town.
Yeah. Everybody goes, Joseph, who,
Yeah.
So that is what's so wonderful. I mean, that to me is bringing him to the forefront of who he is. Now, as I said, I read Christie's book. It's a wonderful book, although I always say, you didn't put any love interest in it. And of course, she rolls her eyes and throws her hands up at me. She goes, I wasn't writing a love novel, I was writing a biography of a guy. And but he was a remarkable person.
Yeah, his love interest outside of his family, in addition to his family,
Right.
was
Was just
nature
right.
and children.
And he got it all from his aunt, who lived in that house that had a big extension on it. And she was a little crazy, I think.
Yeah.
Because I interviewed the two kids, as we like to call them. And, they were telling me the stories. When he went there, she had animals in the house. She put animals in the house, which today might be
Green Acres
Yeah.
kind of thing. Yeah.
which might be thought of as a
Nobody
little
knows
bit.
what that is who may be watching this.
Right. And she wasn't a farmer. So she just liked having wild
Well,
animals.
I think the most creative people have to be a little crazy anyhow.
Well,
Thank
that's true.
God
But
for
that's where he saw it. He saw how you could work with nature and it can be in your life.
And here's a kid. I mean, we think of Thornton Burgess, famous books translated. I'll tell you a story. Ted Sorensen. Do you remember
Yeah,
Ted Sorensen?
yeah.
Those of you
JFK.
too young to remember
He's with
JFK,
Yeah.
our president once upon a time in the early 60s, one of his advisors, but chief speechwriter, Ted Sorensen. And I had a friend up at Eric Anderson up at Harvard, kid from town here, who's now a doctor up there.
Yeah.
And he said, hey, you're working, with Greenbrier and so on. Ted Sorensen is up here, he's at the Kennedy School, and he's doing this and that. And so on. He happened to mention that as a kid, he loved reading Thornton Burgess stories.
No way.
So we packaged up a whole set of hardbound, sent them up to Ted Sorensen. And
Yeah.
Ted is one of my heroes in terms of the words he could create and put into somebody's mouth.
Absolutely.
And it was just terrific. But I was going somewhere with that.
Well, but
I wanted to tell a story.
But JFK
Yeah.
asked for Thornton
He
Burgess.
used to sit in his rocking chair.
Right.
And his favorite book, I forget which one it was. So,
Yeah.
if somehow I could capture all of the people, all of the so-called famous people over the years who had been introduced and loved Thornton Burgess' work, wouldn't that be great to say to the world? Because, the world today might say, well, I wonder why. I wonder what that's all about. Let me get one of those. But
Right.
I guess what I wanted to say, and throw cold water on me here if I keep going.
Okay. That's all right.
My wife does. We keep a bucket.
There we go.
And
I can relate.
here's a kid, lost his father early, living with his mother, bouncing from house to house around town, and we'll, have some tours of houses.
Sure.
So on. So he was a lonely kid, I think, but a very imaginative kid. And he wandered. He wandered like a cloud. I forget which poet that was, but he did. And he made his connection with nature. And I picture him, sitting under a tree, laying on his stomach, looking out at the smiling pool, looking at the animals, and this little mind of his firing and coming up with these stories. The world benefited many years later, but his own son, when Thornton had to go to Boston and work and stay there, he would write stories for his son. That's what started it all, as I think you know.
Yeah.
And from that, we can thank his son and the father.
Right.
The father may be thinking, I know what it was like, to have my father not here and be alone.
He still has relatives that are living, correct?
And a whole bunch of relatives. And From Christie's book, we learned that he's a Cape Codder going back a million
Wow.
years here in the Cape. And those relatives, we're hoping many great-grandchildren will be coming in July.
So they'd be his great-grandchildren.
Yeah, great-grandchildren, and I think there may be some grandchildren there too.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, so
Wouldn't that be fun?
not quite the Wing family reunion, but
Well,
pretty close.
yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah.
What's fun too is that you're picking up on everything around town that was him.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do.
Besides the Smiling Pool, I mean, also Champagne is right there. I mean, he was there at one time.
And the other store on the Anchor example I was using of Anchor stores is The Littlest Christmas Tree.
Oh, yeah.
Which he wrote.
Richie wrote.
And we will volunteer with the Mothers Club.
Yeah.
Put that reading and the lighting of the tree and so on, a spectacular event downtown. But it was something else. And I can't believe
You just went blank.
run out. Well, this happens a lot.
Well, we are of a certain age. It happens.
That's why I try not to leave town, because somebody will recognize me and call and say
He's wandering around again. He's wandering around again.
But yeah, I mean, there's a whole bunch of things. Dave DeConto and Josh and that team did some weed whacking and bushwhacking of the trails that come back
Oh,
to
nice.
The museum.
Right.
And,
Discovery Hill, right?
Discovery Hill. Yeah, I used to run those trails when I was much younger.
Yeah.
And now, if you walk through them, you get poison ivy. So
Yeah.
we're clearing them all.
That's
a
great.
great resource for visitors who come to the Greenbrier Nature Center to take those trails
Oh, it
and
is.
be in the places Thornton Birches as a kid used to wander around.
Right.
See that hole in the tree or in the ground, the turtle's head sticking out of the water, and
Right.
the swan going, all those kinds
So we went till July. What's happened? Is there anything happening at
of. Yeah,
August?
I mean, the school programs will continue through the fall.
Right.
There will be, let's see from my list here, there'll be some tours. Deb Rich and Christy, pardon me, sometimes I blank because there are so many things going on. We'll be doing some history talks.
Nice.
Thornton Burgess and the houses in town and the places he went to. And I can't think of two better people to do that. We hope to have a play.
Oh, good.
Drama Fund
Yeah.
folks have, we gave them some books,
Yeah.
and we're hoping they will put together a little
Oh,
play.
it would be wonderful. They could just remember.
characters and so on. So we're hoping to do that
Yeah.
in the fall
Yeah.
and use the great stage at Old Town Hall.
Right. Of course.
Well, many other things.
So how is it going to end?
It's going to end at Christmas.
It is with a little Christmas tree.
Right. But we're hoping to keep Thornton Burgess, who he was, what he was, in people's face for a whole year
Yeah.
of 2024.
Sure.
We hope we'll develop new friends, okay, for the museum and for his books. And we hope it goes on. We hope it doesn't end. We
Yeah.
hope we develop a whole new era.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, what it's all about. And I'm very proud to say this has nothing to do with our celebrations in 2024, but we'll celebrate it in 2024. We're putting a new roof on the Greenbrier
Yay.
Nature Center.
Wonderful.
That is long overdue.
Yeah.
We're going to make other improvements to that as well.
Right.
Our Green Meadow Forest, have you been in there? Have you seen that?
I haven't.
Oh, you have to see this. This was created by some geniuses. It has all of his characters, trees that seem to grow out of the ground in the new, what I call the new building.
Yeah.
Bob King was so instrumental in getting there. We've changed that big empty room where there used to be birthday parties, still doing those. But in this, it's like you walk, if you're a little kid, you walk into this.
Just like, whoa.
See these trees, and sky,
Oh, that's
characters, and a bridge, and you can go fishing and
Fun.
place, and you can put puppet shows on over here.
Nice.
We have, farmer whomever's barn over here.
Yeah.
And it's a great,
My father was Farmer Smith, so we can call it Farmer Smith.
all right, mother's father, yeah, bleh, Farmer Smith's. That'll
Yeah.
be edited out, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I hope it isn't. So, yeah, and, we'll run berry days. We do cranberries in the fall, and we do,
Right.
strawberries in the spring, and
Right.
all happen at the center. I want the world to know something,
Yeah.
that Greenbrier Nature Center, the Thornton Burgess organization, that wonderful gem of a property is not only alive, but it is alive and well.
Mm-hmm.
I thank all the people.
Sure.
I should thank all the people
Yeah.
who made that happen, starting with Nancy years ago, 1976.
Yeah.
And, things got a little financially tough there. So the good news was the Brewster Museum bought them. We became one museum with
Right.
2 campuses,
Right.
and we're bringing programming up from Brewster.
Nice.
One of our problems was we really couldn't charge an admission.
Right.
As much as it was a beautiful place, and Mary Beers had a wonderful programs in the schools,
Oh, sure.
the place itself wasn't being used to its full
Right.
advantage. And that's what we're trying to do now.
That's great.
That's why we have this little
That's great.
Green Mountain Meadow Forest,
Well-
Meadow Forest, Green Mountain.
Well, it sounds like it's going to be absolutely unbelievably fun.
That's what
And we're going to learn a lot about Thornton Burgess, which is a good thing. And it's going to take his name into perpetuity, I think. Forever and ever, we will know who he is. And it's a wonderful resource for our community.
Yes.
And people need to realize that, even if you go for a walk and you go walk the trails, or you go down to the pond, or you take advantage of taking a jam kitchen course or any of that. You also have a wonderful gift shop. A wonderful gift shop. It has great stuff. For years, I used to go in there and buy things for, Joe's mother always liked the jam, so I'd buy, the 8-pack or whatever it was of jam and send it off to Ohio.
daughter-in-law you are, yes.
But also books for nieces and nephews. And pretty soon I'll be buying for their children, I guess.
Yeah.
But it is a wonderful resource to the community, and we are thrilled that you're doing this and thrilled that it's going to be such a success.
Hey, thank you. It's all the people on that committee.
That's
I
great.
merely am the ringmaster.
That's great.
I bring
Couldn't have a
cookies-
better.
I bring cookies,
There you go.
and we meet, and they do their thing.
That's good. That's
And it's
great.
I don't want to get short shrift. I don't know how much time you have left here.
Well,
I don't want to get short shrift. Thank you for bringing up the Jam Kitchen again. Yes, people were worried when the museum, seemed like, what's going to happen?
right.
Yes, the Jam Kitchen would go away.
Right. No, it's
Jam Kitchen
running
is
well.
that place.
Yeah, it is for
It was the
sure.
last thing that was going to
Absolutely.
watch, and
Yeah,
other people's watching.
that's great.
And Emily Pierce is running the Jam Kitchen now
Nice.
with some good volunteers.
Great.
Can you talk about the little jars?
Yeah.
When my youngest daughter was getting married,
That's what you used for gifts. That's
at the table,
It's
people would
adorable.
do this and that, and so on. I said,
yeah. Let's do something else.
This was my
Help
third
somebody.
wedding reception.
Yeah.
After four
Been through it 3 times too.
after 4 colleges, I was, I said, I'm going to do something for me. So anyhow, that's what we bought. We bought the
that's
4-packs
nice.
and put
Nice.
it in all places.
That's great. That's great.
I still do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Places.
That's great. Good.
Hopefully no more marriages.
Well, I hope not too, for your sake. Well, thank you so much for being with us today. And we're going to look forward to all of us. Keep us in the loop.
Okay. And, if
We'll
we-
have you back again.
and as we advertise these events, if anybody wants to volunteer,
Yep.
here's shout.
All righty.
Okay.
Take care.
Jim Lahane, isn't he wonderful? Wow. And for him to take this on as a volunteer is a pretty cool thing. That's what I think. So Thornton Burgess, oh my gosh, 150 years old. What a wonderful thing to have a giant celebration in our community about him. I'm so excited. I'll be there for the birthday cake. I hope you are too. So I can't wait to see you next time on another Cape Conversations.
Hello, welcome to History in Lowell. I'm Maritza Grooms. I'm here with my personal professor, Bob Foran. Hey, Bob.
How are you?
Life is crazy, but I'm grateful to be here with you.
Yeah, I know. We've been on hiatus. Is that what they call it on TV? Like we're in season 9 or something.
Yeah.
So we were on hiatus.
Yeah, we
But
took
we're
a
back.
mid-season break.
Right.
Yeah.
but We're back. We're back.
We've been doing this for 6 years.
That's pretty amazing.
Facebook told me so.
Oh.
I saw a post from our very first show, and it was about Black history in Lowell. And I think that's pretty relevant to bring up because we're going to be kind of talking about Black history, maybe not just specifically in Lowell, maybe a little bit in Lowell, but we're going to be talking about kind of what we always talk about, but with a different angle. So the erasure, the watering down, and why history is important and needs to be told.
Yep.
And a little bit about your life, Bob.
Okay, a little bit.
A little bit.
Not too much.
A little.
A little bit.
For
Not
the
too much.
fans.
Yeah, not too much though.
No. So why don't we start there, though? You went to Northeastern, right? And you got there and you were having a great time. You're having a blast, protesting, being a great student, right? And then you found out.
Well, kind of a great student. Took me a year to find my way.
Well, like all actual great students. It took me maybe several years.
I'll take that, yeah.
Until I found my personal professor. And then you noticed there was something missing from the curriculums. What was it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that part of it was, so it's the late 60s and it's really pretty much in the air where with the Vietnam War and the power of the civil rights movement and everything that's going on, and I'm in Boston, and sort of there's an awareness on the part of lots of students that there are gaps in the curriculum. And in some cases, colleges and universities are beginning to be reflective and think about all of that. But, pretty consistently across the board, African American history, women's history, labor history, things like that are not being taught. And there's really a sort of intellectual canon, if you will, a sort of guideline of what's legit history. And legit history is at that point in the late 60s still largely centered on great men and great white men. And again, within reason, it's changing in some places, but students are, because of everything else that's happening. And there is a moment where colleges and universities are beginning to get a more diverse student population, not like it is today, but definitely it's beginning to happen.
Yeah.
So in Boston at Northeastern or BU or BC or MIT or Harvard or places like that, students are beginning to agitate for more and look at what's missing. And so we start protesting and saying we need this stuff. Our education isn't complete because this is missing. And so around, not just in Boston, but around the country, students are occupying buildings. There's definitely protests around curriculum, around the hiring of a more diverse faculty. We tend to think DEI initiatives are a product of 2020 or something.
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't use that phraseology.
Right.
But in effect, that's in a way what we were advocating for, big bunches of students. And there were Black student unions and Black student organizations. And, again, some of it came out of the civil rights movement as well, where agitation around voting rights, around access to education, sort of raised these issues of segregated education, of even though supposedly, separate but equal is gone, well, if you're not represented in the history, what's up? And so to Northeastern's credit, I have to say, they had one of the first African American history courses in the greater Boston area, which I was fortunate enough to take, I think maybe in my third year at Northeastern. And the book that's here, this was the textbook. And so for all of us, it was mind-blowing because there never was an intimation in my earlier education that there was Black history.
Yeah. I mean, why would you think of it if it's not being taught?
And all of a sudden, it's wait, there's a textbook? And there's this guy, John Hope Franklin, who teaches at a college. And the professor, a gentleman by the name of Donald Jacobs, invited Mr. Franklin to come to Northeastern and give a lecture. And I'm sitting there thinking, okay, this is the smartest person in the country with knowledge of this history, and he's standing there in front of me.
Ooh, I have chills.
So yeah, I think in a way it sort of, it rooted in me, and it's like part of the way I still think, in terms of trying to always look at, okay, what's left out. And he was just this amazing, I mean, you know, he passed away only recently. I mean, he lived a really long and full life. And that was a class where I read W.E.B. Du Bois' Black Reconstruction, which is still the best book, I think, ever written on Reconstruction after the Civil War.
Ooh, I think that's on my list.
Sort of like, I knew Du Bois and sort of like, you know, like his place in history, but I didn't think of him because I never had been introduced to him as a quote-unquote scholar. Come to find out, he's the first African-American to get a PhD from Harvard.
Harvard, yeah.
And his response when he got it was, Harvard was lucky to have me.
Yes. I love that.
Which I think is pretty cool. But his book, and then we read this book by a historian by the name of Herbert Aptheker, and it was called Negro Slave Revolts. And it was a whole book about rebellions against the institution of slavery from the Caribbean and in the South. And it was the same way, because when I had been taught this history in elementary school and middle school and high school, I thought everybody was happy.
Right, and docile. Nobody's rebelling. You only hear, even today, you really only hear about Nat Turner and Toussaint.
Yep.
Like, you don't hear that there were many rebellions. I still don't even know, and now I'm going to put that.
Yeah,
Herbert
Aptheker, American Negro Slave Revolts, and again, it was like, oh, come on now.
Yeah.
This is insane. And again, I'm thinking I'm hot stuff. I'm like a history major in college, and it's like, whoa, there's so much I have no clue about.
Oh my
It was it was humbling, but it was also you know, it helped me to try to think about, okay, well, if people don't see themselves reflected in the narrative, then sort of what are we left with? And you know, it brings us up to everything we've been trying to do with this program and trying to introduce the history, the documentary we made, all of it, right, is really sort of, I feel like it's still all connected back to this one day when John Hope Franklin walked into a history class I had at Northeastern University. So the book has gone through several printings. I don't know what edition this one is. Eighth. So, but it's just, when you read it, it's like, wait, every other page is like, I never heard of this. How come I don't know about this? Right. And here we are in 2023. Asking kind of the same questions. How come we don't know about this? Even I'm as a person who like is asking the same questions you're asking now as a student of yours, I'd like to think. We're students of each other.
Of each other. Because you challenge me to think bigger and broader and what's missing. And I'm looking at this from slavery to freedom thinking, I only just learned because we were reading on Juneteenth but what's her name? Annette Gordon Reed? Yeah. That there were free people, free African Americans, free Black people here during the time of slavery. There were free Black people living in Lowell.
John Levy.
Boom.
Free Black man from the Caribbean living in Lowell, and one of the leaders in Lowell of the Underground Railroad and
abolition.
And one of the people that Frederick Douglass knew when he came to town, and William Lloyd Garrison and other freedom seekers as they came through, and who knew? He's got an autobiography co-authored with him by his daughter, Life and Adventures of John Levy, edited by his daughter, Miss Rachel Frances Levy, 1871.
I didn't even realize it until you pointed that out.
There it is.
There it is. Why are we still in 2023 having to continue the fight that you guys were fighting in the 60s?
We see it reflected right now there's been this whole thing in the last few weeks even, as we were thinking about today's show, with the advanced placement courses, the college advanced placement tests and things, and basically people have been working for years because there's not an African-American advanced placement history course.
Which just sounds ridiculous considering.
And so people have been working on it for a really long time. But as it came close to running it out, for whatever reason, the people in New York that do the AP curriculum decided they wanted to check in with the state of Florida about what was going to be in the curriculum. And Florida began pushing back on the content about what to teach and not to teach. They didn't want anything, they didn't want certain topics and certain authors included in the curriculum. And while the curriculum people, the scholars who were developing the curriculum, were advancing their ideas behind the scenes, the people employed in AP testing in New York and all were compromising with the state of Florida to ultimately take certain things out of the curriculum, certain people, certain writers, somebody like Ta-Nehisi Coates, people that have written about intersectionality, other topics, reparations, things that the education community in Florida didn't want in the curriculum are now sort of, in some cases, they've either been dropped entirely or they're like special units you can teach if you want to, but they're not part of the curriculum. And when in February, when they announced the advanced placement course, they basically said, no, Florida hadn't influenced what we did. But then it came out through the emails and whatnot that in fact that had happened, and it got me to thinking. And then there was a really brilliant essay editorial in the New York Times by Henry Louis Gates, who's a professor at Harvard, where he sort of went through this narrative about how similar things happened in the 20s and 30s, where there were people in the South who wanted to control the narrative around the Civil War and Reconstruction. And didn't want certain parts of the history taught, wanted things left out, and had such great sort of outsized influence over what got taught that the curriculum got madly changed and things got left out. And so again, Reconstruction, Black Reconstruction, sort of again what Du Bois wrote about and what other scholars were writing about just got dropped by the wayside. And the history that got taught was largely one of, as you said, docile, happy people that got 3 square meals a day and a place to live. And that really influenced how in the 50s and 60s, most people got that history. And he was connecting sort of that in the 1920s to what's happening today.
Well, it's just eerily relevant and scary.
Yep.
And how are we in an age where books are being banned, history is being watered down? Why are we going backwards? And why is this allowed? Who has actual control here, and why are they doing this? Like, these are all questions that I'm constantly asking myself.
Carter Woodson, who's a Harvard-trained historian, is the person who's like considered the godfather of Black History Month. Sort of comes from him again thinking, right? And he basically writes and says, starting after the Civil War, the opponents of freedom and social justice decided to work out a program which would enslave the Negro's mind. This is him now, Carter Woodson. It was well understood that if by teaching of history, the white man could be further assured of his superiority, and the Negro could be made to feel that he had always been a failure, and that the subjugation of his will to some other race is necessary, the freed man then would still be a slave. This is Carter Woodson in 1926, when he's saying we need to teach this. And so in opposition is this woman, Mildred Rutherford, who is the historian general of the United Daughters of the Confederacy. She's the person that wants to, and she creates, she writes an essay called A Measuring Rod to Test Textbooks and Reference Books in Schools, Colleges, and Libraries. And it becomes the Bible of dissecting whether books will pass muster and be allowed in Southern schools. And the whole roadmap, the whole test is how Reconstruction is taught, how slavery is taught. And she says, reject a book that calls the Confederate soldier a rebel and the war a rebellion. Reject a book that says the South fought to hold on to their slaves.
Oh my gosh.
And so, yeah, I mean, it's like, wait.
No wonder that they're still not over it.
Reject a book that speaks of the slaveholder of the South as cruel and unjust.
Get out
Okay.
of here.
Yeah, and then this is the beauty. Reject a textbook that glorified Abraham Lincoln and vilifies Jefferson Davis, unless a truthful cause can be found for such glorification and vilification. Slavery, this is what she says how slavery should be taught. This was an education that taught the Negro self-control, obedience, perseverance, taught him to realize his weaknesses and how to grow stronger for the battle of life.
Ooh, Mildred.
The institution of slavery as it was in the South, far from degrading the Negro, was fast elevating him above his nature and race. This is her in this test. And if you're not teaching this, the truth must be told, and you must read it and be ready to answer it. Unless this is done in a few years, there will be no South about which to write history.
Wow.
So, yep.
Wow.
Holding on to place, I mean, this is really, yeah, I mean, then you have, so this is, in Gates' piece, he concludes with a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King, and King says, "No society can fully repress an ugly past when the ravages persist into the present." And then King talks in this sermon about teaching the history, all the good, the bad, and the indifferent of it all, but you have to teach it. The sort of the conversation we're having is to take this stuff out.
It's so wild to me. Ignorance begets ignorance, because it just feels like that lady and her ideas are exactly how folks are functioning today.
Yep.
But it also reveals how much not only were Black folks not allowed to read and educate themselves, but clearly this is detrimental to everybody.
Sure.
Because when you revise history and you make it seem like enslaved folks were, oh, I can't even,
Yeah.
So, wow, she says some things. Just happy to be there and better off, and taught self-control and all of those things. You make it seem like, what does that mean today?
Mm-hmm.
And how do you treat people?
Mm-hmm.
And how do you even seek to, build communion with your fellow man? And how can we how can humanity move forward if we can't even get the facts straight?
Right. I mean, and that's how we get what we get, right? In terms of the justifications for the, police action we see and other situations, right? I mean, it just festers. And, Woodson says in this document, as he's talking about Black History Month, if you can control a man's thinking, I mean, forgive me for using man and not more. I mean, I'm reading his quote. If you can control a man's thinking, you don't have to worry about his action.
Yeah.
Right? And so, again, like, she understands what she's doing. If you can control the story, if you can leave people out, if people don't see their presence and don't see their contribution and don't see their struggle and don't see the ways that they navigate and what they do, then yeah, and we just end up with this completely skewed, and I love the name, the Historian General of the United Daughters of the Confederacy. I mean, damn.
Get out of here.
The Historian General, right?
Like, she probably gave herself that title.
Yeah, I mean, but the Daughters of the Confederacy was a really powerful organization during this period of time. I mean, there was a really famous incident where the very incredibly talented singer Marian Anderson was going to sing at the Lincoln Memorial, and basically the Daughters of the Confederacy got it blocked.
Wow.
They didn't want a Black person singing there.
Of course.
And so these things, and so the advanced placement course becomes, what's happened is the idea of teaching this stuff now is a political football embedded in, people flipping around the term wokeness and all this other stuff. And we're right. We're actually regressing.
Yeah, it's really scary. Like, I hear woke propaganda now all the time, and I'm just like, it's not propaganda. It's actual history, and it also brings to mind why segregation even happened in the first place. Because when you sit down and have a conversation with another human, you realize you have more in common than you do that's different. And maybe you're able to see the humanity. And I guess that's also where phrases like, well, you're not like those other ones comes from. But when you're able to have a dialogue, an informed dialogue, then you start asking questions about why are things the way they are. And when you keep people repressed, you keep people ignorant, then they'll vote in your favor. They don't even realize that they're voting against themselves.
Or they don't vote at all because they don't
vote at
feel
all.
like it's going to mean anything. Whereas if you actually had a history of Reconstruction to show that black people were elected to Congress in the 1870s before segregation was reinstituted and you know, violence in the KKK kept people from going to the polls and registering to vote, then no, in fact,
that sounds like a far-fetched story.
things were happening. Things were happening to the good, and changes were being made slowly, but changes were being made, and then everything took a step backwards. But that's why if you don't teach, that's why, you know, books about Reconstruction are so important, because they give the lie to, you know, that black people needed the institution of slavery to keep them in check, and you know that people didn't want education. I mean, the backbone of a lot of civil rights struggle has been access to education. And yet people will still talk about how, well, you know, they don't want to go, you know, whenever I hear somebody say they don't, it's like, okay, like, let's stop there. But, you know, Gates makes the point, and I mean, I think Franklin does in the book, and I can remember when he came to speak, that what happens is if you distort the story, then you miss, as Gates says in the New York Times piece, and Franklin says, the intellectual content of sort of the black debate, that you only think of that history in one way, and so you forget that W.E.B. Du Bois and Booker T. Washington are living at the same time and are two black intellectuals who have very different perspectives on what they think ought to happen. And so if you drop that out of the AP test, or you don't teach that, again, you end up with this really overly simplified, all black people think the same way.
Yes.
Right? As if all white people think the same way. But you know, that's what you do. And so you forget there are people who are talking about integration, but then there's also Marcus Garvey, who basically his movement is the Universal Negro Improvement Association, which is all about raising money to basically have everybody leave and go back to Africa. And, you know, he's a dominant figure in the middle of the 20th century, sort of making this case. If you don't teach the full complement of the story, you just end up with these really weird histories. And so you pick it.
One-sided and like watered down, like how everybody thinks MLK was just this peace and love guy. Like, but they don't read his more radical stuff. Or even MLK and Malcolm X. We don't even get taught about Malcolm X. But then you find out later that they kind of, later in their lives, or at the point that they kind of started like sharing ideologies or switching even to the other person's viewpoint. You don't know the debates that they had. Or one of my favorite interviews that I've ever listened to or read was Audre Lorde and James Baldwin. And you don't even know about that. Talk about intersectionality. You have a queer black man and a queer black woman. And the conversation that was happening, it kind of also felt like some of the conversations I've had today, but you don't hear about those things. And so you don't know that these nuanced things were happening in history and that they're part of your history. They're part of our history.
And even if you read Baldwin, if you're fortunate enough to find a high school where you might read something these days by him, nobody really talks about his sexuality. And nobody talks about he had to end up living in France because he couldn't take it anymore. Right? And so you just treat him as, you know, if you're fortunate, you might get him as an icon of writing, but you don't see him as a whole person. So in the AP test, to leave out things like talking about reparations, to leave out things like sort of these intersections of race, sex, and class, and not teach how that forms identity, not, you know, for everybody. And so how, you know, and the fear, there's still this sort of weird, I mean, I guess as a historian, I don't completely understand it, but this fear that if people know the whole story, somehow, like, you know, they'll change or something, right? Well, that's the point of teaching, right? I mean, and so then, so what are you afraid of? If you think you're right, you should be willing to contest your ideas.
Exactly. Stand on what you know.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking about this the other day. I'm teaching immigration history this semester, and we were talking about the intersection of immigration history and race, and how in the 1920s in America, there was this big move to limit immigration from Southern and Eastern Europe. And from Southern Europe, it was largely based on the fact that they're not white. They're swarthy.
Oh, yes, swarthy. Yeah.
From Greece and Italy, right?
Oh my
and
gosh.
sort of, again, this kind of an intersection. But eventually in the 50s and 60s, we play off Black people against Italians and Greek immigrant communities and whatnot to try to divide people.
Yeah.
And people don't see their commonality. And at the time when people are so down on immigrants coming from like Portugal and Greece and Italy, places, lots of people coming to New England from those countries, they basically will castigate all those folks as not white.
Yeah. Which is outrageous and insane now to think about.
Yep.
And people forget what it's like because they forget that they had to come from, even here in Lowell, we've gone through each group that came through and then we're treated like dirt. How they treated the Irish laborers here, all kinds of stuff. We know. And if you don't know, you should go back and watch more history in Lowell. But because we talk about this and we try to give a platform, I think, to those groups that often get erased by history. And you and I both are doing work in the background to try to get more stories told and brought forward. And I think, thank goodness for people like us. We have so much to continue your fight from the 60s.
Yeah, here we go, right?
Yeah, I'm so glad that you're still here to lead the way.
Yeah, I mean, we're fortunate in Lowell to, at this point, have the Center for Lowell History, which is part of the university library system, because Martha Mayo, who had been the longtime archivist historian at the Center for Lowell History, did a lot to collect a lot of these stories. And so a lot of the documentary that we did sort of in a way came out of her head, of her collecting things that were there that we could find. And she puts a lot of this stuff up in social media these days. And so a lot of that ended up being used in the signage project, which hopefully will start to appear at some point around the city, that has a lot of the Black history of Lowell out and about in a way that's more visible, so young people and old people like me can actually see it. And so I think we're making progress, too slow, no question about it. But we do have things like John Levy. We have this is something from the Center for Lowell History, Black and Anti-Slavery History of Early Lowell. Which is like a Lowell history before the Civil War. And then we have, these are selected sermons that were given from churches in Lowell. Eden Foster, who was an abolitionist minister in Lowell, spoke out in the mid-1850s, 1854, against the Kansas-Nebraska Act and opening up more territory to the institution of slavery, and his sermons are here in this book.
Wow.
So people can't say they can't, it's not available, they can't find it if they don't want it. Email me. I'll be happy to share.
It's so important. And I guess we'll end with something that I usually say and haven't said in a while. Read books, people. They're trying to take them away. So if they're trying to take something away, that usually means something good's in them.
Yes, read books.
Keep seeking information, keep asking questions from people like Bob, maybe me, because I'm learning. And we're doing the best that we can, and we're going to keep trying to bring that history forward on this show, History in Lowell. Thanks for tuning in.
Welcome to the virtual tour of the Thomas Dexter Mill in Sandwich, Massachusetts. Grist mills provided an essential service in early American communities, turning grain into meal for baking and cooking. Before Sandwich had its own mill, residents were forced to travel 20 miles and back to Plymouth, often on foot. In 1654, the Thomas Dexter Grist Mill went into operation on Shawnee Pond, which had been dammed for an earlier mill to create power for the water wheel. The Dexter Mill operated continuously for 240 years. The advent of steam-powered engines, larger production mills on major rivers, and railroad transportation all contributed to the eventual demise of the relatively small Sandwich Mill, which closed in 1881. For a while, it was converted to a paper mill, the Sandwich Card and Tag Company, but in 1905, that too shut down. In 1920, the Dexter Mill took on new life as a tea room. Run by Alice Harvey and her 3 daughters, it could not have been situated in a more picturesque location. In the 1950s, when town officials rejected the owner's application for a liquor license, the tea room closed. Over time, Sandwich's empty buildings had begun to deteriorate, but the 1960s brought a revival of interest in historic preservation, and the town began restoring the Hoxie House, also located on Shawnee Pond. At the same time, it purchased the Dexter Mill with the intention of restoring it, too. In a great stroke of luck, a copy of the plans for the grist mill's 1654 reconstruction were discovered among town records and served as the basis of the project. Working grist mill fixtures of the period were located in Philadelphia, and reclaimed timbers were sourced throughout New England. The most essential items, 2 millstones each weighing 2,000 pounds, were tracked down in a small French town, La Ferté-sous-Jouarre, northeast of Paris. In 1962, the Dexter Grist Mill's water wheel began turning once again, permitting visitors to witness a 17th century grist mill in operation. The mill may not look very high-tech from the outside, but operating its equipment requires a present-day miller to become familiar with 6 pages of technical terms. When you enter the small mill building, you'll find an upstairs miller who oversees the grinding process and adjusts the grinding surfaces that determine how fine or coarse the meal will be. On the lower level, the downstairs miller bags the finished product.
Welcome to the Dexter Grist Mill. This is a nice little piece of history in the center of Sandwich, Massachusetts. And right now I'd like to tell you a little bit about the mill itself, the piece of equipment we have here, how it operates, why it operates, and okay, so the mill is regulated by the water flow that's outside. We'll open a dam in the morning to allow a flow of water to come through the sluice, and that sluice will fill up a wooden trough outside, and then as we want to actually run the mill, we'll open up that sluice and let the water flow onto the wheel. Now, the wheel we have is an undershot wheel, and the pressure of the water will turn the wheel at a pretty good clip, and we can regulate just how fast that wheel runs. And as it turns, it's a direct line with 2 gears down below the floor here. That'll turn the mill wheel and start the whole process going. It's really quite simple technology. All the gears we have downstairs are all made out of wood, and they process the grain quite well. The wooden gears downstairs, the main wheel has 41 teeth to it, and all the teeth are interchangeable. You can pull one out if one should break, and you can pull one out and replace it really quickly. There's not really that much downtime, which was great. When this mill was running in full production, they couldn't stand to have any downtime. It consists of just a few basic parts. We have this part here, which is called the horse. That basically holds the trough up here, and then that below the trough is a thing called the shoe. And when the shoe does, it regulates the flow of corn from the trough to the shoe and then down into the hole in the center of the millstone, and then the grinding begins.
We hope you've enjoyed this virtual tour of the Thomas Dexter Mill, and we look forward to seeing you in person soon.
Hello and welcome to another episode of the Unnamed Sports Podcast. We're back after a long hiatus. I don't know, I had to drag myself and Rob out of the woods to come back and talk about some sports. So we're just going to get right into it. We want to talk about Wild Card Weekend. And then we're going to go and talk about the next round, everything coming up this weekend.
Divisional playoffs.
Yeah. So I guess we can start off with, we'll start off with the Cleveland-Houston game.
Oh, yes. C.J. Stroud, who I really hadn't watched very much all year, was pretty impressive, boy.
So he's been impressive the
Yes.
whole year.
Yes.
Like better than any rookie I think we've ever seen.
Yes.
But I didn't think that they were going to come out and just destroy the Browns. The Browns, like their defense the whole year was like what we all heard about.
And it was the second coming of Joe Flacco. I thought it was going to be.
It was a great story.
It was.
Until he threw a bunch of interceptions.
It's like two pick sixes,
Pick
right?
sixes.
I
It
know.
was doomed. It's funny because you have two teams, and the Browns were like a team like in the beginning of the season, like they had potential, but
Yeah.
they're the Browns.
And when Nick Chubb went down,
They
They have since fired their offensive coordinator now, like everybody else. But
I mean, that's what happens. You can't say anything bad about their defense, even though they got 45 hung on them.
Well, it was two pick sixes,
and that'll like kind of deflate you.
But Stroud was just, off the wrong foot, out of the pocket, throwing dimes at 40, 50 yards. I mean, it was really kind of amazing.
It's crazy because they're so young.
I know.
This is like them and the Green Bay Packers. It's like two teams that are super young that shouldn't be here.
They're
right
all those receivers I've never really heard of.
No.
I mean, there must have been 1 or 2 years in the league. You know what I mean?
Also, it's funny because like this is the time when you like if you have this kind of squad, if you have like a bunch of young guys playing really well together, this is the time you have a good chance of doing something because there's no big contract that's kind of weighing everything down.
Yeah.
But it'll be interesting to see where they go. I mean,
Just in the view of everything else, the Texans have been sort of Patriots South for like 10 years.
Yeah.
And it's been, it hasn't been good. Billy O'Brien was
Yeah,
the coach.
yeah.
And then they get D'Amico Ryan, and
he's got everybody. Yeah, he's
what I
got
mean?
everybody pumped.
Takes off.
They're not supposed to be. They're not supposed to be here.
And they're in the
basically.
worst division in football, so they,
Yeah.
they got in. Well, you know what I mean? It's kind of funny.
But I'm very impressed. I'm excited to see their
Yep.
game.
Yep.
We can move along pretty quick.
Okay, so you want to go to the Green Bay Packers and the Dallas Cowboys?
That was about as disastrous as it gets. And it honestly, it feels good because all year, the Dallas Cowboys, you hear things about the Dallas Cowboys, and then like Micah Parsons had a podcast that he was,
really?
every week this guy is talking all this, he's like, oh, I'm not really afraid of these teams, this team or that team. And, it's just, we're the team to beat. We're the team to beat. And then when he said, like the podcast before the playoff game, he was saying, the regular season was cute, and now it's time for the real game.
Wow.
And then you say all that, and then you just lay a big fat egg against a super young team in Green Bay, who also, you have to think about Green Bay. It's like Green Bay just gets the best luck. They go from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers, and now they have Jordan Love, who's playing really, really well.
Well, and he was 3 years in the league. That's what people are starting to say now. If you draft a quarterback, you need to sit him for a couple of years. You
Yeah,
know
there's
what I mean?
certain
And,
people.
Who can sit him for a couple of years? You'll go through 3 coaches waiting for him to be the 3 years. You know what I mean?
You have to have patience.
But in the NFL, there is no patience. It just
no.
And what's his name? The halfback. What's his name? Who? Okay, get your names out here. The young kid that was hurt all season. He's really, really good. He scored 3 touchdowns.
Was it Jones? Yeah.
Yeah, Jones. And
Aaron Jones.
but the last couple of weeks, I watched Dallas play a couple of times, and they were doing the same thing. All of a sudden, Dak Prescott couldn't hit anybody, and they were kind of lucky to get out of there. They laid a couple of eggs.
I would say, like after seeing Dak Prescott all these years, I think it's a mental thing with him, because once when there's no pressure and you're playing a bunch of flunky teams, you look really dominant.
Yeah.
But the second that you're in these tight spots and you need a big time win, he kind of like locks up.
Kind of feels that way.
Yeah.
Tony Romo-ish.
Yeah.
Right?
No, it's the same vibe. It's like, oh, it's easy. You look great in certain situations, but then there's other moments where it's like, is this
Well,
person...
you've got Jerry on high there.
And that's another problem too. That's another problem. Every week, I think within the first 5 weeks, they were talking about the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And it's like, why are you talking about the Super Bowl? You got to be talking about one game at a time.
Yeah.
And considering your track record, there's no reason to talk about the Super Bowl.
So how about we go on to the Frozen Bowl there in Kansas City against
Kansas City versus Miami.
Miami looked just...
Well, the thing that I thought about that game was the difference in like the ball flight for Patrick Mahomes and Tua. Like Mahomes is dishing this thing out in the freezing temperatures, and then Tua, it looked like a dead duck.
I know.
Flying through the air. It would just look like it was a struggle to get there. They got that one play.
Yeah, but it looked like a game you shouldn't be throwing out to the side.
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It looked like you had to hit quick hits over the middle and let people, you know what I mean?
And run. I mean, that's what you always got to do if you got Tyreek.
Yeah. And Mahomes, he just plays with defenses so well that he's able to manipulate them and make them not do what they want to do. And then footing, they just...
Yeah, well, it's funny because I've heard through different sports shows and whatnot, and they talk about Miami, and Miami is like they're break dancers, and they're not necessarily ready to grind.
Yeah.
And so, and I feel bad for Tyreek because let's be honest, Tyreek Hill, if he was still on Kansas City, they would be winning so many games, and especially considering how good their defense is.
Yeah.
Which is like the first time in the history
Well,
of.
but this might be it, because what's his name is going this year. He keeps saying he's leaving.
I know, but they're built. Their defense has got so many young guys.
They do.
So it's
They
like
do.
if they need to spend money on getting another person to fill like Chris Jones's shoes, they could, because they got to go younger.
Yeah.
And then Spagnuolo is so good at like.
He really is.
He's just brilliant. But I was surprised with that one reception from Tyreek, that big reception.
Yep.
I'm surprised that was the only time. But it's just so hard. It's hard to move the ball. It's hard to score.
They just looked frozen, and they didn't know what to do.
They look like they're from Miami.
They look like they're from Miami. And until, there it is. You have to get home games in the playoffs.
Yes.
It doesn't matter who you are. If you're Buffalo, that's your advantage. If you're Miami, that's your advantage. Except for Dallas gets a home game.
Well, Dallas is the exception because they just continue to baffle and fail.
Really something.
The only thing I'll say to finish with this was that as good as the Chiefs' defense looked and as good as the Chiefs' offense looked in times, their red zone is like bad. And it's really weird because they used to be so dominant in the red zone, and now they get down there and they don't do anything. So.
Yeah, well, that Pacheco guy is hurt, right? Playing hurt.
Yeah, but he looks like he's so angry. And that trying to tackle him, I would never want to tackle that guy because he just runs hard and it looks like he has sharp elbows.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know. We got one more game to talk about. What game do we miss?
We have the Los Angeles Rams versus Detroit.
Oh yeah, which was
Pittsburgh,
a great
Buffalo.
game.
I
really liked that game.
I was really impressed with. I was impressed with the way the Rams hung in there.
Yeah.
And then their Nakua, their rookie wide receiver, who is
great,
unbelievable.
And what's his name? The quarterback there that used to be on the Lions.
Stafford.
He was I saw a throw I've never seen before. It was a look away. It was a guy coming right at his face. He was looking over here and he threw it like this.
Yeah, he does
right
the
by
sidearm.
the guy, and it was 20 yards on a line in stride. It was.
He is the one where people were saying, when Mahomes came into the league, they're like, wow, Mahomes does all these like crazy different arm angles. And then other people were like, well, have you ever watched Matthew Stafford throw football? Because the guy throws a really good ball.
Yeah.
And it was kind of like the thing about Detroit is that their team is so much different because of their head coach.
Yeah.
And he kind of, you could see that he kind of pulls them along.
Well, yeah, because they, in the past you would say, wait, no, it's fourth down. Don't do that. Don't do this. And he's like, no, we're breaking the mold here.
Absolutely.
We're going for it, especially after that whole thing with Dallas.
Yeah, when they
at
got
the end of the
robbed.
game when they got robbed.
Yeah.
That even was helpful to them in a way. Like, you know what? We're going for it.
Yeah, exactly.
That was the best game of the weekend to watch.
It was because everything else
doubt.
was very disappointing. I was hoping to see tighter games.
Yeah.
And like we can move on to the Buffalo Pittsburgh game.
Yeah.
Like it was just a disaster. It was a disaster from jump, and you knew that they were.
And something happened twice in that game that I think is a thing going forward. Josh Allen faked sliding. He faked the slide.
That's how he got that touchdown.
And then, all of a sudden, when he faked the slide the next time, the guy drilled him, and he got a penalty.
Yeah.
It's like he's flopping now. You know what I mean? It's like a basketball play.
And there's nothing you can do. It's indefensible. You can't, because you can't react.
No.
Like you're supposed to tackle this guy, but I'm not allowed to tackle him in certain instances.
And the guy's midair, and then not only that, when he slides, he goes right in. That's why he hits him in the head, because he's sliding. You can't go up, you can't go down.
Yeah.
It's getting to be not right.
It's tough. And Josh Allen's the only quarterback who, when I see him run, I think he's probably the only dude who I'd be like comfortable with running, because he's such a big guy.
Yeah.
He seems like he's hard to take down. He's like a faster Ben Roethlisberger.
I agree, but it's only a matter of time where somebody hits him.
It's going to get hit
in the knee.
In the
You know
leg,
what I mean?
yeah.
It could happen this game. It could happen the first game of next year, and then he's out for the season. You know what I mean?
I agree. It's I mean, it's like when you look at Jalen Hurts, you can see all season he was dealing with injuries because he was used so much.
Yeah.
But then again, it's Josh Allen is just a bigger guy. And I feel like their defense and their running game has stepped up.
Yeah, Cook
Yeah.
came out of nowhere to me. I mean, I'm sure he didn't come out of nowhere, but he's been really good. Their defense, I think, is pretty hurt though. They had, in that game, they had 3 out of their 4 defensive backs were backups. And they're out, you know what I mean? I think they're going to be out. So I don't know. It depends on whether it snows. It's going to be I'm not sure about that game, but
it's going to be tough.
I would pick, if it was me, I'd pick Kansas City.
Okay.
So that's me.
Well, let's get to the Philly game versus Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
So I will say, all season, Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
People doubting Baker Mayfield,
Yeah.
myself included.
Yeah.
Because you see the cocky, brash, but it's also the kind of personality that you could easily see a team rally behind.
Yeah.
They enjoy that kind of fight, that kind of drive.
Yeah.
And I was surprised at 32-9 against a Nick Sirianni team that had been collapsing.
Well, but their offense is odd how they run, the push.
Yeah.
Every once in a while they throw a 40-yard pass to Brown or the other guy there, but their defense, their defensive front seven was unbelievable in the beginning of the season, and then all of a sudden they were gone. It was
really weird.
I don't.
I mean,
get
you can
it.
tell I think that style of play can weigh on you.
I guess
a little bit, and then I feel like Jalen Hurts was injured the whole season. Like he was dealing with all this stuff. But then I never felt bad I felt bad for Jason Kelsey. I was like, I really like him.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't mind seeing him win one more round, getting around to the next one. But I think the thing that makes the Eagles unlikable for people on the outside is Nick Sirianni. Because he always had this kind of air of like, he's just juvenile.
Yeah.
He's just kind of a juvenile guy.
But I haven't really heard him in like talking and making me feel that way. You're saying his presence on the sideline.
Presence on the sideline, his tunnel antics, and things like that. And it was just kind of like, we're the best, and now you flopped right on your face.
I know.
And you've been booted from the playoffs.
I know. And now, and if Kelsey retires, their team is going to change. And now Brown wants out.
Yeah, and who knows where he's going to go.
I don't have any idea. It's very strange. The NFC East really just crashed and burned.
They lost. They lost to the 49ers, the Cowboys, to the Seahawks. They beat the Giants, barely.
Yeah.
And then they lost to the Cardinals, and then they got their butts whooped by the Giants
They
in the
lost
final
to the
game.
Cardinals.
And that's why people are like, he needs to be fired, referring to Nick
I know.
Sirianni. But I think in this kind of world, you got to give him. If you went to the Super Bowl one year and then next year you kind of have a little bit of a hiccup, if that's what you want to call it, you can't just fire the guy. I think starting next season he'll be on the hot seat.
Yeah. Who knows how this is all working now? Every team. I mean, half the teams in the league are looking for coaches, or they have first-year coaches.
Yeah.
It's so bizarre.
It's the NFL, unlike any other sport. It's honestly the thing, like we were saying before, like you need your quarterback alone, if you have like a rookie quarterback with like CJ Stroud excluded.
Yep.
But it's like they need to enter the graduate program of football knowledge.
Yeah.
And you need to learn all the defenses, and you need to learn the language of your team and the playbook of that particular coach. I think it's hard for any team to have success if you're going to fire a coach after 2 or 3 seasons.
Or even so every offensive coordinator comes with his own book now. This is how I do it.
Yeah.
And those guys are switching all over the place too.
I know.
I mean,
yeah.
it doesn't, and that's Brady came out and said that on one of his podcasts that he's involved with. He said, there's no consistency in any of these teams anymore. The reason that we were able to put in all these things is because we all did it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We all knew it. We'd all seen it. We'd all felt comfortable with it. they don't know anything. And then there's a quarterback with a liability, and everybody knows what the like Jalen Hurts. He's a great quarterback, but he really is a running quarterback first. He wants to get on the outside. Well, if you have a defense to stop that, then what?
Exactly, yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's it makes teams one-dimensional, it seems like, unless you have Mahomes. You know what I mean?
And Mahomes is a product of Andy Reid.
Yeah.
And so they're gonna have a familiarity, whatever, with that.
Yeah.
And like if you're constantly getting rid of people, and like there's no other sport where the position of quarterback is unlike any, because it is so hard.
It is.
You have to make these split-second decisions. Literally, the ball has to be out of your hands in like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
And you're dealing with that, and then a new offensive coordinator comes in, redoes everything that you've learned, so you have to unlearn stuff, and then you're putting in a new playbook. That's why, like a team like Green Bay, like they've had their coach for a while, and they're going to keep him there for a while.
Yep.
And he's had that quarterback for a while in the quarterback room.
Yep.
So that's why you're going to start to see success. Somebody like when you look at Dallas, like they'll have somebody there for like 3 years and then they'll fire them.
Yeah.
And it's some surprise that Mark
funny
McCarthy's still
thing
there.
about that, and I never really realized that, but Jerry Jones, since Jimmy Johnson left, he's had like second-tier coaches.
Yeah.
It's Bum Phillips, it's Jason Garrett.
Mm-hmm.
They're not here.
No.
They're guys. They're kind of lowball because Jerry Jones wants to run the team through that guy. Like Mike McCarthy got booted from Green Bay, and they said, "Well, you can come in here, but we're telling you what to do."
You have all these guardrails.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And I don't know. I guess that doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I really don't know what works anymore. You know what I mean?
I think consistency is the key. You need to have.
Yeah.
You need to have a system in there, and you honestly need to get lucky, because
Yeah.
you need to draft a quarterback.
Yeah.
Because it seems like it's impossible to kind of evaluate these quarterbacks and tell whether or not they're going to have success in the NFL.
Yeah.
Because all the intangibles that you see on paper, they don't translate.
Yeah.
And so it's like, like Brock Purdy, like nobody saw Brock Purdy coming in and dominating.
And Brock Purdy is Bailey Zappi. They're the exact same guy.
Yeah.
In
But
fact,
it's the system that they're in.
It's the system that they're in. You know what I mean? And Shanahan's system. Now everybody says, well, we have to get a guy from the Shanahan tree that's all they're talking about. And well, yeah, but you have to have a halfback and Debo Samuel and Kelly.
Oh yeah, and they've got so many guys.
They got so many weapons. I mean,
their offense and defense. And it's like the only reason they probably can afford all that is because Brock Purdy is making like $400,000.
There you go. You know what I mean?
So that'll change the dynamics once you got to pay that.
That's
guy.
the other thing about all of that is that if you have Aaron Rodgers making $50 million, but he's on the sideline all season, then you're handcuffed.
And that's why it goes to show you that coaching is so important in the NFL, because it's not even just your head coach. Obviously, that person matters, but it's all these other coaches kind of building up these players, these young players.
Just to get on the Patriots for a second, Bill Belichick screwed up. What's his name there for the quarterback from Alabama?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that year with no offensive coach because he doesn't want to name a coach, and then he brings in Bill O'Brien, and before they can do anything, they don't have an offensive line.
Yeah.
And the guy's running for his life on the second play of the game.
No, that's the thing. Like
over.
certain people in certain areas would be better. You know, like you'd be better playing for certain coaches. Like if you're a quarterback, you need to have an offensive-minded coach. But yeah, it's kind of
the NFL's going to go to the portal system, like college football.
Oh, really?
No, can you imagine that?
You could just bounce.
Yeah.
All right. Well, now we've talked all about that. We can talk about the divisional round.
Okay.
And we'll start with Houston and Baltimore.
Houston and Baltimore. Well, Baltimore, I hate to say it because I do not like them. I never liked John Harbaugh, but they look pretty impressive. Lamar Jackson is unbelievable. They got Beckham. They got guys. Andrews, their big tight end, is coming back. He's been out for 5 weeks. Their defense
is top notch.
Their special teams is always top. They got their kicker. I mean, I think that they're I even think that they're probably set up to be number one, even versus San Francisco in my mind.
Well, they've come in. The Ravens have come in probably on one of the hottest teams. They lost their last game to the Steelers, but nobody played.
Yeah.
And then before that, they beat the Dolphins, they beat the 49ers, they beat the Jaguars. They beat the 49ers down. They beat them 33-19.
Yeah.
And
was that in Baltimore or was that in?
That was at San Francisco.
Wow.
So they went there and destroyed them.
Yeah.
So this is what I'll say, though. This is what I'll say about this matchup. The Texans are playing with house money.
Yep.
It does not. They can play as loose and as free. Nobody expects them to win. They're not even supposed to be here.
Yep.
And Lamar Jackson has not necessarily performed that well in the playoffs.
In big games.
Yeah. And so that is the only reason why right now it's like when you look at ESPN, it's like 81.7% chance that Baltimore wins. I think it's going to be a lot lower than that. I think it'll be a closer game. Houston's tough to guard. I know the Ravens are very good, but there's another, they don't always come up, they're not always that successful when it comes to.
I agree. I mean, that's what you can bank on. That's sort of the Dallas factor.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? But other than that,
they should
paper,
win.
they should win.
And if I had to pick, I would pick Baltimore
and
to
it's
win.
probably got about a 10-point spread or something like that.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know. So
it's like
I guess we both agree on that one.
Yeah.
What's next?
Green Bay versus San Francisco.
Well, this is going to be another one. Okay, so it's almost the same scenario.
Yeah.
Green Bay's house money.
Not supposed to be there.
Not supposed to be there.
Young quarterback.
But the thing about these two teams is, over the years, they always play in a lot of big games,
Yes.
right? For the last 15, 20 years, there's been a lot of big games. You never know. I mean, Jordan Love, you just don't know. And sometimes, all of a sudden, San Francisco doesn't look as impressive.
They'll throw out a duck. They'll throw out just like one really, really bad game. Like they've had some losses this year that were kind of questionable. They lost to a Bengals team that I don't even think had Joe Burrow at the time.
I don't think it did either.
They lost to the Vikings. They lost to the Browns, and obviously they lost to the Ravens. But they're like this is a team. San Francisco. This is a team that I would think that they would be. Like, based on the numbers, it's like 78.6% chance that they win. That would lead me to believe that they're going to run away with it, but I think it'll be a tight game.
Yeah. I don't know about Green Bay's defensive front. If they can stop McCaffrey and put pressure on Purdy, those two things, maybe, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
A pick six, this, or that.
The key is not getting, like, the San Francisco's, like, biggest skill is like when they get ahead, they are impossible to catch up to. But if you stay even with them or you get them down, Brock Purdy will start to press, and that's when he usually makes a mistake.
Well, and the thing is you just every guy, you don't know where the ball's going to go.
They have
it's
so many
Samuel
people.
Out here. It's what's his name, the tight end over here. It's they just have so many weapons.
Yeah, they have a ton of weapons. So
once again, San Francisco I would say. I hope it's going to be a good game. And
I hope it's going to be a good. I just don't want it. I don't want what happened last weekend, which was just like at halftime. I'm like, do I need to watch this?
Yeah.
Like then I can't convince my family. That I
came in late and it was
game.
27-0 on the Dallas game.
Yeah.
I was like,
It's
what?
It's not even fun. But I mean, the fact that they beat Dallas like that, it leads me to believe that they have a very good chance of winning. I would say they have a good chance. So we'll go Tampa Bay versus
the Lions.
The Lions. This game,
once again, it's going to be that's probably the best game. It might be the best game of the weekend.
This is going to be. I would say that Tampa Bay. You know, they looked great against the Eagles, but the Eagles have looked like junk, and the Lions. The only reason why I would pick against the Lions is because they're the Lions. You know, there's nothing that they've done on the field that would say to me, don't trust these guys. It's just they have a pedigree of losing.
Yep.
And so I'm like,
that's true.
And so I don't necessarily I don't know who I'd even want to win this game.
No, I like both. I mean, I always thought that Jared Goff got it all thrown on him when they lost to the Patriots in the Super Bowl, and then they dumped him.
Yeah.
And they, so I felt bad for him. And, he's made amends a little bit. And I've always liked what's his name, the quarterback for Tampa Bay.
Baker Mayfield.
He's just a cocky guy, and he wings it around, and he plays it. He's out on his sleeve. And
he's a locker room player. The guys in the locker room love him.
And they're both good stories. I guess I would, if I had to pick, because it's in Detroit and everybody in the whole world there is so excited about it. I probably pick Detroit.
I'm gonna pick Detroit just because Tampa Bay, they're good, but it's a 9-8 team. They've had their struggles, and sometimes when that's your record, that's who you are.
Yeah. And
honestly, the Detroit should have 13 wins because that one of them got robbed,
taken away.
And so, and their coach is all or nothing type guy. People seem to love him. So I will go with my gut and say the Detroit Lions.
It's funny because what's his name? The coach of Tampa Bay, the guy that was the defensive coordinator for the Jets. Remember? Was he the coach of the Jets?
Oh yeah. I know who you're talking about.
He's the quietest, mildest guy, and then you have what's his name on Detroit. You know what I mean? They're complete opposites. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, Todd Bowles.
Todd Bowles.
Very quiet.
I like
defensive.
Todd Bowles. I like Todd Bowles.
I do too. All right, so the last game is the biggest game.
Yeah.
It's by far the biggest game. It is Kansas City Chiefs versus the Buffalo Bills. I'm looking on the matchup predictor on ESPN, and it's a 56.6% chance that Buffalo will win.
Well, it's home.
Based on what I've seen with the way Buffalo plays, and then based on what I've seen with Kansas City, I think this is going to be a very tight game. And the only reason I feel like Buffalo will win is because Buffalo, they don't have many drop passes. Kansas City has been dropping passes, and then their red zone offense is not that great. Buffalo can be a quick scoring team. Kansas City hasn't been doing that all season. But Kansas City's defense is ridiculous.
But I'm sorry, Josh Allen can throw 3 picks in the first half.
He can, but he hasn't been doing it. He was almost nearly perfect the last game.
Yeah, it was the first time. I mean, the Patriots game, the game he lost to the Patriots, he was horrific. You know, it's kind of random. I think this is the game for Buffalo. I think if they don't win this game, I wouldn't doubt that they crash and burn going forward. They've been here 2 or 3 years now.
This is their biggest game this is the biggest game of these guys' career.
I really think that.
By far, yeah.
They have to get by. And when you think about it, they have to beat KC.
Mm-hmm.
Then if they win it, then they would have to beat Baltimore.
Yeah.
Then they would have to beat San Francisco, and that's a tall order.
That is a big time order.
They
would be one of the greatest runs.
For them. And not only that, their defense is hurt. Milano's out.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bunch of guys. I think that guy Ed Oliver is playing hurt now.
Yeah.
I don't know. If I'm picking it, I'm picking Mahomes.
I would say Mahomes. The reason why it's easy to go with Mahomes, it's because he's done it.
Yeah.
He's won, but now people are like, he's never played a road playoff game.
Yeah.
He's never done a road.
I know.
But his road record in the regular season is better than his home record in the regular season. So
I just watched the highlights of the old Patriots KC game. Remember when Patriots won in overtime?
Yeah, that was a rough one.
But it's that kind of game, and I think this could be that kind of game where how many possessions do you have in the fourth quarter?
Yeah.
And what do you do with them? Do you get field goals or do you get touchdowns?
And that's the thing. I would say so far in the season, KC gets more field goals than they get touchdowns.
Yeah.
So their defense is going to have to play really big, and they're going to have to get 1 or 2 turnovers.
Well, and Buffalo is another team that says 4th and 2, we got the big guy, we're going for it, and sometimes it
doesn't work. Yeah,
and sometimes that doesn't work. You know.
Yeah, and this is one of those games where Kansas City, they always get one of these random turnovers that doesn't make any sense, in the Super Bowl.
And that's their defensive coordinator. He always comes up with the blitz package that's like,
who's coming?
Where did he come from? You know what I mean? He really helps that team a lot.
No, and that's another thing. It's like we're talking about people who I don't think he ever wants to be like a head coach.
No,
just do this one job. And so if you have that's why Kansas City is such
Wasn't he a head coach? Was he a head coach
so.
of the Giants?
Yeah, I mean, a long time ago,
Was
right?
it? Was
but
it
but
that
he but he
Before
I think
he,
so.
before he went back into defensive
And
coordinator.
it's like sometimes you just got to know your place.
Yeah.
Like just do that.
Yeah.
You know, you make great money, and just do that. Why not?
Yeah, well, they're all trying to reach. Well, but when you get the $30 million.
Yeah, I mean, so you take that for like a year or two, and then
then you go back and be a defensive coordinator.
Well, that's all the games, and
Yep.
that's all the time we have for today.
Okay.
So thank you all for joining
you.
us. Thank you all for joining us. We'll see you. We'll come back next week.
Sure.
We'll come back next week, and we'll go over the games
For the championship.
for the championship. All right.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Melinda Gallant, and I'm so excited to be sitting in this beautiful room in beautiful downtown Sandwich in our village center in the Sandwich Public Library. And I'm going to talk today with the new director of the Sandwich Public Library, Diane Castagliola. Oh, she is wonderful, and she's so much fun. So come along. We'll have another Cape conversation. Wow, look where I am in front of a beautiful fireplace with a roaring fire, sort of, kind of. And in this beautiful room called the McKnight Room. Where would that be? Well, I'll tell you. I am with our new librarian. You're not new.
5 months.
5 months
New.
old. 5 months. You're new.
Yeah.
Diane, and I'm going to screw up your
That's
name.
fine. Castagliola.
Castagliola. I just love it. It rolls off the tongue if you just remember how to pronounce it.
Yes, that's true.
Anyway, Diane, welcome to Sandwich.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be here.
Well, what are you doing? You're the librarian now. What do you do?
Yeah, I'm the director of the library. Gosh, what do? I do a whole bunch of things.
Uh-huh.
A big part of my job is personnel and budget and building.
Oh, yeah.
And
you're dealing with a newer building, old new building.
An old new building. It's sort of an exciting time to be here. The renovation finished in late spring, early summer 2021. So it's an exciting time. The staff has been getting used to the new building. I think patrons are still getting used to it. And we're doing a little bit of evaluation too on maybe we need to move this collection, maybe we need to rethink this. All part of moving into a new place.
Sure.
And where do you come from?
I'm from Quincy.
Yeah.
And I started my career in libraries at the Thomas Crane Public Library in Quincy, where I worked for
Wow.
10 years.
Wow.
Yes.
Wait, you look like you just graduated from college.
No, but
so-
thank you for saying that. I've worked in libraries for 20 years.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And then most recently, prior to coming to Sandwich, I was director of the Hull Public Library.
So about the same size community, or Hull's a little smaller?
Hull's
I
a
guess?
little bit smaller, so Quincy has a population of over 100,000. Hull is hovering around 10,000. I guess in Sandwich we're about 20.
Right. So you're somewhere in between there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is this the first time as the librarian, as the executive?
No, that was a position I had in Hull as
It
well.
is.
So yeah,
No,
this is my
wonderful.
second time being a director.
Excellent. And that's what you're called, right?
Correct.
Library director.
Correct.
Excellent. So what are you, all right, you came in after somebody who'd been here a long time, who had seen this building through its renovation and did a great job. Everything was terrific. But what are you going to do now? Because, you need to put your stamp on it, right?
Sure. I think for me the biggest thing is, what I think is really important as libraries is to make sure that they're serving their community specifically.
Yeah.
So for me, in these past 5 months, and what I'll continue to do is I'm just trying to learn Sandwich. I'm trying to see what the community values. I'm trying to see how our patrons use the library, both in terms of physical collections and digital resources and the actual building. Trying to figure out what groups maybe aren't coming into the library and how we can get them in here. But for me, it's really about making sure that the Sandwich Public Library serves Sandwich. So there's lots of things, there's lots of trends in the library world. library of things, right?
Like
Circulating
what?
other objects, circulating a telescope or sewing machine or whatever. And I think it's important to make sure that whatever we do really matters to Sandwich. One of the things that, for example, in Hull, we did start a library of things. Again, it's a big trend in libraries. But the first thing I bought for Hull were pickleball paddles sets, because Hull has a very vibrant, I think everyone does now, but Hull at the time had a very vibrant pickleball community.
Yeah.
So I think it's important to, again, just think about how we can serve Sandwich.
Sure.
And that for me has been, I'll continue to go on this exploration of what the good people of Sandwich want from their public library.
So besides entry into places like the MFA and all the different places in Boston that you can get tickets for here,
Yes.
or passes to go
Yes.
up there, you're talking about actual stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
hard stuff.
Absolutely. So a lot of libraries, like I said, they'll circulate, like I just said, telescopes, board games, puzzles, a sewing machine, some sort of drill. I mean, anything, musical instruments, craft supplies, baking pans, all of it. I think like public libraries have really in the past few years jumped on board about thinking of their physical collections as more than books and DVDs and CDs, to really think about what items do people want to try on before they make a purchase to sort of help them in their lifelong learning journey, and how the public library can provide that for them. It's fun to think about. You also have to be a little bit creative about presentation and space and where you're storing these things. Yeah, I mean, the bigger thing is, do we have a closet appropriate to fit all of this?
Right.
What does this actually look like?
Right.
So I think that you'll probably see us doing that over the coming year. I think, though, one of my first priorities here is about the building. In terms of the renovation is beautiful, absolutely beautiful. We have great sight lines. We have beautiful natural light. I love all the white shelving. We also are missing some features that people loved prior to the renovation. We don't have as many tables. I mean, people I think also really liked some of the big artwork on the walls. I think that there
you
was
do
some,
have the SAA here.
Yes,
which
is
has-
beautiful, which you
which
can talk
turns
about.
over, yeah,
Incredible. When you
yeah.
come in the library in that hallway, the ongoing display, the changing display from Sandwich Arts Alliance is amazing. Absolutely amazing. And we're so happy to be able to work with that group and feature their work here. And it's fun just to see people come in specifically for that, or just as they're walking by, just stop and take a peek.
Sure.
But I think that we're excited, all of us on the staff, to rethink our renovation. And I've been working on a survey to send out to our patrons via our newsletter. They'll probably say it in another month or so. Just looking for some feedback about what their ideal library looks like, what they love about the renovation, what they may want to see adjusted.
Well, it's kind of like moving into a house.
100%.
You move into a house and you put your furniture around, then you go, 6 months later, you go, no, I want the couch in the middle of the room,
Right.
in front of the fireplace, and the 2 chairs here. I want this there. I don't want that painting of Aunt Agnes hanging over the fireplace. I want something else.
Absolutely.
So you have to live with something for a while before you know, I think. Don't you?
Exactly. It's
Yeah.
definitely new house-itis. That's why I said, like, now that the staff has been in here for 2 years and the patrons have been coming in, it's time to be like, all right, what do we need to move around?
Yeah.
Does it really make sense for mysteries to be here? Do we need another table here?
Yeah.
Should this teen area look a little different? But I really just want some patron feedback to understand how people are using the space and what they'd like to see.
Well, 100 years ago, we did a murder mystery in the library.
So fun.
Yes, it was great fun. And we've done other things here, musical events and whatever. So hopefully that'll start up and continue again. I know you've had some great talks. I came to one about ghosts.
Yeah.
The guy was very weird and funny.
Yeah. As he should be.
As he should.
If that's
I mean,
what you're
really, this
doing.
is what you do for a
Yeah,
living.
yeah.
Okay. I think he did something else too, like I don't know. I was going to say worked at Blockbuster, but there aren't any anymore. I don't know what he did.
Yeah.
But it was very good. It was really, really good and very interesting. So you're going to continue those things through the lectures.
Definitely continue. I think programming is just such a huge part of public libraries. And just like in the children's room, we'll always be doing story times.
That's nice.
Yeah, different craft projects. We have this great group of students that are probably like 8, 9, 10 that have a sewing group.
Oh my
they're
God.
absolutely, they're delightful
It must be
to see.
adorable.
Yeah,
Do you have
absolutely
pictures of
adorable.
them?
Yeah, I don't, but they're very cute down there. And our children's librarian is so great working with them and showing such patience with them. So, and the staff, especially the children's room, so good about scavenger hunts. They're already talking about summer reading. And all of the children's staff. Melissa does teen staff, Pam and Laura doing all of the children's staff. And then for adults, Sandy Murray does just an incredible job coming up with adult programming.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously we're so lucky to also partner with Tidcoms for certain
Sure.
author events.
Sure.
Just incredible. And we'll definitely continue on
Yeah.
with programming.
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Well, speaking of children, so now who does the storytelling now? Because, we all love Stu.
Yeah. What's funny is Stu obviously retired before I started here.
Yes, he did.
However, he's on a committee here related to all the events going on this coming year for Thornton Burgess.
Yeah.
So I tease Stu. I mean, I feel like he's here once a week. I feel like I have a
You don't have to
relationship
pay
with
him.
Stu.
That's even better.
Stu's always around, and what's so nice is truly when patrons see him in the building and the staff, everyone just lights up.
Yeah.
So funny. So Pam and Laura do our story times.
That's wonderful.
Also, Judy, who works in the children's room, does some great book clubs with 4th and 5th graders. Melissa as well. Like that staff across the board, they're so invested in engaging the youngest patrons of Sandwich.
Oh, that's terrific.
And it's so, I mean, it's what inspired me as a kid.
Yeah.
I always say that for me, I have a very clear memory of my mom bringing me to the North Quincy branch of the Thomas Crane Public Library, and I'm young, I don't know, 3 or 4, and I'm like, wait a second, I can take home any of these books? She's like, yeah, please limit yourself to 10. And then she would have me open the books to the checkout card and carry them up like that. And Mrs. Rowe, the librarian there, was so kind to me. And to me, it was just as a young reader, and also just my parents were great at reading books too,
Yeah.
my sister and I. The public library, I loved it.
Yeah.
And then, I always like to share this, but that same librarian, when my older sister got a library card, said to me, do you want your own library card? You have to be able to write your first name. And I couldn't write my first name yet.
So you learned.
I was 4, and I went home and practiced so that
That's
I could
cute.
get my own library card. So I know that when kids are in the room, it is a really special moment for them.
Sure.
And especially for kids that aren't in school, it's the other place that they get to go. And it's just really fun. And those adults play big roles in their lives.
Sure.
Yeah.
And do you have an active teen program here? Because you know how kids are.
Yeah.
Especially now, everybody's on their phone.
Yeah.
They've got the world in their hand.
Yeah. Melissa does a great job of coming up with teen programming. Just last Friday, we had this group come in, One Up Games, and they had set up downstairs in both meeting rooms all these monitors and games. We had like at least 30 teens,
Wow.
tweens and teens down there. She has great turnout at her book clubs. She's organized some study space for them, the schedule over the next few days, because I believe they're in midterm exams at school. And she really works hard at trying to engage teens. And she has a great group of volunteers that are just some of the nicest kids I've met that will come to library events and help us.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, and I think it's just really important for those kids to know that we're here for them.
Well, and it also gives them a sense of community,
Mm-hmm.
which is really, really important.
Yeah, it's huge. And I think that's one of the nice things. It's sort of a dated term now, but I think public libraries for so long have wanted to be the third space.
Yeah.
I think now we all sort of know, and people have said this, this isn't a Diane Castaglio original thought, but that like our phones are our third place now.
Right.
But sort of thinking about the importance of the physical library still, and that it is, like, it's a place that people can come. You don't have to buy anything.
Right.
You can find things. You can just sort of hang out in a comfortable chair. You can do whatever you want to do, and like all are welcome, and it's free to all.
It was very funny. I worked in Mashpee for many years.
Okay.
And I was on the library committee for the building of the new Mashpee Library at Mashpee Commons. They had built an old, very small library there when Mashpee Commons was coming out of the ground, and then obviously it just became too small. Now they have the giant building. It looks like it belongs in Quincy or something. It's a giant building. And I was on the committee. What was interesting was the number of people said, "Well, who would use a library now?" And boy, are people wrong about that, because people use libraries not only just to take books in and check books out, right? Or digitally to go on, but it's a place for conversation. It's a place to bring your laptop when your internet goes out. It's so much more. It has become so much more, I think.
I think what's also fun for me is that we have our regulars. And a bunch of our regular patrons, I mean, people think like, oh, of course, it's like parents with your kids, or maybe it's a senior citizen that wants to read the paper. But we have a lot of adults that are in here regularly that are, in my mind, obviously students or working from home for a different location.
Sure. Lots
of adults coming in with their own devices and either sitting at the tech bar or booking our little nook area out here. And I think it really is a nice option. Like for a change of scenery, like I said, there's free Wi-Fi. It's a pretty nice building to hang out in.
Right.
And I think I would just like to see even more of that. It's quiet, except for the librarians, which is at every library. The loudest people in the library are always the librarians.
Who's shushing them?
Yeah, no one. Although I will say, many of times have been shushed by a patron. Always, always.
That's funny.
But I do think that it's surprising, I think, to some people, but no, there's lots of adults that come in here to use the space.
And that's what it should be.
Absolutely.
Right.
I love to see it. And I want to make sure that we have the resources that they need, including furniture that accommodates them.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. So what about you, though? You as a person.
Yeah.
Diane, the person.
Okay.
Not just the library director, but so you commute, as I always say, the right way.
I do commute the right way.
Right. You're coming to the Cape, not leaving the Cape, so that's the good news.
Correct. And I enjoy my commute to an extent. I'm crushing audiobooks, and I have frequent conversations with my sister.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah.
That's really nice. And then, I don't know, what else would you like to know about me?
Well, so do you still live in Quincy?
I do live in Quincy right now. When I'm not being the director of the library, I do teach a writing course at Northeastern.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I've taught at Northeastern for about 13 years now.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I always teach online. It's not a pandemic thing. Occasionally I teach in person, but I mainly teach online, and I teach a professional writing class to business and management students.
Oh, nice.
Which is it's a very practical and fun, I think, writing class. So that's something that takes up quite a bit of my time.
I would think. How many days do you teach?
Well, it's like I said, because it's online,
yeah,
the course content sort of gets rolled out on a Sunday.
Right.
And then they have, it's like coming home to answering emails.
My
daughter
is an adjunct professor, and so she does that. She teaches online in various places too.
Yeah.
So, but Tuesday nights for her, don't bother me on it because she's actually online on Tuesday nights. Do you do that as well?
I don't do that. I sort of leave
You're
it
lucky.
open. Yeah, I leave it open to my students that if they want to have a meeting, that we can arrange a
that's
time.
great.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
So, and what do you think about Sandwich? Had you been to Sandwich before? Had you ever heard of us?
I definitely had heard of Sandwich before. I have a very funny memory. I think probably I'm in the first grade. I'm down here with my parents. We went to the Glass Museum. I still have this panda bear, this glass panda bear. As someone that would come to the Cape, Sandwich is like you've made it, right? You've gone over the bridge.
Right.
Maybe you'd hit up the Christmas tree shop. Do you know what I mean? But I always think there's something very fun about that.
Yeah.
So I knew it was a great town coming into it. Another thing for me is that when I worked at the Thomas Crane, I had to attend, and the Thomas Crane's a totally different beast. very busy, large urban library.
Yeah. Isn't that funny? You don't think of the hall as being, but it is urban.
Right. Oh no, but this is about Quincy.
Oh, this
yeah,
okay.
Quincy. So very different patron needs.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Very different experience. And I got sent down here to go to a local history roundtable. It was just a network-wide meeting. And I drove on down to Sandwich. I was probably 27 at the time. And I remember walking into the library, this library, and thinking, oh, wait, this is so sweet. This is the nicest library.
It's a sweet little library
I've ever seen. And we were in a meeting room that's now the children's room since the renovation. It was just all windows.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking, this is amazing. And it sort of became kind of a joke, but I would say to people, at some point I'm going to work at the Sandwich Public Library. Some point I'm going to work
You threw it
there.
out to the universe.
I totally threw it out there. And then being the director of Hull, it's still part of the Old Colony Library Network. So I saw Joanne regularly.
Mm-hmm.
And at one point I even came down here to see her and to visit Deb Rich, our archivist, who I did work with in Quincy, and to see the renovation.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember even walking around, I was like, man, at some point,
I want to be here.
I would love to be here.
Yeah.
And then when the job was posted and Joanne announced her retirement, I was like, oh, I was very happy in Hull.
Sure.
And then I talk about my sister a lot, but I remember saying to my sister, I was like, oh, Sandwich is open. And she's like, oh, you're going to apply, right? And I was like, I don't know. And Susan was like, what? Like,
of course.
Yeah, like, you've talked about this. And
Forever.
I was like, oh, the time, I don't know.
Yeah.
And then when I came down for my first interview, I had this moment just outside these doors looking out the windows. The windows here are so beautiful out there. Huge windows. And I love a historic building or a historic home. And I felt my bottom lip quiver, and it wasn't from nerves. I was like, I'm supposed to be here.
Yeah.
And I still feel that way, and I'm here. And I truly feel, as woo-woo as it sounds, I truly feel that I feel like I'm in the right place right now, for sure.
Well, I mean, so far you've gotten rave reviews, at least from the women that I know that come into the library all the time, which is a wonderful thing. And the good news is, though, I mean, you're in the village center.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this building almost moved. I don't know if you knew the history. Out to where everything else is out in the middle of Sandwich, and I understand that there's certainly a lot of people. The majority of people live out there, but there's something about the village center that is so special, so special.
For me personally, I just love that. I love to walk. Patrons will comment that they'll see me outside, but I'm so excited that we are here and that I can walk to Snowy Owl for coffee. I can get a brownie at Beth's.
Right.
I can get a snack at Brown Jack. I mean, I'm happy to be here. I've already purchased like a lot of, birthday gifts for random people in my life at the stores out here.
Sure.
It's so beautiful, and it's so nice to be in that sort of setting. And these are our neighbors. So it's really fun to have all these businesses right around us and to sort of be in this little bustling neighborhood.
Well, what's really funny to me is the Sandwich Arts Alliance has been in the former town hall, the bottom half of the former town hall, which is still the town hall upstairs, but downstairs is all Arts Alliance, you know, the cultural folks. And what I find interesting is that if you tell people where we are and use the town hall, they don't quite know. But if you say, oh, we're just down the street from the library, they know where we are. It's a bizarre thing. It really is. I mean, the library is the stable, really the pinpoint for our community. That and the Glass Museum, I have to admit that too. The Glass Museum as well. But it is just so, it is so amazing that it's such a vibrant center for our community.
I think, it's a wonderful location. And it is interesting, like you were saying, when there were thoughts of moving the library. And I think that I'm sort of curious in exploring that, not in terms of moving, but would it serve, for example, the patrons of Sandwich well to have a book return somewhere else in town.
Oh, sure, I could see that.
Lots
sure.
of towns have started purchasing sort of these like vending machines that you can get for new books. Other places have these setups like those Amazon lockers where you could pick up your holds at another location. So I think that's also something that I'm sort of just in very early stages about brainstorming to think about how we could expand services beyond what we have here in this building.
Well, you're all about customer service.
Yes, 100%.
I mean, that's the bottom line.
Yes.
So, now, so tell me, have you joined any groups or organizations since you've been here?
I'm on Glasstown Steering Committee.
Oh, yeah.
Which has been so fun to be a part of that because, again, it's fun for me to be involved in the community.
The cultural district.
The cultural district.
Right.
It's fun for me to be involved in the community in a different way. And yeah, it's so fun, you know, to be part of the conversations about the lights.
Oh, yeah,
and
new lights.
Yes, and how we want to, like, what other things we could do as the cultural district to get more people here, or all the conversations about changing out the banners, all of it. To me, it's so fun to be involved in the community.
Some of
in
it's
that
so small town.
Oh
my
but it's
God.
fun to be engaged in the community that way outside of being the library director.
Sure.
So I've been thrilled about that. And then otherwise, I'm still just trying to meet people. I mean, one of the nice things, again, about Sandwich is that Town Hall is wonderful.
Yeah.
The people that work at Town Hall are wonderful. I feel incredibly supported by our town manager and our assistant town manager and the finance director. And it's been fun for me to meet other department heads and everyone that works at Town Hall. And likewise, we have a very supportive board of library trustees, a wonderful friends group. You know, it's sort of perfect in that way. There's a lot of love for the Sandwich Public Library out in the community.
Well, you have a very active friends group. I know that for
Yes.
sure.
Yes.
Which is wonderful.
Yeah, they are, and they're so generous. Other library directors will complain at times like, oh, my friends group are sitting on all this money. They won't give me certain money for programs or whatever. Our friends group is so generous. Not only are they're killing it in terms of fundraising, and they're so passionate about being out there in the community, but they are so good about supporting all of our programming and
that's great.
never really questioning any of it and just being, again, truly supportive.
So, what is one thing you would like to see happen here in the next 2 years? You thought about anything like that? You know, like something.
Yeah.
I know the things. What did you call that?
Library of Things.
Library of Things. I just love that. I love that. It almost sounds like something like a Netflix show. Library of Things.
I think, and I have touched on this a little, I think evaluating the physical space is going to be interesting for me. And I think that will be great for our patrons. I'm sort of excited to, libraries are constantly weeding their collections and rethinking how they're purchasing. We will continue to do that. I'm excited to sort of rethink certain things. But even for me, again, having only been here for 5 months, I think a new book section when you come into the library should be the most exciting place in the library. And ours right now, it's sort of like in a corner, kind of some chairs blocking in it. It's not super exciting. I also always say, and it's not because of the collection, by the way, we have a great new books collection, but the display could use some work. I think libraries are magical, and I love an element of whimsy. I say this all the time. So I would just sort of love to see us grow into this space and sort of bring back a little bit of magic to the space so that patrons are truly thrilled to walk through the doors.
Not so maybe cut and dried, so sterile.
Correct.
Right.
Which is part of what happens after, right? Everything's clean lines, new renovation.
And that's the way, it's modern.
Exactly.
It's all about being modern.
And I sort of feel like now is the time to move in a little bit more.
Yeah.
Have a little bit more. It's just some design stuff. And again, just to sort of think about, we have no signage.
Yeah.
So to sort of address some of the building things,
Sure.
I think it will be my primary focus over the next 2 years for sure.
Well, that's wonderful. By the way, the woman who has a store across the street that has the lighted tree, Lee, she used to work on displays at Filene's 100 years ago.
Well, then I should talk to her about merchandising.
You need to talk to her about
She's
merchandising.
a delight. She's so nice.
She's so nice,
Yeah.
and she does a great job in her own store.
Yes,
but maybe she'll
absolutely.
give you a couple of tips. I love the idea of
Absolutely.
whimsy.
Yeah.
You know, I think that would be great. That
Yeah,
would be
that's
for sure.
That's what I would love to see here.
That's great.
And I think that we can do it. I'm also so lucky. It's the best staff.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's just an incredible staff here. They're so good at their jobs. They are happy to be here. They love to engage our patrons.
That's great.
So yeah, we have the staff is awesome. Our
Yeah.
patrons are amazing. I
That's
love,
great.
they'll pop into my office, throw ideas at me. Like, it's so nice. It's really fun for me.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, really
Well,
nice.
it's wonderful that you're open about all that. It's
Yeah.
wonderful that you're here.
Thank you.
I hope we've given a glimmer of how
Yeah.
you are, who you are as a person, and I would hope everybody comes in and says hello.
Same. I really appreciate, in our weekly newsletter, once a month, I have a little letter from the director, and I usually just share what I'm reading or, what's going on. But it's been fun for me. People will send me an email based on like, hey, have you read this? Or, hey, I'm super excited that you're going to be doing this. I love that kind of engagement.
Sure.
And like I said, people will pop into my office throughout the day just for 3 to 5 minutes to introduce themselves. And I love being able to engage with people in
That's
that
great.
way. So
That's
I
great.
encourage it.
Good.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Diane.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
So
So
good to
fun.
get to know you more.
Yes.
I kind of know you from some other things, but
Yes.
it's so nice to get to
Oh,
know
this
you
was
more.
wonderful. Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming to the Sandwich Public Library.
I am thrilled to be here. Thank you. Wow, Diane is such a lovely person. She's young, she's vibrant. Oh my gosh, she's got so many plans for wonderful things here in the library. She loves Sandwich. Came here as a little girl, has always loved it, visited Sandwich, said one day she was going to be the library director here, and the universe answered her, and here she is. We are lucky to have her. So thank you for joining me today, and I'll see you next time on another Cape Conversations.
My name is Margot Stage, and I call myself an art maker. That came to me in a dream in the last couple of months. I had a dream where someone said to me, "Oh, hello, art maker." An old woman, like a crone, an old woman said, "Hello, art maker." And I thought, okay, I'm going to call myself an art maker. And part of the reason I say that is because I make so many different kinds of art. That's one of the things that I enjoy and that thrills me. I respond a lot to material or things I see or experiences I have, but I feel like I respond a lot and then I go in that direction until I'm done or until I'm ready to put it down for a period of time. So I do sculpture, I do fiber art, I paint, I draw. I use a lot of found objects. I started noticing pieces of metal on the roads and the sidewalks, and then even in the forests or along the railroad tracks. There was a set of freight railroad tracks where I used to walk a lot of times, and I'd find all these fascinating pieces of metal. So that was one of the first things I really had a collection of. And so about 20 years worth of metal before I started assembling them into sculptures. And that's a lot of the work you see behind me. So I'd say that was sort of one of my biggest collection experiences, was the metal, yeah. But you know, if you look around my studio, you'll see piles of shells and burnt pieces of wood and other pieces of wood and, you know, all kinds of stuff. So I am a collector. I am definitely a collector. Part of the message, I think, for me, I mean, part of how it speaks to me is from ruin can come beauty. And I am intrigued with the metal by the worn, time-worn edges and how metal has been turned into lace by lying in the street and being run over by whatever, being flattened and then run over. A lot of these are car parts, I have figured out, but not all of them. I found a beautiful piece of metal in the redwood forest in California. I don't know, you know, it just appears to me and I pick it up. I pick it up. So I found this little piece of metal on the street in Greece. And again, I was like, oh, look at that. I just love that. So I did a whole series of prints. Again, gelatin plate prints with that one little piece of metal. That was a lot of fun. A friend of mine sent me this little piece of metal. And she said, I've had it on my desk. It always appealed to me. So again, I made a whole series of prints with, you know, with that little piece of metal, since she gave me the inspiration. And that's just, you know, the kind of art maker that I am. Every piece has a story too. So there's often a narrative in my work. That's called triplex. And this is a piece of a hubcap, a piece of a hubcap. And then this is, I believe, part of a railroad bucket, because I found a couple of these. A railroad bucket that was used to either seal the ties or something. I mean, I think it had goop in it, and this somehow was part of it. And then this was just a spring that I found, and I attached it together. So that's the story of where the materials came from. And I think just, again, the concentric circles within a circle is a form that appeals to me a lot. And here's one. I had this piece of metal with that hole in there, and I just tried putting this other piece in, and it fit. It fit perfectly. It balanced. That was a thrill. I do not weld. I use wire, glue, and I use gravity. So a lot of times these pieces will fit together like they're meant to be. And that's kind of the instinct there. That's the instinct that I follow, is what is this, how does this fit? And what does this call for it? Oh, there's a slot there. What could I put into that slot that will go with the other thing? So I had these big rolls of paper that were being thrown away. Again, thrown away. It's like, no, I'll take a few of those big rolls of blank paper. And I got to the studio and I just basically taped up some pieces of paper. And then I started doing these full arm drawings of Crazy Eights. And I call them Crazy Eights because as a kid, we used to make little Crazy Eight drawings and then fill them in or paint them or use crayons or something. And they were always interesting to me. you know, the shapes that you get just from free form, moving your arm across paper with a pencil. You know, I was usually using pencil or a Sharpie, but mostly pencil, I think. And then started filling them in. Not even looking, you know, just make these crazy eights, you know, just eights, and then look at what gets formed by the lines. And then I've gone back in with acrylic paint. Sometimes I've used Craypa. Sometimes I've used a little bit of charcoal. I've done a couple of different things on some of these, especially I've done some smaller ones as well, and the paint works best on the big ones and easiest for me on the big ones. So once that is at a point where I think it's somewhat finished, I decided to translate the 2D shapes and colors into 3D. I'm just going to do a smaller one just to illustrate this. But take this, let's see, I'll come fairly close to an edge, and trace the shape. You know, again, I'm really interested in the shapes, maybe even more than the colors, but it's the combination, I think, that really thrills me the most. So I would trace the shape and then cut this out. Just, you know, very simple. So then I would get my Sharpie again and trace this shape onto the foam core. And then with an X-Acto knife, I would cut out that shape. I have done some big shapes, and I've done a lot more smaller shapes. One of the things I want to experiment with next is I like these series of little shapes that make a line, you know, or an arc. So I'm interested in playing around with creating that on the inside somehow of one of these shapes. That's my next experiment. It's just so joyful. It's just so colorful and so playful and so joyful. And I was like, wow, in this, you know, sort of dire times that we've had over the last couple of years, to be able to bring that forth, you know, the color and the joy and the playfulness was very satisfying. Yeah, so they're fun to work on.
Kind of the inspiration of this project came from wanting to incorporate the historical glass found in Sandwich. The factory ended, the Boston Sandwich Glass Factory ended in 1888. And there was literally tons and tons of glass shards buried in the marsh. And it was available through a lot of people that have collected it, either remnants of the pieces or break-offs of the pieces of the factory that have been dug up and preserved. And I just kind of wanted to showcase the beauty of glass, whether it's a beautiful fine art finished piece or something that's been dug up from the ground, pieces of the original piece, but the intrinsic value of it is still very beautiful and like lost gems. The four-sided obelisk, two sides are going to be Sandwich historical glass, and two sides are going to be contemporary artist glass that have been donated to me by several other glass artists. So it's going to be kind of a mix of old and new. There are a lot of different steps to finish this sculpture. The most labor-intensive is going to be preparing the glass to be attached to the plate glass. There'll be, like I said, four sides. There'll be safety glass, shatterproof safety glass that I'll attach pieces of shards from remnants of sandwich glass that I have to prepare to be able to attach this to the surface. So some of it's going to have to be cut in half, other pieces are going to have to be ground down so it's flat enough to use either silicone adhesives or ultraviolet adhesives to attach it to the plate glass. The structure itself, like I said, will be 4 sides. It'll be totally 7 feet tall. It'll have a metal angle iron internal frame that all the glass will be attached to the plate glass, and it'll have a secure system top and bottom, and then the exterior will have the other glass attached to that. So it'll have a metal frame on the interior with all glass showing on the exterior. It's interesting because it's something that's going to be placed outside in the public's view, and I'm very honored to be chosen to be the first person to start this. I guess it's going to be a renewable project every 3 years, so I'm very honored to be the first recipient of this project, this public art project. It's very exciting to make something that's going to be, in the environment, in the public, and especially very curious how the public's going to react to this. I'm very honored to be chosen to be the first recipient of this public art project, and the piece is called The Glass House. It's exciting to be out in the public where it's public art, so anyone and everyone can enjoy it. It's not something that you have to go to a museum, pay an admissions fee, or a private collection. Often I'll sell a piece that goes into a private collection, and very few people will ever see that piece again. It's only, it's secured by the person who bought it, and their family and friends are only people who are really going to see it. Where this is going to be exposed to the whole town for 3 years, and I think it's very exciting to have public art, to have people interact with it in the environment, not where you usually see a piece of art as it was if it was a museum or gallery. And it's not something they have to purchase, they can just enjoy it. I'm taking these items that at one time, were thrown away, but I'm going to clean them up and highlight them with light, and hopefully bring back the beauty of what they were, what they are now, as a colorful piece of glass that's going to be lit. And you can see the variety of colors I have are all through the rainbow. So it's very exciting to even take pieces that will be recognizable as maybe a candlestick or a sugar bowl or water glass, and repurpose that into a decorative element of this sculpture. And for me to make a glass sculpture in a glass town using the historical glass is it's fun, it's really interesting. And I'm excited. It's all in my head, I've got drawings and everything, but until I finally put it all together, it's still kind of a little bit of a mystery how this is all going to come together and work out. And, I mean, I think it's going to be great and everything, but you never know until it's done, until how everything comes together and how it shines at night and how it shines in the middle of the day with the sun on it. And as being a public piece of art, I'm really anxious to know what the reaction of people is going to be to this piece. You never know. So I'm really excited.
I'm the type of person who always picks up trash. I always have when I see it. And one holiday season, I decided to do a reverse advent calendar, which is rather than getting, a little piece of chocolate or a little gift or a little whatever every day, you give back every day. So my goal was to do a beach cleanup every day, and if I didn't, then I'd donate $5 to National Marine Life Center, At the end of the 24 days of Advent, I had missed 7 days, so they get a whole whopping $35, and I ended up with so much trash from my tiny little mile-long beach that I just didn't even, I just was horrified. I couldn't even believe how much I got. And so I decided to do a year-long project. I did a beach cleanup every day for a year. You know, wherever I was, I'd do my cleanup and counted and sorted and kept most of the plastic. And my goal was to collect a little less than 2,000 pieces for the whole year. And at the end of the first week, I'd already collected that and was like, oh my gosh, what the heck am I gonna do with this stuff? And so I started weaving bowls. That was my first foray into marine debris art. And I wove bowls pretty much every night for a while. And then I found Wolverine, and he was my first mosaic that I made. So I made a little comic book cover. It's like comic book cover size, and I use all reclaimed or repurposed wood when I can. Pretty much the only thing I buy for any of my art is glue. And so who knew that I was going to become a conservation marine debris artist, but there you go, and here I am. He is an eastern spadefoot toad, which in the US is doing perfectly fine, but in Massachusetts, they are on the endangered species list. They're having a tough little row of it, and they're interesting little creatures. They're like this big, and they spend most of their life in the ground, in the dirt, which is interesting. So anyway, this was a football. It was really fabulous. It was in the edge of the marsh. It had all like moss growing out of it and stuff, so I took a bunch of photos of it. But when I looked at the patterns on it, I was like, oh, that'll be so perfect for his little chest, which has, you know, little warty, bumpy bits and stuff. It's a little more delicate than I thought it was. But so that's kind of where I'm starting. I'm gonna start with his little chest, and then just everything else is here for me to rummage through, because it's all, I just brought the right colors here. But where I like to start is with eyes, so that I kind of like that. Oh, look at how cute that is. That's so cute. Because then they kind of get their own little character going, you know? So then I kind of know where to start with them. Sometimes I'll find something and go, oh my gosh, this would be a perfect, like one was a mouth of a shark. It was a little buckle. And it was, as I picked it up, it just looked like shark teeth. And so I made a shark. But other times I'll find something and I'm not sure what it's gonna be, but I know that it's beautiful, you know, like the football. It was just perfect material, but I didn't really know what it was perfect material for. But he has such a great eye, this little fella. I think that's my favorite. I think this needs to be just a little bit smaller. And I've gone back and forth. Like sometimes I like to use the pieces so that they're very obviously what they are. So that if I use a bottle cap in a piece, it's very obviously a bottle cap, so that it can't be mistaken for anything other than trash. But you know, already he's kind of more frog-like with his little eye. I find a lot of shotgun shells and shotgun wads, which push the bullet out. People are horrified at how many of these I find. I used to have them all displayed. Now I tend to use them for my pieces, so I have less of them. But it's one of the things that really freaks people out about the fact that we find them on the Cape, you know, because people don't expect you to find shotgun shells on their beach. Their first sort of instinct is, what the heck? Why are you finding shotgun shells on the beach? Are people hunting on the beach? But of course, there is no hunting on the beaches, but as you know, if you watched Nemo, you know, all roads lead to the ocean, right? 80% of the debris that's in the ocean comes from land-based sources. And especially with places like our, you know, Cape Cod, the marshes and the dunes and the roads and the everything, we're never that far from the ocean. So if people are out hunting in the dunes, then, you know, a good wind can blow one of these, you know, or rain and wind or whatever. It's very easily for them to be transported from wherever they've been shot to the ocean to then be found by me or someone else picking up trash. Sometimes you get plastic and it's so brittle that as soon as you cut into it, it just literally disintegrates in your hands. But some of the ones that I find are from the 80s, and I know that they're from the 80s because they have a stamp on them. But if I find something that I can identify, and this is from the 60s, and I actually was able to find ads that have, that bottle in it and stuff, which I love that. And to think, it's like, what the heck? Where the heck is this bin? Is it stuck under a rock, or why did it just sort of, appear? Oh, this is kind of a little, it's not too bad, but I can feel if this had been in the ocean for too much longer, it would have disintegrated pretty soon. It's also been a learning curve of how to get stuff to stay and how to attach things, because plastic has its own little chemical makeup. It's quirky stuff. And stuff that's been floating about in the ocean, the plastic actually attracts toxins to it, which is awful for the creatures and things that are eating it, and then also, of course, also awful for us if we're eating the fish and things. But it has its own little toxic gases that it's releasing in there, which is why I store them in buckets. That can't be good for me, So I'm trying to do this part less because I'm a neurotic human being. I don't use any chemicals on my skin. I don't use any perfumes. I don't like candles. I don't do all of this stuff, and I haven't my whole entire life. I haven't done this. Now I literally am surrounding myself constantly with the chemicals from plastic. So I don't know. I don't think that's my best plan. But it does make people talk about, things we leave at the beach accidentally, things, that we use that we don't need, things that we buy that we don't need. So it really has been great. Like, I love talking with people about that. And at all of my shows, I have not just my art and things around, but I'll have buckets of bottle tops or toy shovels. I'll have, just so that they can see huge quantities of things that I found, and then also see the stuff that I've made with it. So even if you walk in and don't know that it's all made out of marine debris, I kind of make sure that you, that you know.
I'm Gabrielle Rawson, and I am the founder and creator of GR Films, which is an independent film company. Right now I'm working on She Who Dared, which is a short proof of concept period piece about Lois Weber, who is the greatest female filmmaker history forgot. Lois Weber was the most prolific female filmmaker of the silent film era. She was the first woman to make a feature film in the United States. She was the first woman to own her own production company in 1917. She was also the highest paid director, man or woman, in the country at the height of her career. She had an incredible career spanning more than 30 years. She made somewhere between 200 and 400 films in her lifetime, yet no one knows who she is, and most film history courses don't talk about her or teach anything about her. And this is important because female in the industry today have no idea that they were there at the beginning of the industry and that they helped build this industry.
Lois.
She was a film pioneer from the silent film era that I had never heard about before. She had so many accolades throughout her career that have gone unnoticed all of these years. I mean, I've been doing acting since I was 15 years old. I have my degree in theater, but, I never heard of Lois Weber. And she came from theater, too. So she started out as an actress herself and realized that, she was a very passionate woman. It was one of the things that I gravitated towards, was just how much she had this passion to change the world through her art. And Every project that I do, that's truly how I look at things. Anything that I do creatively, I am hoping that I change someone's perspective or inspire someone, or somebody can relate in some sense. So I could go on and on about her truly, but she was a remarkable woman. An actress, a film producer, she had her own production company. There's so many things to know about Lois Weber that we truly don't know. And that's why we're doing this project and talking about her and telling her story.
My name is Paul Noonan. I'm an actor and I play Philip Smalley, who is the husband to Lois Weber. They were business partners in, what some would think of as a very divisive industry at times, and husband and wife. And I would say Philip Smalley didn't navigate that the best way that he could have. But at the end of the day, he and Lois had such a love and friendship that he supported her in her endeavors to the point that it ultimately led to their divorce. But they remained friends throughout until she passed away.
We have essentially shot an A story and a B story. The A story is an older Lois right before she dies, writing her memoir, which interestingly was never published and later stolen. So we don't know what was in that memoir, but we have to believe it was something pretty incredible considering what she saw. And the B story is the flashbacks, what I think she would have possibly written about. And we've chosen a very pivotal moment in her career, which was when she made a very controversial film called What Do Men Want?, which film producers did not like, and she lost distribution.
The rug was swept out from underneath her with that, in a sense, because the film highlights how men, not just in the industry, but how men were back then. And sort of, I guess, maybe might have been painted in a negative light, and they didn't like that. History repeats itself, and we're among a time where equality in the business for women is still an ongoing problem. I mean, this project came about because of my own mistreatment on a set from a male director. It's pretty crazy, but yeah. So I would say, I would hope that the audience would take away that it's time for a change. And Lois should never have been forgotten, and this is why we're telling her story, because we feel like times need to change in the industry.
I think that Gabby and we have something very special here. Like we've talked about, the world needs to hear about Lois, and they really haven't. And it's interesting because some of the things that she dealt with Hollywood back in the early 1900s, we're still dealing with today. And her story is important to be told, and playing her husband Phillips and supporting her throughout this filming process has been a great path for me as an actor, in learning about the character and trying to approach it the way that they lived back in the early 1900s.
This was my first time playing a woman of history. So there's this sense of pressure when you're an actor to get it right, and to not be able to actually sit down with the person to truly get to know them or observe them in interviews. I mean, there's none of that. So my research truly was done just solely with research, reading about her, which there's really not much to read about.
I think what is compelling about Lois Weber is who she was. She didn't just make films for entertainment. Films were like sermons to her, and she saw the potential of film as being so much more than entertainment. She wanted to spark conversation. She wanted to change narratives. And so she made films about abortion. She made films about poverty. She made films about the inequalities of marriage. And some of her films were censored. But she was talking about things that no one else was daring to touch. And I think that's eventually what did her in, as Hollywood conglomerated, bought up all the theaters, commoditized women's bodies. They saw film as this great medium with which to entertain and make money. And for Lois, it was so much more than that.
So to be able to tell her story and have audiences get to know her is such an honor. And we really think that if they can leave wanting to Google about her, that then we feel like we've won.
After this shoot, we will be done, essentially, filming. We'll be done with, principal photography, and we'll be able to start the editing process. We hope to pitch it for either a feature film or a series, because what we've all discovered through researching, Lois, is what an incredible world she was a part of, and there are so many people that deserve, to have their stories told too. So we think a series could work, but definitely a feature film, and we're actually going to the American film market in Los Angeles in October to try to pitch it. So wish us luck.
So noisy at the fair, but all your friends are there, and the candy floss you had, and your mother and your dad. Oh, to live on Sugar Mountain with the barkers and the colored blue. You can't be 20 on Sugar Mountain, thinking that you're leaving there too soon. You're leaving there too soon.
Well, there's a girl just down the aisle, now to turn and see her smile. You can hear the words she wrote as you read the hidden note.
Oh, to live on Sugar Mountain with the barkers and the color blue. You can't be 20 on Sugar Mountain. Oh, you're thinking that you're leaving there too soon. You're leaving there too soon. You're underneath the stairs and you're giving back some glare to the people that you met and it's your first cigarette. Oh, and live on Sugar Mountain with the barkers and the colored balloon. You can't be 20 on Sugar Mountain. Oh, you're thinking that you're leaving there too soon. Leaving there too soon.
Now you say you're leaving home, you want to be alone. Ain't it funny how it feels when you're finding out it's real?
Oh, to live on Sugar Mountain with the barkers and the colored balloon. You can't be 20 on Sugar Mountain. Oh, you're thinking that you're leaving there too soon. You're leaving there too soon.
There's a phenomenon called near-death awareness, where the person dying has awareness that they're dying, and oftentimes having the experience of journeying, of getting ready to go somewhere to separate spirit from matter, but don't know where you're going because you've never died before.
Dawn Walsh is an end-of-life doula, trained in giving evidence-based support when someone is making life's last transition.
Someone who's dying who was a boat captain in life may start talking in metaphor about getting ready to sail the ship, or it's time to get in the boat, it's time to put the sails up. It's very common for folks to say, where's my passport? I need my passport. Or can you get the luggage down? I'm ready to go to the train station. So again, a lot of travel.
David Tobin was my best friend and a very outgoing, gregarious person who loved to travel. He called me and said he needed a ride from the airport, that he wasn't feeling well, and he had been in the hospital in Puerto Rico. But I really had no idea what was going on and really what was about to unfold. And it turned out that he had brain cancer. He had 5 tumors in his brain. After his first surgery, there were complications. When he came out of the surgery, he kind of rendered stroke-like. He couldn't walk, he couldn't talk. Part of him was paralyzed. The oncologist really gave him a couple weeks to live. So we came back here, and we invited a lot of friends and rented a house near Cornhill. So there was a little bit of a view. He would have preferred more, but he also didn't want to pay for it. So our friends came, and we had lots of caviar and champagne and some really great meals and lots of laughs. His family came. But little did we know that he was getting stronger with all this partying. And as I said, he couldn't walk. He could barely eat. He had a feeding tube. But then he was getting stronger and stronger, and we weren't using the feeding tube. And he was just eating exclusively and asking for lobster pasta and filet mignon and caviar, which he had. Even the director at hospice came and met with me, and he's like, what? You know, what have you been doing here? This is very unusual case. He ended up living another 10 months. We looked at each other and were like, well, now what do we do? Because this was not exactly what the plan was. And so he lived with us for the end of his life, and that's when I met Dawn.
Dawn Walsh co-founded the hospice, the Lily House in Wellfleet, where she is one of 5 death doulas.
There are hundreds of end-of-life doula trainings available in the nation because it's such a popular growing field of work.
There's no national accreditation for doulas, but it is a growing profession. The role of a doula is prehistoric, but uncommon in the Western world before 2020. During the pandemic, the National End-of-Life Doula Alliance grew from 200 members to over 1,000.
The role of the doula has emerged in a larger context of a renaissance, of a return and a reclaiming of community-centered approaches to death and dying. You know, we have a pretty death-phobic culture, but that's changing, I think, thanks to doulas. And there's a national organization called the National Hospice and Palliative Care Organization. And within that national organization, a council has been formed to explore the possibility of one day adding a doula to the medical hospice team. So I think we're in the middle of a sea change in how this country talks about plans for death and dying. And the role of the doula is one piece in a larger movement.
David was very fearful, and Dawn really helped him talk about that and work through it. And I think that time for him was crucial. I didn't know what I was doing at all. I had never taken care of somebody that was sick. So it was just kind of in true form to my friendship with David. We just always jumped in feet first and hit the ground running. And we're like, now what are we going to do? I really didn't know anything about hospice. I thought, you know, there would be more people on a more regular basis, but they really just kind of come and check in, do his vitals, make sure everything's okay. But I was solely responsible for his day-to-day medications and what he was eating or not eating. And Dawn was really helpful to just kind of put it in perspective of this is the choice that he's made, and you're here to help him with that choice. Sometimes, you know, the doula is there for the family, but it's helping the person passing away by proxy. And we had a lot of conversations about that, of saying it's okay to let go. You're safe, and if it's time and you're ready, let's do this. And that was basically my last conversation with David, that Dawn had kind of coached me on being able to say that. And it's a hard thing to say to somebody. And eventually, you know, he was able to believe that he was in a safe space and that it was okay to let go. The effectiveness of the doula and the role of the doula is to help that transition. You know, and that's one of the first things that Dawn had told me, is that this is David's timeline. This is his last party. And he gets to have it however he wants. And he did, which is pretty cool. I wish everybody could have that kind of serenity in passing.
Kind of the inspiration of this project came from wanting to incorporate the historical glass found in Sandwich. The factory ended, the Boston Sandwich Glass Factory ended in 1888. And there was literally tons and tons of glass shards buried in the marsh. And it was available through a lot of people that have collected it, either remnants of the pieces or break-offs of the pieces of the factory that have been dug up and preserved. And I just kind of wanted to showcase The beauty of glass, whether it's a beautiful fine art finished piece or something that's been dug up from the ground, pieces of the original piece, but the intrinsic value of it is still very beautiful and like lost gems. The four-sided obelisk, two sides are going to be Sandwich historical glass, and two sides are going to be contemporary artist glass that have been donated to me by several other glass artists. So it's going to be kind of a mix of old and new. There are a lot of different steps to finish this sculpture. The most labor-intensive is going to be preparing the glass to be attached to the plate glass. There'll be, like I said, four sides. There'll be safety glass, shatterproof safety glass that I will attach pieces of shards from remnants of sandwich glass that I have to prepare to be able to attach this to the surface. So some of it's going to have to be cut in half. Other pieces are going to have to be ground down so it's flat enough to use either silicone adhesives or ultraviolet adhesives to attach it to the plate glass. The structure itself, like I said, will be four sides. It'll be totally 7 feet tall. It'll have a metal angle iron internal frame that all the glass will be attached to the plate glass, and it'll have a secure system top and bottom, and then the exterior will have the other glass attached to that. So it'll have a metal frame on the interior with all glass showing on the exterior. It's interesting because it's something that's going to be placed outside in the public's view, and I'm very honored to be chosen to be the first person to start this. I guess it's going to be a renewable project every 3 years, so I'm very honored to be the first recipient of this project, this public art project. It's very exciting to make something that's going to be, in the environment, in the public, and especially very curious how the public's going to react to this. I'm very honored to be chosen to be the first recipient of this public art project, and the piece is called The Glass House. It's exciting to be out in the public where it's public art, so anyone and everyone can enjoy it. It's not something that you have to go to a museum, pay an admissions fee, or a private collection. Often I'll sell a piece that goes into a private collection, and very few people will ever see that piece again. It's only, it's secured by the person who bought it, and their family and friends are only people that are really going to see it. Where this is going to be exposed to the whole town for 3 years, and I think it's very exciting to have public art, to have people interact with it in the environment, not where you usually see a piece of art as it was if it was a museum or a gallery. And it's not something they have to purchase, they can just enjoy it. I'm taking these items that at one time, were thrown away, but I'm going to clean them up and highlight them with light, and hopefully bring back the beauty of what they were, what they are now, as a colorful piece of glass that's going to be lit. And you can see the variety of colors I have are all through the rainbow. So it's very exciting to even take pieces that will be recognizable as maybe a candlestick or a sugar bowl or water glass, and repurpose that into a decorative element of this sculpture. And for me to make a glass sculpture in a glass town using the historical glass is it's fun, it's really interesting. And I'm excited. It's all in my head, I've got drawings and everything, but until I finally put it all together, it's still kind of a little bit of a mystery how this is all going to come together and work out. And, I think it's going to be great and everything, but you never know until it's done, until how everything comes together and how it shines at night and how it shines in the middle of the day with the sun on it. And as being a public piece of art, I'm really anxious to know what the reaction of people is going to be to this piece. You never know. So I'm really excited.
Another day to live through. Better get started. December 1965. Is that all it has been since I inherited the world? Only 3 years. Seems like 100 million. More of them for the pit. Every day there are more of them. They live off the weak ones and leave them for the pit. KOKW calling. Come in. KOKW calling. I'm on international frequency. Come in. Can't bear to see their image. It repels them. I need more mirrors. And this garlic's lost its pungency. There was a time when eating was pleasurable. Now it bores me. Just fuel for survival. I'll settle for coffee and orange juice this morning. But first there's my life consider. I'd better replace that garlic. I'll need more, lots more. Better stop off and get 'em. I can't afford the luxury of anger. Anger can make me vulnerable. It can destroy my reason, and reason's the only advantage I have over them. I've got to find where they hide during the day. Uncover every one of them. Now, where did I finish off yesterday? Madison Street to 31st Avenue. 11 kills. Over 3 years. And there's more than half the city I haven't searched. Just wide enough to keep the flesh apart so their body seal can't function. And how many more of these will I have to make before they're all destroyed? They want my blood. It's their lives or mine. And I still get squeamish. Wait. That garlic. I'd better put it back where it belongs. I can't live a heartbeat away from hell and forget it. one more stop I'll have to make. I can get rid of them later. Right now, I'm out of gas. Still fresh. But I'll take only what I need. They've got to last. They can wait, too. I've got my life to worry about. Those mirrors have to be replaced before dark. Square blocks to search. How many of them still exist? How long will I have to keep up this search? I haven't much time left. It'll be dark in an hour. And now, 12 long hours before the sun will rise and drive them back to darkness.
Morgan, come out. Come out. Morgan, come out. Come out.
Mom, I can't see! I can't see! Mom!
Another day. Another day to start all over again. Birds. Birds. God, how I miss you. The sun's already set. They'll be everywhere.
It's Morgan. Get him. Morgan! Do you hear, Morgan? Morgan! Do you hear, Morgan?
3 years. Hey, Verge. Verge.
Yes? Oh no, my makeup, my hair.
Hey, where is everybody? All I can see
Hi,
is...
Ben.
Oh.
I can hear children, but I can't see any children.
Uncle Ben! Uncle Ben! Hey, look at how I'm crazy. Ben, Uncle
Kathy.
Ben, Uncle Ben! Where'd you bring me?
Open them and see. Open them and
Oh,
see.
come. Kathy. I'm gonna punch you. I'm gonna punch you.
Take a look at this.
It's highly theoretical, Ben.
Theoretical? Do I have to remind you that theory is the beginning of solution?
Is Europe's disease carried on the wind? Is it, Ben?
Could be.
And if it is,
It isn't, Verge.
is that what you really think, or just what you'd like to think?
I cannot accept half-baked theories that sell newspapers. I'm a scientist, not an alarmist.
You're whistling past the graveyard.
Is that a commentary on my work at the lab?
We both know how hard you've worked.
I'm sorry, Ben. I just can't accept the idea of universal disease.
Uncle Ben, you promised you us card tricks.
All right, Kathy. Who can resist that face? All right. Card tricks. Card tricks.
Robert, is it possible this germ or virus could be airborne?
Anything is possible, Verge. The best brains in the world have been running through this thing with a fine-tooth comb. The germ is visible under a microscope, but it's not like any bacilli ever known.
In what way?
It can't be destroyed by any process we've been able to uncover.
But with the whole world trying, there must be a solution.
Hey, Mommy, when are you gonna cut the cake?
Right now, our problem is to cut that cake.
Hey, Mommy! Hey, Mommy!
Coming, coming.
The wind wake you up?
It always does.
How do you feel?
I'm all right.
Oh, don't get up, honey.
I'm not sick, Bob. I'll make
You don't
breakfast.
have to.
I'll be all right. Go on and read your paper.
All right. Oh, sweetheart, look, if you don't feel well, please go back to bed.
I'm just a little tired, that's all. I wish somebody would find a vaccine.
It's all we're working on at the lab, Verge. Maybe you better not send her to school today.
All right. You think you should go to work?
I have to.
Oh, Bob. Bob. I'm so frightened.
Everything's gonna be all right, sweetheart.
Well?
The bacilli are multiplying.
That kicks the bone marrow theory in the head.
This specimen shows a higher white count than when I put it on the slide. Those cells are still living, Dr. Mercer, off one another.
There has to be an answer. You heard that all communications are ended outside the continental limits?
Yes, I heard.
That leaves it in our laps. So we keep trying. Where's Cortman?
Well, he should be here by now.
You two stay on this virus theory until I decide it's exhausted.
Right.
Yes, sir?
Morgan will fill you in.
All right, sir. And what did the great man of science have to say today? More of the usual?
Oh, he's trying, Ben, just like the rest of us.
And nothing works. The streets are swarming with truckloads of bodies that they're throwing into that god-awful pit. And the dedicated Dr. Mercer goes on with his plodding, unimaginative approach.
You have a better idea?
Maybe. At least it involves imagination.
Ben, it's as simple as this. An unknown germ is being blown around the world. It's highly contagious and it's reached plague proportions.
And you don't believe some of the dead have come back?
Let's get to work.
And why are they burning the bodies? Why don't they bury them?
Because it's the best known way to control the contagion, to keep the germ from spreading.
That's what we've always believed, at any rate.
You'd prefer us to believe in vampires?
If they exist, yes. There are stories being told, Bob.
By people who are out of their minds with fear.
Maybe. But there are too many to be just coincidental. Stories about people who have died and have come back.
They're stories, Ben, stories.
And why are the infected people always so tired in the daytime? Why can't they stand the sunlight? Why are they only seen at night?
Come here. Look.
I know as well as...
Now, is this bacilli or isn't it?
It doesn't alter.
And this bacilli is found in the blood of every infected person, or isn't it?
To show me germs is not to refute these stories, Bob. Point is, if there are vampires, they exist in spite of these germs.
Come on, let's get to work.
And until further notice, this station will continue its around-the-clock coverage of this national disaster. And now, we switch you to the state capitol, where His Excellency, the Governor, is speaking from the Executive Mansion.
Further, I have, in conjunction with the federal government, declared this state to be a disaster area. The public health is dependent on bodies of the deceased being burned. You must notify the health department immediately if you have a plague victim in your home. Under no circumstances should you gather publicly. In view of the dire emergency that exists, I intend to...
Anything new?
Huh? No, nothing new. Nothing.
Mommy, where are you? Mommy, I can't see. Mommy.
I'm going to call the doctor.
I said no. Virg, there's nothing they can do.
We can't just let her lie there.
Well, this way she has a chance. If you call a doctor, he'll report it. Do you want that?
Mommy, help me. Mommy. Mommy, please help me. Mommy, help me.
How can you be so sure she's...
Blindness is one of the symptoms. You're not to call a doctor under any circumstances. No one is to come into this house. Now remember that.
Mommy. Mommy. Mommy, where are you?
I've got to pick Ben Cortman up on the way to the lab. No one is to come into this house. Now remember that.
Who's there?
It's me, Ben. We're late. Ben, what's the matter with you?
Nothing, and I'm going to keep it that way.
Ben, look, let's talk about this.
There's nothing to talk about. You think I'm out of my mind. You laughed at me and my theory. You might be one of them.
Ben, look, you're ill. You ought to see a doctor.
No doctors. You take care of your life, I'll take care of mine. Now get away from here. You understand? Get away from here!
If you're looking for anybody but me, forget it.
Are they all gone?
That's right.
Is there any hope from the latest reports?
No, not yet. But believe me, Morgan, we'll find an answer.
When, Doctor? We need it right now. I need it.
You're the only one who wasn't afraid to come here today.
What's going to happen, Dr. Mercer? Is everybody in the world going to die before someone finds the answer?
No, I don't think so. I don't deny there's some strange evolutionary process going on, but mankind won't be destroyed. The fact that you and I are working here today is evidence of that.
All right, let's roll.
When? When?
I called a doctor. I had to.
I told you not to call anyone.
Mom, she was blind. She couldn't see. She kept reaching out her hands, groping for me. And then, all of a sudden, she was gone. And they came in. I tried to stop them. They took her.
I saw a truck out there. Was that it? Was it?
I'm sorry, lady. There's nothing I can do. Let that truck through. Get out of the way. Get back, folks. Nobody's allowed out there. Please, all of you, get behind those lines. Look sharp there. Move. Move along. Make way for that truck. Make way. Hey, you, mister! Come back! Come back!
Did this truck just come in from Market Street? I said, did this truck just come in from Market Street?
Mister, I don't know.
Hey, you don't belong in here. Get out. I said get out. I want my daughter. Mister, a lot of daughters are in there, including my own. Virg. Oh. No. I won't let them put you there, Virg. I promise. I won't let them put you there. Who is it? Who's there?
Robert.
Morgan! We're going to kill you, Morgan! Morgan! You hear? Morgan! Morgan! Do you hear, Morgan? Morgan! Do you hear, Morgan?
courtman thinks he can get to me by destroying my car, his wits are getting dull. This convertible would be nice. Probably handles well. But I can't think of comfort. There was a time when I shopped for a car. Now I'm looking for a hearse. This station wagon will have to do. Alive. It's alive. Wait! Don't run away! Come back here! Don't run away! Come back! Come back here! Wherever he is, I've got to find him. If I have to search every street, every house, every alley, every inch of this town, I've got to find him. Come back! Hey, boy, where are you? Where are you, pal? Come here. They're dead. They've been staked. But these are made of iron. That wood, like mine. Someone else is alive in this world. But where are they? Where are they hiding? How many are there? Where did they come from? Why haven't I seen them? This is Robert Morgan. If somebody can hear me, answer me. For God's sake, answer me. This is KOKW calling. KOKW calling. Answer me. So you finally decided to come back. It's all right, boy. Good boy. Oh, no. Don't worry, boy. You're going to be all right. Yes, you are. There now. Now we've got you all cleaned up, You're gonna feel better. I'm gonna put you down here now, and you can rest, Got you all cleaned up. There you are. Rest. Oh. You know they're out there, don't you? You poor, driven thing. Everything's gonna be all right. Nobody's gonna hurt you. Everything's gonna be all right. All right. You're going to get better. We're gonna have lots of happy times together. You'll see, everything's gonna be fine. What's the use? Wait, I'm not gonna hurt you. Can't you understand? Wait! Wait! I'm not going to hurt you. Wait! 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 I couldn't be out here in the daylight if I was one of them. You know that they can't come out until sundown. Do you want to come with me or do you want to face them? feeling better?
Yes,
Would you like a cup of coffee?
thank you. You seem very well organized here.
Yeah.
My name is Ruth Collins. I was married. I lost my husband. You are alone? You were married.
Hello again, Sandwich. I'm Greg Anderson. Welcome back to another edition of Ask the Soup. It is great to have you here. We are in the month of February as we tape this. We're doing it every month. First thing I got to say is thank you for those of you who are sending your questions in. The whole intent behind this is to bring conversation from the superintendent to you. Though there are many ways to do it, you can call the guy, but there's an avenue here for us to take your questions, thought out questions, send them in to us. We have a discussion and give a different perspective. So thank you for those of you who are sending your questions in to askoursuperintendentat@gmail.com. So here we are, Dr. Joe, good to see you again.
Great seeing you, Greg.
So the days are getting longer.
They are, thank God.
Exactly.
Climate change, 61 degrees as I'm driving in this morning. It's amazing.
It's beautiful. And that means we're getting closer to spring.
It does.
Means we're getting closer to the end of the school year. You're going to be on the beach in about, no time.
That's definitely wishful thinking. But yeah, we have a little bit more of winter and then spring to get through. But today, this week, as a matter of fact, Greg, was High Holy Day at Forestdale, the 100th day celebration.
Oh, wow.
So great to see kindergartners, first graders, second graders celebrating 100 days of school.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's kind of a snapshot as we're definitely progressing through now the second semester of school.
And kindergartners,
they're awesome.
They celebrate.
They're awesome.
It's about playing and all of that. So when you build a celebration around them, they really
absolutely. It's everything schools should be, particularly with respect to just joy of learning for learning's sake.
One of the questions that we're going to ask is about gyms and all of that. So we're going to get there in a second. But when you look at, as a superintendent, how do you assess whether or not your kids in your school district are getting enough exercise out there, heart pumping? There was recess, and then there's gym and athletics. But what's not the grade on you guys, but how does one assess whether or not kids are getting enough fresh air and playtime?
Sure, I think it's multiple measures. You first and foremost, you take a look at the data. You take a look at the data as far as the number of minutes, particularly for our younger kids, that are outside during recess. You compare it to how other schools, how other districts, how much they're actually offering kids. You take a look at the data with regard to physical education, the number of minutes and so on. But then I think there's also the qualitative piece as far as asking and surveying. For our kids at the middle high school, we will be administering this pretty comprehensive survey known as the Panorama Survey that kind of speaks to social emotional learning and also health and health habits. And part of that is going to be explicit about how kids are, how physically active they are, and then the correlation to their self-esteem and how they're feeling about themselves, how they're feeling about their body image, and so on.
Yeah.
So I think taking those multiple measures, those different data sets, gives you the full picture of how we're doing in that area.
Well, and as we've been seeing in the news recently, there's a lot of mental health issues.
Absolutely.
These horrific situations that are happening in Massachusetts, not to mention around the country and world. That whole focus on, are we okay? Are we all right? All right. And I know we've talked about that in the past as it relates to keeping an eye on the students who may be living in a very troubled home life situation. So that's a moving target for you. And then you have an incident that may happen, God forbid, and that then forces you to kind of assess, how we're doing, but you don't quite know until something unfortunately happens.
Sure, and it's interesting that you bring up that point because, the last 6 or 7 weeks, a good chunk of my responsibility has been crafting and presenting the FY24 budget, the budget for next school year.
Yeah.
And the district has made a significant investment in social emotional learning and also in mental health. And I'm very comfortable with the staffing that we have in our schools, folks like social workers. At the elementary level, we actually have as an elective, social emotional learning, where things like coping skills are explicitly taught to our kids. But I think when push comes to shove, the heart of the matter is having a special classroom culture and environment, and then the bigger picture, the school culture, where our staff know our kids and know them well and connect with families and know what's going on in the home, not in, this overly invasive way, but it's really about creating that extended family culture.
Yeah.
I think we do a very, very good job at that. And that is the proactive stuff. That's the preventive stuff that helps kind of avoid one of those God forbid type situations.
Yeah. When I work in the healthcare space, and there are people who are nurses and doctors or even certified nursing assistants who work in assisted living communities and the like, they're not the highest paid jobs.
No.
But they do the hardest work. And I put teachers in that same category.
Absolutely.
They're not the highest paid, but you also don't do it unless you really care.
Of course.
So that's a pile of people that we have in the school system that you are really leading the charge for. And they are well-minded, well-meaning. They care about kids. They are looking out for the best interest. I mean, we all had those teachers that's like, oh my gosh, if she wants to wrap my knuckles one more time, it's that teacher.
Yeah.
But I feel like the teachers I know, particularly the ones that are in the sandwich school system, you got some really good teachers.
Absolutely. Yeah. And, I've been saying this for 33 years. You don't go into this business, oh, gee, I want to become rich. By no means.
Exactly.
You do it because it's a higher calling. It's a vocation. It's not just a job or just a career. I consider it to be next level, that if you are really, really good at your craft, there's a certain passion and there's a certain commitment that goes to it. And, right before I drove here, I was doing walkthroughs with Jim Mulcahy, the principal at the high school. And, we're kind of bopping back and forth between, I visited an 8th grade Algebra 1 class, and then I went to a AP US History class on the high school side, and just seeing, those two teachers and the heart and soul that they give to their kids, not only in the passion for teaching the content, but also connecting with kids and being able to diagnose if a kid is struggling and so on. It's a sacred bond, not to kind of sound melodramatic or corny about it, but we're in the people business. We're not in a business where we're creating widgets or, there's a bottom line. And that's what makes our business so special.
Yeah. Excellent. You have had some, changing the subject, you have had some recent physical plant issues, Forestdale.
It was an interesting weekend.
Oak Ridge, I know. Tell me what, have there been any physical plant lessons learned from this whole experience? Not necessarily with these schools, but does it kind of bring a bigger picture to your mind? Or are you really just, is this just a Forestdale and Oak Ridge?
Well, you've got to be proactive and again, I'll give my predecessor, Dr. Gould, a lot of credit along with the school committee. You've got to keep that ongoing investment in facilities. And I know under Pam's leadership, there was a real turnaround in investing in facilities after many, many years of deferred maintenance. Unfortunately, last weekend, as folks probably know, we had just off the charts historical cold. And as a result, we had a couple burst pipes at Forestdale and one at Oak Ridge. And as a result, really the bigger issue was at Forestdale with respect to 13 classrooms being affected. Unfortunately, I had to cancel school for Forestdale this past Monday. And we've had, between our maintenance staff and service master, come in to take care of remediation of a lot of damage, because unfortunately those water pipes were to the sprinkler system. So therefore, as a result, there was considerable water damage to classrooms. Part of that, honestly, is the way, the structure that those two buildings built in, I think, like 1989, 90, where unfortunately you have some pipes that don't have sufficient insulation around them. So we're trying to address that at this point. But I think just staying on top of having a regular cycle for upgrades. For example, in Forestdale and Oak Ridge, you've got carpeting in classrooms that's upwards of 20 to 30 years old.
Wow.
It's not good.
That's seen generations of families go on top of that one carpet.
So, one of my priorities is going to be, okay, as we did in my previous school district of Mendon Upton, of having kind of a cycle of saying, okay, for Forestdale, we're going to tackle this wing of 12 classrooms, and we're going to have carpet replacement. Or, I get feedback from our principals around, hey, can we do a little more with regard to just painting upgrades and having a cycle for that. So having, yes, a capital improvement plan is important, but also having that cyclical nature for set upgrades that you're doing during the summer months is extremely important.
And to be clear, what happened at these two schools was cold related.
Oh, absolutely.
It was not deferred maintenance.
No.
All of a sudden it snapped.
But when you're, literally on Tuesday, myself and our new facilities director, Chris George, were meeting with our insurance adjuster. And, seeing, okay, these are the things that got damaged that potentially have mold damage. You start getting into that mode of thinking, okay, we've got to have more of a cycle of, upfront maintenance that we really commit to, and we kind of plant the stake firmly in the ground.
Right, got it. Okay, let me ask these questions now, Joe. I have made a conscious decision I was looking at these emails that come in, and some of them have statements, some of them they're all questions, but a lot of them have context around them.
Sure.
I could have skimmed it down and just gone to the question, but I do feel that there's a benefit to understanding the context behind what people are saying. So you're okay with the full question?
Sure.
This is one full question, but no, I'm kidding. It's not. That's not the case. Okay, here's one question. I saw Dr. Maruschek at the program of studies night at Sandwich High School earlier this week, which reminded me of your program, our program, and questioned a question. I actually had a draft email to him and others about an event Dr. Joe and the athletic director attended. I thought it would be a good question for your program. Thank you for thinking of us. Early in December, both the superintendent and athletic director tweeted that they attended an event in Boston with Maura Healey, who was the Attorney General at that time, MIAA, and others, titled Addressing Hate in School Sports. Those tweets led to these questions. There are three of them. One, what was the goal of the program and what were the takeaways from it? Were student athletes or a world of difference peer leaders invited to attend? Why or why not? And how is this information going to be shared with our students?
Great questions. So the event was held in early December, sponsored by the MIAA, the Massachusetts Interscholastic Athletic Association. And it was an event strictly for superintendents, high school principals, and athletic directors. Unfortunately, it was also the same time that we had a NEASC accreditation visit happening at the high school. So therefore, that's why Jim Mulcahy, our principal, couldn't attend. But myself and athletic director Neil Murphy went. It was a great program. I think one of the questions is related to the students. I believe the MIAA is holding a follow-up event for student athlete leaders. So think about things like team captains and so on for Sandwich High School to have the same type of event. I think it was spurned by some of the things that you've seen in communities vis-a-vis, think about Duxbury with the problems that they've had with the football team, with the anti-Semitism, Danvers hockey scandal, and so on. And the content was around the proactive pieces of what you would do with regard to meetings with student athletes, their parents, family members, but also the student leadership piece as far as the messaging that you should be having. Part of it is around complete, no tolerance for inappropriate statements, inappropriate behavior, but also stressing the pro-social behaviors. So there's that piece, but then there's also, unfortunately, the reactive piece when there is a crisis. And again, I think I just saw literally 2 days ago a problem in Wellesley where there was a basketball game between Wellesley and Weymouth, and people in the stands, screaming racist things at the Weymouth players. How you would work in that type of crisis between two districts and two schools to make sure that you're on the same page and sending a clear message to the community and the larger community about how this is unacceptable.
So if there were takeaways specific to one of the questions, give us a couple of key takeaways that you had from that event.
It starts early. It starts early, starting with students in elementary grades, starting with middle school students. This is something that's much, much larger than just an athletic problem. Again, athletics in schools are a microcosm of society. So when you see hate on the rise in society, you're probably also going to see it in schools. So I think about things like, the ADL World of Difference program and the student ambassadors that we have at the high school. You've got to continue to invest in that type of programming. You have to continue to even bring that down to Oak Ridge and to younger students in having a consistent message and consistent programming around diversity, equity, and inclusion, and against anti-hate speech and actions and so on.
Yeah, got it. Okay, good. Next question. Can the town school gyms, including the wing school, be open more often during non-school days for the kids K through 8 to play basketball more often? There are many weekends and vacations in the winter where it would be nice to have an open gym in Sandwich instead of going to the Hyannis Youth Center. The person writing this says, I understand this would cost extra to pay someone to monitor, but the kids in Sandwich deserve better playgrounds and indoor gym time if possible. Thoughts on that?
I think it's a great point, and that question makes me speak to what I'd like to be rolling out in the coming weeks as far as just surveying families about how much of a need is this. We could do it. We can budget it. We can figure it out. I think, as the author of that question points out, we generally need to have, when we have an open gym, we need to have somebody monitor and custodial help to look after it. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. But I would also want to know how much demand is out there. We're going to be working with the town to put something out into the community around the pool. Okay, so we've had speakers during public comment at the school committee meeting. I've had people, I'm grabbing a coffee at Beth's in the village, and hey Joe, what's the deal with the pool? And I've gotten that more than once. And I know it's been challenging. I know it's been very much a political issue, but we're trying to assess, okay,
what's the need?
What's the need? Are we talking a dozen people, or are we talking 200 people?
Right.
Really want to see the community use of the pool, would like to see these types of programming, like water aerobics or whatever.
Yeah.
We need to ascertain and get a better handle on what exactly do people want.
And the pool comes with historical controversy.
I've had more than one person share their opinions with me on that.
All right. Okay, next question. Enrollment in Sandwich Public Schools continues to decline, a 53% decrease since FY02, according to this viewer.
Sure.
A full 36% of pre-K through grade 12 students seek educational opportunities outside Sandwich. Meanwhile, 63 cents on every dollar goes to school-related costs. First of all, is the math correct there?
It's probably pretty accurate, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
So the question then is, how do we restore some balance? Is now the time to take a hard look at a regional school system?
Great questions, and answer that in 50 words or less, please.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
have you finished answering it yet?
Really. I would say, first and foremost, you have to work on strengthening your program and retaining the kids that we have. It's really a two-pronged thing. The reality is the birth rate has declined in the community since FY02. And then also less families are moving into Sandwich, and it's hardly a surprise. Sandwich is an expensive community to move into, and I can say firsthand, looking for homes on the market right now.
Right.
So that is a real challenge. But I also go back to, and I think we discussed it, really two main buckets: looking at academic rigor, and then also customer service, as far as that follow through, that proactive communication with our families and so on. So my big focus and attention is looking at that 8th grade to 9th grade transition and retaining more kids. So no, I don't think we're going to go back to the early 2000s where we had over 3,000 kids, pre-K through 12 in this district. But I do think we need to do more work on retaining our kids and ensuring that our families have a high degree of confidence in the school district. The second piece with respect to regionalization, I think anything is in the realm of possibility, but you got to also have to have a dance partner who is looking at that piece of, hey, we really want to save money, and we are also a good fit to connect with this community. Now, could I very flippantly say, hey, yeah, you know what, we should be regionalizing with Mashpee and Bourne. That totally makes sense. Okay, but that has got to be, a very comprehensive look at, what are the enrollment projections, what is the financial viability of each community. Then also the logistical issues around things like transportation, facilities, and all that stuff.
And we could dilute a very successful school system.
Or vice versa.
Or vice versa.
And so in the midst of the recession, before I came on board in my previous district, Mendon Upton, in 2010, Mendon Upton is a school district very, very similar demographically, also numbers, about 2,200 kids in those two communities. And next door is this small little community called Hopedale, which has all of maybe 1,100, 1,200 students. So it was kind of like, do you take 3 towns and make that a regional school district? And they did probably about an 18-month study and ended up saying, thanks, but no thanks. And
Hopedale did.
Yes.
Yeah.
But there was mixed reactions in Mendon and Upton. And a lot of times it's finances, but a lot of times it's also politics and so on. In New England, we do things a lot of extremely well, but let's be honest, we're also very parochial. We're very provincial. There's a lot of little things like, hey, you know what? My parents were Blue Knights. We've always been this way, and so on. There's a lot of community pride as well. So is it in the realm of possibility? Absolutely. But I think it would also be something that would have to take years of study and looking at it in a very comprehensive manner.
And you coming from a regional school system, you understand what it's like on that side.
Yeah, and honestly, there's pros and cons. There's things about a regional school district that I genuinely miss as far as a lot of the autonomy. But there's also things that being connected here to the town makes my life a lot easier. It's a lot easier dealing with one community and one set of select board and FinComs versus 2. And so on. So there's pros and cons to everything.
Got it. I'm curious, the attendance of the public at school committee meetings, how would you rate that? Are you guys getting good audiences?
Generally, no.
Does that bother you?
You always want to see more engagement. And I think Sandwich is no different than most communities in that people will come out when there's a crisis or there's a hot button item. But you always want to have more public engagement and public input rather than less.
Yeah, got it. All right, we have asked our questions. I'm going to tell you again, thank you so much for sending in your questions to the superintendent. It is askOurSuperintendent@gmail.com. The last thing I want to say to you, Joe, is you kind of took it on the chin and really took a blow on this whole communicating to the town about the roads and all of that. I have to say, with a PR background, it's really nice to see someone own it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
It really is.
I mean, I think just being honest and being transparent about what your thought process was and so on, I think it's just being your authentic self. And there's things that I do incredibly well. There's some things that, my wife always says to me, not every single day is going to be an A+ day. And I think owning and being responsible and being honest is what it's all about.
If you didn't handle it well, I would have asked you about it. You know that. But no, and I've always thought, geez, you get those phone calls in the middle of the morning, early morning from the superintendent, you think, what is it that they're learning? And who do they learn from? And what's the pacing and the timing of all of that? Because you get up early these days to get your kids out to school. So I think you handled it well. I don't have kids in the school system, but I appreciate it just from I guess I would say from a PR perspective. Joe, thank you much.
Thank you.
We will see you next month.
I will be here.
There's a lot going on. My friends, thank you again for watching, and I hope this is helpful, and I hope it is another avenue for you to learn a little bit of perspective from our superintendent and therefore the school system. I'm Greg Anderson. I will see you next time.
everybody, I'm Melinda Gallant, and I want to welcome you to a very special Cape Conversations. Wowzer, we are in the new Sandwich Town Hall, almost to its year anniversary. It's a beautiful, very busy space. So come along, let's have another Cape Conversation. Hi, everybody. I am sitting in a beautiful office in the beautiful new town hall that actually was a bank, but you would never know this was a bank because it's gorgeous. And I am sitting with, oh my gosh, the assistant, I want to get the title straight, Assistant Town Administrator.
Assistant Town Manager.
Oh, Assistant Town Manager. Give a woman her due, for God's sakes. I am with Heather Harper, and I'm so excited to see you, Heather.
It's wonderful to be here. Thank you. Thank you for coming to Town Hall.
Oh my gosh. I just love coming and paying my taxes. What can I tell you?
Well, I actually have to correct my very last statement, which is Town Hall is still Town Hall. Our historic Town Hall is our seat of governance. We still are referring to this as 100 Route 6A, our municipal building. At some point we may end up giving you a formal title, but for now we really respect that Town Hall is our seat of governance, and that's where we hold all of our...
That's good. And as well it should be.
Yes, absolutely.
It was the first one in the state of Massachusetts.
It's a special place.
It's a special place for sure. So, all of that said, how are you liking your new digs?
We love it. We are really, grateful to the community for making the investment in this property, going back to 2017 or 18 when they purchased the bank, which was at the time the Santander Bank, but was originally the Sandwich Cooperative Bank.
Which is like full circle.
Yes, and it's really is full circle. It's so great to know that the integrity of the finances of the town are really operating out of this building. And, you know, it's sort of like the City on the Hill, one of the last big bank buildings in the community to be built, and the importance of the financial institutions and that is now, you know, really in this building.
So how did it come about? I mean, I know that we all love, and I use the term Old Town Hall, but the 130 Main Street, which is Town Hall, and now the Sandwich Arts Alliance in the bottom part.
Which is awesome.
Which is awesome to have a cultural space. The town was so overdue for that. That said, though, how did it come to be? I mean, you know, you could have gone to South Sandwich and built a big complex or a big building. How did this all happen?
Well, it really was a long-range plan of the town to consolidate the uses. I think you recall that we had the annex, Jan Sebastian Drive.
42 buildings.
Yeah, and we've moved folks from 5 buildings, 15 departments, 50 people into this building.
Oh my gosh.
So it was a big effort, and it was a real change for the community. I think really what happened was the goals of the community coincided at a time where there were some new resources in terms of the canal plant funding that made this project possible. And the bank building becoming available.
Sure.
And certainly the investment and the value that the community made on behalf of not just those of us that work here, but those that we serve and the future of this community made a big investment in acquiring the building. Tremendous value. When you look at the costs the community invested. The cost of this renovation is just over $300 a square foot. You're looking at public construction now in the $600 or more dollars per square foot. So they've done really well from the investment purposes.
Oh, that's great.
When you add in the cost of the building itself, it's up to $400 a square foot. So it remains a very, very strong value for the community.
Sure. And who did the design of it?
So that I'm so glad you asked that, because Tim Sawyer from Catalyst, they are located in Yarmouth. He's the principal. He was the lead designer on this project, and he also is a resident of Sandwich. So
that's great.
We've had a great team.
Local.
Great team. And his design approach, and I think our approach to the way the building's functioning, is really making connections with the community. So the design of the building, as you'll see hopefully in this video, and the front entrance was really designed based on the way patrons use services of the town.
Sure.
So the highest number of interactions happen with finance, inspectional services, conservation, and the town clerk. They're all right there when you walk in the front door, and you're greeted by real people.
Right, right. And that makes a huge difference.
Sure does.
Who did the aesthetic design of everything?
Catalyst, we had a separate contract with Catalyst for some of the design. It was very small. But Susan, I just want to make sure I get her name right. Susan Hamilton from Catalyst. She was wonderful. Helped us with just some of the finishes that you see. The furniture is essentially the lowest budget that you can get, but she helped us, pick finishes on those that make it a really welcoming place and colors that really reflect the nature of our community.
Sure. Well, it has a good feel when you walk in.
Yeah.
I mean, let's face it, Heather. Nobody gets clicking their heels together coming in to pay their taxes. However, that said, it does help that you come into a bright, clean, which is very important, building that has that functions and has a staff that's happy that they're in this bright, clean building. Do you know what I'm saying? It makes the staff happy.
Yes. Well, it makes our patrons happy.
Yeah.
And I think we've seen the sort of acrimony that you might see sometimes when folks are either not getting what they think they need or not doing what they like to do.
Right.
That the temperatures come down significantly.
Oh, sure.
Than when you're in a enclosed, less, as wonderful as the annex is, and that we hope someone in the community at some point will make some investments in that.
Yeah.
If the select board chooses to do so. It wasn't the most welcoming environment.
No.
And neither was Jan Sebastian Drive.
Yeah.
So to have that for the community, and this really was built with the community in mind, and some of the things that we've done to make sure we sustain those connections. One, I think, but even the paint color on the wall here, all the design work was done during the pandemic, like so much of what we've done in the recent past. But this color is the same color that's on the walls in Historic Town Hall. And it's such a warm and appealing color. It's called Peacock Plume. It's one of the historic color series from Sherwin-Williams. So we wanted to make the connection between the old and the new. And then as you tour around this building a little later, you can take a look at some of the artwork that's on the walls. And something that was really special for all of us was to have Don Fleet, who passed just prior to the building opening, did a walkthrough while we were under construction. And we knew we wanted to use some of his photography in the building.
Of course.
So he identified places where he thought his work would be reflected the most well, and he identified the photographs that he wanted displayed here.
Amazing.
So we worked together. You'll see those there. And his daughter Alyssa, after he passed, worked with us and made sure that we got what we were hoping to. So
that's terrific.
Great part of the connection. Another was Kathy Cogshaw, who was our
Oh,
office manager
forever and ever.
I don't
and
know
ever.
the number, but over 30 years. Real,
I think she had a cot in the old town hall.
Yeah, exactly. The stories she could tell.
The stories she could tell.
Genuinely, and a wonderful person and a deep connection to the community. Some of her photographs are here in the building as well. So
that's
she's
terrific.
a wonderful person, and
She's a great photographer.
amateur
too.
photographer, and does a great job. So some of the photographs you see are hers.
Oh, that's wonderful.
And so we've made a real effort to do that. In fact, we purchased some from the annual sale from the Artists Guild last year.
Sure.
And that's hanging in one of our conference rooms. So,
oh, that's terrific. Oh, that's terrific. Very good. Well, so this space is here now. Do you think it's going to meet your needs going into the future pretty much?
I do, and we anticipated that there might be a few additional staff over years, but for the most part, we're at the number of staffing that we foresee for the long-term future.
Sure.
And it really has met our needs. We were able to consolidate, as I mentioned, folks from 5 buildings, and just think about the materials that we had.
All that paper.
Prior to moving in here, we were really lucky to do a project, both grant funded and town funded. The town, I think, invested about $200,000 in the Scanning X program. We also got about $80,000 from the state to help us develop.
Wow.
2 million documents were scanned, and we were able
Amazing.
to ask the state for permission to dispose of those. So, really kind of reduced our footprint. We had a storage facility where files were kept.
Which is probably not the best.
Not the most respectful way to handle municipal records.
Right,
and so we've been able to bring them into conditioned spaces, have appropriate storage
Sure.
and accessible storage
Oh,
locations in our in the historic vaults from the bank.
Yeah.
They aren't historic, but they're vaults that were here when.
I know, but doesn't that make sense?
Yeah.
The bank has a vault.
Yes.
So buy the bank and you can put all the stuff in the vault that the bank had.
One of the challenges every community has is that we have to keep records.
Right.
So the volume
For a
of
long
records
time.
doesn't get smaller, it continuously gets bigger.
Right.
So at some point, hopefully not for a long time, we may bump
Yeah.
into that issue again. But managing the records and managing the space is something
Sure.
we're actively doing
Sure.
here.
Well, and you're loving this office is beautiful.
Oh, it's wonderful. I've been so lucky to have really wonderful places, even at Town Hall and now here at 100 Route 6A, to have a beautiful space to work with really tremendous staff. And
Yeah.
honestly, the space is a reflection of the people that we work with.
Oh,
We have
sure.
a really great group of people that we
Oh,
work
that's
with.
great.
And
Well, I just want to ask you one last question. Now, I didn't pay attention when I drove up. I've been to this town hall many times. What does it say? What do the gold letters say on the outside? Does it say sandwich on it? Or does it say anything? Or is there anything up there? I'm just curious.
yeah, we're going to have to take a photograph of that. So that we
Okay.
know. I don't know.
I thought it might say Sandwich Town Hall, but probably not.
There's the seal of the
Oh, the
town.
seal, that's what I'm
Yes.
thinking of. So, but it doesn't say sandwich.
Well, the seal says the town of Sandwich.
I got you.
Yes,
Okay.
It's beautiful. We're very proud of the seal, which you'll see on the
Yeah,
doors.
yeah,
We have decals
yeah.
of the town seal, and the colors from the seal really were part of what drove the color selection in the building.
Sure, sure.
But I think we were all really pleased by how well the pediment of the front of facade of this building accommodated the beautiful seal of the
Oh,
town
yeah,
of Sandwich.
yeah. I'm serious. I pull up, but I never look up, I guess. So thank you for that. It's the town seal.
I know we have, it says 100 Route 6A and the town
Town
seal.
seal. We
What
got
else
it.
it says, I've got to go look.
If you can't find it, just drive to the corner of 6A and Tupper. It's right there.
Yes.
You can't miss us, right? Anyway, thank you so much. We're going to take a walk around. We're going to talk to some other people. I'm so excited.
Well, thank you to you and the entire community for the investment that you've made in yourselves and the staff that are here and those that will come in the future. So thank you.
Well, you know, Sandwich Community Television does everything, knows everything, and sees everything. So we're right here with you.
Well, thank you for being here.
Good to see you.
You too.
Hi, everybody. Look where I am now. I am in the man's office himself. I am with Bud Dunham at the beautiful, wonderful conference table in your lovely office. And oh my gosh, behind you is a fabulous painting. It's wonderful. It's by Catherine Gleeson.
Exactly. So when we moved into the new building, I'm the least interior design capable person for this, as you can see.
I can't believe.
But we wanted to have something that would look nice in here. So I actually remember Kathy did a beautiful painting for the town's 375th anniversary, and I asked her if she had any large-scale prints that we could buy.
Sure.
And if you know Kathy, she was so giving and said no, but I own the digital rights to the painting itself. And so she actually worked with someone from the Museum of Fine Arts who reproduces things on actual canvas. So she actually did not charge us, and we just paid for the reproduction and then for the framing, which was done at Picture This, and it's awesome. So just wanted to sort of tie in the old and the new, and it's just, we really do miss the old building in the sense of the history that's there, and it's so unique, but it was so limiting in so many ways for a modern office.
Well, you couldn't have everybody there.
Yeah, I think we had 13 people there, and we have about 50 here, so it's made a huge difference.
Who was the overall contractor on
Yes, so for the renovations here at 100 Route 6A, it was a company called APC, and Dave Ferraro is the owner and managing partner of the company. So he worked with us on this, did a great job. The quality of the construction we were really proud of, and they really did a good job. As you'd expect in any renovation, you run into unexpected issues, and we addressed those as best we could. So I think it's fair to say it took a little bit longer to get in here than we thought, but we did it the right way so we wouldn't have to vacate it and get other things done.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
It's absolutely wonderful. So you're enjoying your big office.
It's more just having everyone together has made such a difference, not only in the terms of getting to know people better and what their offices do, but instead of hiding behind emails and your computer all the time, if you go and walk and talk to someone, you not only usually address the issue that you're addressing, but also like
Right.
other things come up that you work with each other on.
Sure.
And so that I think's been really positive in the sense we've all gotten to understand what each department does better, how we can help each other. And I think that's one of the things that I'm probably most proud of is I think over time we'll find more and more ways where, you know, disparate departments can work together to
Sure.
accomplish good things. And there's I guess our longest serving town employee, who's a great person. I know she wouldn't want me to say her name because she'd be embarrassed, but she's an unbelievable employee. Said that she was really reluctant to move because she had always been in one of the buildings that only
Right.
had like 10 or 15 people in it and was really reluctant to move here and dreaded it.
Mhm.
And within a few months, she said, I wish we had done this 10 years ago. So, I
Oh
mean,
my
I think it's stuff like that
Well,
that I
that's a
think
tribute
really
to
helps.
to the town. But you have, in this building now, you have a sense of community.
We do, and I think that was really important that people tried to decorate their offices certain ways, or I know other people will talk about some of the art that we have on the wall and photographs, and just try to tie in some of the things that make Sandwich so special, but also related to the new things as well.
Sure.
So-
Well, and Sandwich is a growing town.
It is. I mean, we sort of hit 20,000 very, very quickly. I don't know if so many new people have moved to town. We only had 4,000 people in Sandwich in 1970. So
I know that.
between that then and now, I think us and Mashpee were the two fastest growing
Right.
communities in the state.
Yes.
And we sort of had a slight dip for a while, like for 10 years, and now we're starting to ramp up again.
Right.
And I think one of the things, and I know the select board often talks about this as well, is Sandwich is unique because we have the most year-round population. There's a real sense of community, I think, because we don't have as many second homes and aren't as transient as other places.
Right,
And I think that's probably something that scares us a little bit is real estate prices have gotten so expensive because
So crazy.
I think we've been like the working class town for the most part. And a lot of people do commute off Cape for work, but it's been a really nice community for a long time. And our goal is to hope that continues for forever.
Well, Sandwich sits at the right spot.
Yeah.
You're right next to the bridge.
Yeah, it really
so
is.
if you ever wanted to get off, you can.
No, we
Well,
can.
And not that there's anything wrong with Wellfleet. I
No,
love
it's
Wellfleet.
true.
We all love it. And we love to go down to visit, but I
Yeah.
wouldn't want to live there and have to get off Cape.
When I
that's for
talk
sure.
to my colleagues down Cape, especially in some of those small towns like Truro,
Yeah.
like it's so hard for them to retain employees because
Yeah.
when they go to search, their towns are so small and they can't draw, so they're having people come on Cape, drive all the way to Truro for work, and then a more attractive position comes up at a bigger town that
boom.
pays more, and they're having a hard time keeping people. So we've
Sure.
been really fortunate that way.
Sure,
Yep.
sure. Well, this building is absolutely beautiful, and you guys have done a great job.
It's
and
great.
I love what Heather was telling me about the photographs from Don Fleet and Catherine Gleekamp's beautiful painting. That certainly gives you a sense of where we've come from, and that's so important too to always
It
remember
really
those
is.
roots.
Yep.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Bud. Good
Melinda.
to see you,
Thank you.
as always.
As always. Good to see you.
All right. Hi, everybody. Oh my God, I keep saying hi, everybody. I shouldn't say that. I am here right now at the same conference table in Bud Dunham's office talking with the man who runs really everything behind the scenes, Taylor White.
Don't give me too much credit.
Oh, okay.
We do a lot.
You do a lot. You do a lot. I mean, you handle everything.
Well,
Everything from dog licenses to voting to,
The census, vital records, everything.
right,
yeah.
everything.
I feel like our office is the office everyone brings stuff to and gives it to us, so we
You're
have to
right.
manage everything.
Right. So your job
Yeah.
with all of that also is you know everything that's going on the first floor.
Yeah. We're the new building. We've been in here for just a little over a year now.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's definitely a step up for those who've
Yeah.
had to go into at least the office I used to work in, the town hall annex, which, every year, every day we're not there, it's something to be desired. It's just like we worked in that building for a very long time,
Yeah, you did.
and the functionality was not there. But yeah, we're here in the new building. We are, it's versatile. We have every one of the offices, especially on the first floor when you first walk in,
Yep.
has all of the different offices which are high traffic, we call. My office, the town clerk's office, which again does elections, vital records, licensing, all those types of things. So we have a very high foot traffic.
Right.
When you walk in directly ahead, you see our inspections office,
Mhm.
Board of Health, Conservation, those types of offices, licensing. Those offices all used to be over at Jan Sebastian Drive.
Right.
So again, high traffic. They're the ones when you first walk in, you're dealing with them or us. The other one is the finance office, which is the infamous tax collector's office and the
Right.
assessing office. And they, they're dealing with the abatements, they're dealing with excise tax, real estate tax, those types of things. So our office lobby is busy all day long.
Right.
Especially certain
And
times of the year.
hours are what, 8 to 4?
We're open 8:30 to 4:30,
8:30.
Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
Um,
And then the back part of this building are
Yeah.
the admin office.
we have all the admin. Yeah, we have Bud and Heather back here. Downstairs, which I'll let Ralph talk about. We have a
Yeah.
bunch of offices down there. But yeah, functionality-wise, people were going all over town. They were going to 3 or 4 different locations around town to get business
They're
done.
saving gas.
Yeah, we're saving gas. That's our goal here. So it's a one-stop shop here now. We're very excited. I feel like the people who have come in and seen the building and used it are pleased with the efficiency and the cost saving measures. So
Absolutely. And the other thing too, it's bright.
Yep.
It's clean. Not that the other offices weren't dirty they were dirty by nature. They were just old. Everything was so old.
yeah, we were
And
operating.
not that there's anything wrong with that. We like antiques.
Yeah.
However, sometimes it's time to move on to something brighter, more windows, fresher view of everything.
Well, and also when you're providing customer service, I mean, you look at the old buildings that we had. I mean,
Yeah.
they weren't versatile in the sense
Yeah.
you're walking in and you were kind of awkward, especially in the annex.
Yeah.
If people remember the annex, it was sort of
Oh,
a
yeah,
little
with the
lobby, then you had a hallway.
Yeah.
So this is just it's user friendly.
But there was that big vault there. That was always interesting.
We did.
to
We
look
had
at.
the vault. That was I do miss the
You missed the
vault.
vault,
Yeah,
yeah.
that was a 1920s vault with a very ornate glass case
Yeah,
in there and stuff.
yeah.
But we have a couple vaults here, not as fancy.
Yeah.
They're all remnants from the bank, the
Right.
Santander Bank. There's
Right.
one vault upstairs and 2 downstairs,
Yeah.
which houses all of my vital records downstairs. But
Right.
Ralph will touch on that.
All right,
But no, we are. The building has really come a long way as far as use of the lighting. We have if you see the TV back here, we have a
Yeah.
conference room upstairs, downstairs. So when it comes to AV and being able to communicate with Zoom and
Right.
other departments and all that stuff, it's really become a nebulous of efficiency, I think.
Well, I thought it was interesting that Bud mentioned just in passing that people from Boston and for public
Yeah.
works and all those kinds of things in Boston, they don't want to come to the Cape. They want to just be able to call you up and talk to you, and they can.
Yeah.
Because they can teleconference.
Yeah.
And that is a huge deal now.
Yeah.
Huge deal.
And I find not only are those efficiencies
Uh-huh.
a benefit for the town, but I
Sure.
mean, just for me personally, when we were in different buildings, trying to get things done, you'd have to make a phone call, you'd have to run out to another office, you'd have to send an email. I feel like, at least my office,
Yeah.
productivity-wise, when we want to get stuff done, I can walk across the hall. And
Much easier.
I like to get stuff done quickly,
Right.
and I feel like everyone else has sort of joined into that, where
That's great.
you just were able to kind of to intermingle and get stuff done and work as efficiently as possible. So
Well, as I said, with either Heather or it was Bud, that there's a sense of community inside the building.
Yeah.
And a community for the community, and that's really kind of cool.
And we're excited about it. We hope, we think it's long term. This is going to be a benefit to town. The town's obviously in the process of they already got rid of the Jan Sebastian
Oh,
Drive.
they did? I
They
didn't
They sold
realize
that.
that. Oh, good.
They're in the process of getting rid of, and I say get rid of, I mean just taking it off of the town's
Town tax
responsibility,
rolls,
and putting it onto the tax rolls.
Right.
They're in the process
Well,
of getting rid of
but
the
somebody
annex.
else pays
Somebody
the
else
tax.
pays the taxes on it.
That's it.
So that the town's hopefully making good on those promises,
Right.
and getting rid of those buildings,
Right.
which
How
are
many
dated.
more buildings are there?
Those are the only 2 that actually house. Well, then obviously have gone through the process of repurposing the old town hall.
Yes,
and
downstairs.
that's the downstairs. So the town's going to maintain that building.
Right.
Upstairs for meeting space, and then downstairs for the Arts Alliance.
Right, which is wonderful, cultural space.
Yeah.
I mean, we're a community that should have a cultural space.
It's a
We're the
perfect spot
oldest-
for it.
And we're the oldest town on the Cape. Why
That's
shouldn't
right.
we?
That's right.
You
We
know,
love
that's
that motto.
good.
We got to keep that motto up.
That's right. The oldest town on the Cape, with the oldest people. No, not
No.
the oldest people. Well, I want to thank you for taking 10 minutes out of your
Absolutely.
time to explaining what happens on this floor.
Absolutely.
Because
Well,
it's important.
when you come on in, there's always a friendly face to greet you and let you know if you're doing business up here or downstairs. But people come on down or give us a call. We're here to help you.
Excellent, excellent, excellent.
All
Thank
right.
you again,
You're welcome.
Taylor. Good to see you. I am with the dapperest man that resides in Sandwich's Town Hall.
Not all of Sandwich?
No, well, it could be all of Sandwich, but
All
I
right.
don't know everybody in all of Sandwich. I know a lot of people, and you're probably the most dapper of any I know. I am here with Ralph Fadaco. Ralph, good to see you.
Melinda, always good to see you.
So,
Yeah.
Ralph, you're in this building too.
Yes.
I don't even know. What do you do here?
I'm the Director of Planning and Economic Development.
Excellent.
Yeah, and that's, we share an office down here on the lower level with the engineering department.
Excellent.
So, in the Planning and Economic Development Office, we deal a lot with zoning issues, with the Planning Office, and we also deal with the Historic District Committee and the Old Kings Highway.
Oh, so you have a big job that isn't always pleasant.
I'm gonna say it's pleasant 99% of the time.
Okay.
So, you know something, we deal with great people.
Sure,
So, you know,
sure.
the applicants are good and you know, we see it as our job to make them comfortable, help them through the process.
Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
because a lot of times it's the only time they'll be dealing with the town of Sandwich, an adjudicatory board, whether it's planning or zoning or
Right.
historic, we wanna make them comfortable to get them through it.
Sure, sure. Well, and that's they picked the right person for that, for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
They did. So tell me, what goes on this floor besides you guys?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, you know, I know everybody on the top floor thinks they're it, but Sandwich is a bottom-up town. So all the important work happens on the lower level.
Right.
Because we, again, as I said, we have planning and economic development, and we share the office with engineering. And as you know, the engineering department does a lot for roadway planning. Planning out the roadways, and then in addition to, we have human resources and accounting. So obviously, human resources is important because that's, you know, they take care of us, that side of the building, and really takes care of the people who work here in the town of Sandwich. Whether it's hiring or well-being through human resources, and importantly through accounting, making sure we get paid every other week.
Right.
And, you know, and that the bills go out and get paid for the services that we require here in the town.
Sure, sure. And you also represent the town on the Cultural District Committee, correct?
How'd you know?
Well, a little birdie told me.
Yeah. So in my role as Director of Planning and Economic Development, I sit on quite a few boards in town. So one of them is the Glasstown Cultural District.
Oh, that's wonderful.
And you know, just I had the pleasure to work with that team on several of their projects. You know, from the trolley to the Giants tour, and recently the lighting of Jarvis Street, which we hope will be like a real driver to our vibrant village district.
Well, didn't they have something to do with also the little park across from whatever they call that park? I can't remember.
Right.
From Town Hall. That's lit up too now, right?
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did. So yeah, it looks good, looks great,
Yeah.
and when we have less daylight, it's always nice to have that light. It brings a warmth to the town.
Well, it does, and you know, I just had this conversation with Heather. You can't compare towns because we're a different town than the other 14 towns on the Cape. That said, though, every other town decorates for Christmas. 99.9% of every space that they handle. So it's wonderful now to see our town doing the same.
I'm going to say that we really led the way in decorating for Christmas in the Giants. No other town had the
Well,
Giants.
I agree with you there, but that was a private endeavor. I'm thinking about where the DPW puts up stuff.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking
So it's nice. It works hand in hand.
But we're a community, so we all work together.
Exactly.
Right. And that's a wonderful thing for sure.
It is.
So what else? So that's what goes on here, and that's what your role is. Is there anything else you want to tell us about what happens in this space? There's a beautiful area where you guys can have lunch in the summer. I know that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, if you know, most people may recall at one time this was, you know, the Sandwich Co-op, or you know, went through many iterations as a bank, and then the town purchased it about 2 years ago, going through the renovations.
Mhm.
But but the thing I have to say is, when you hear you're going to be put in the basement,
Yeah.
right? It's
Right.
it could be a little depressing. How come I didn't make it to the top floor? But the town and through town meeting, through the procurement for this building, they really made sure that we had got natural light coming in.
Which is so
And
important.
It is so important, and I know my office and the town planner, Leanne's office, we have like transom windows on top, so we get natural light in. And if you could go to the accounting and human resources, they have, as you would describe, oh my God, a beautiful space, big plate glass window, light comes in, they have a little courtyard, stairs which take you up to the parking lot.
Lot level?
Yeah, so it's.
Oh, wait, they can escape.
They can escape. And if you look at my office, there's no escape. There's no escape from our office. The only thing we do, because it was once a bank,
Yeah.
if we had to escape, there's a vault down here. So
Yeah,
we'll scurry into the vault and close it and hope for the best, But we never escape from the
No.
town people. They're always
Oh,
good. They're always very good to us.
Absolutely not.
But so we have this counter, and we have to go through this doorway to get around. And sometimes, you want to kind of jump over the counter. I don't think anybody's done it yet, because if you jump over the counter and you break your leg, that's a lot of splaining to do.
Right.
To Marie
right.
Buckner. So
That's great.
Yeah.
That's good.
yeah. So.
Well, thank you for giving us of your time today. We
Yeah.
really appreciate
Oh,
it.
can I point out something before
Oh,
we go?
please.
Yeah, I just want to know, just a continuation of the artwork that you saw upstairs. We have a great piece from the Granger sisters, Granger Pottery.
Oh.
Lauren and Carolyn. We
Oh,
have
the fish on the wall.
the fish on the wall.
Oh my gosh.
We have a piece from Mike Magyar. This is a legacy piece from the town hall annex that we brought
Wow.
over. That we didn't want to get rid of. This has probably
Well,
been
no,
around
it's beautiful.
since the 1900s. So we want to continue that continuity.
It's funny you say since the 1900s.
Yeah.
That wasn't too long ago for us.
Yeah, aughts. Right. Yeah.
Oh,
So,
that's great.
yeah.
That's good. Well, and all of the beautiful photographs.
All the
and-
beautiful.
and,
The owl
the
from
paint-
Kathy
the
Godshell.
paintings.
Yeah.
That's all
All great. All
Yeah.
great. It's a fun place to come to work. With the artwork, the coloring, mostly the people here in the town of Sandwich, the people who work for the town and support the town. It's great.
Well, thank you again.
Yeah.
It's
Always
good
a
to see
pleasure,
you.
Melinda.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
I'll see you at the next cultural district meeting.
I'll be there.
All right.
All right.
Wow, we talked to all the great people here in Town Hall. Heather Harper, Bud Dunham, well, that was something. Ralph Vataco, and never forget that great Taylor White. Oh my gosh, what a great building this is. What great people work here. We are a very lucky community. So thank you for joining me today, and I'll see you next time on another Cape Conversations.
Hi, my name is Lenny. I work as a firefighter paramedic for the town of Mashpee. This is my work vehicle. My job is to help people when they call 911 when they're sick or in a car accident. When you see me, I'll be wearing this uniform. The best part of my job is helping people and being part of my local community. When I was a kid, I loved to play sports and be part of a team. My favorite food is pizza. My favorite color is blue. I'm always here to help. I love being a local hero.
Hello, and thank you for being with us. I'm Robbie Haig. I'm the host of Downtown, and today I'm talking with John Dunn from Green Sea IQ. And John is the Senior Vice President of Operations at Green Sea IQ. I welcome you to Downtown.
Thank you for being here. Thanks for having us on board.
Thank you. And when I first met you, it was all about the robots that were going into the water out back here.
That's right.
And I thought that's all you were. But I found out afterwards that that's not true.
That's right. We do quite a bit here. What we were happy to show you in October was an open house here, opening our facility in Plymouth, where we do production and hardware manufacturing and a bit of software engineering. So we've got several different things here at Green Sea IQ. The heart of our company starts with our software. OpenSea is a platform that was developed by our founder and original company, Green Sea Systems, and arguably runs all of our robotics platforms. So it's an open architecture software platform that allows and enables all of our technologies, and we've built everything we do here on. We also have a family of robots that clean ship hulls. We started a company called Armok Robotics with this technology.
Would you mind saying
Sure.
that a little slower? Because that is mind-boggling in itself.
Absolutely. So Green Sea Systems developed a family of technology that enabled robots to autonomously clean ship hulls. And we started that program with the Navy. We took that technology and spun it out into a company called Armok Robotics to test it in the open market and build a product line and service line around that. So we designed the software here, we designed the robots here, we build the robots here, and ultimately are out servicing ships with those vehicles now. And then a third leg of this is our bayonet ocean vehicle, amphibious crawlers, which is the vehicle you saw out back.
Right.
That vehicle is a technology stack which we spun into its own company. We purchased the hardware, which we were supporting on a software to productize that. That vehicle is like an amphibious pickup truck. The DoD, the Marine Corps, and the Navy are looking at it to assist the Marines. We also use it for beach surveying and a number of other type of applications where it's very unique in terms of where it can access. It can go where boats can't, and it supplements humans in the wave action where you would normally have a human running around in waders for beach survey and everything else. We can put our amphibious robot in and out of the surf. So those are our three kind of core technologies. In September of 2023, we merged all three companies back under one banner as we look towards our future and what would bring our highest value. We saw an opportunity to really shift the future of Green Sea, merge that in with where we wanted to take the RMOC platform and the Bayonet platforms, and where we could produce our highest amount of effort and value. And from there, we birthed Green Sea IQ. So we've imaged ourselves, rebranded ourselves, and really refocused ourselves for a higher impact with focus on the RMOC service business, which is now called Everclean. We have our Bayonet ocean vehicle platform, still named Bayonet, and we're servicing that and working with primarily the Marine and Navy in the defense space. And then we've got our family of systems underneath our Green Sea banner, which we produce the software that enables robotic platforms in the science, military areas for EOD and helps keep men out of the minefields. And we also create a diver navigation system for our special forces as well. So all of this is all enabled by our core platform of OpenSea, and we are doing most of the hardware production here in Plymouth, and where we do software development, our site in Vermont, and a bit out in San Diego as well.
What a mouthful. And I'm going to pick at each one
Absolutely.
that you talked about, okay? You're talking about sweeping the beaches.
We are.
Would you expound upon that for our audience?
Absolutely. So if you see beach remediation, whether we're moving sand off the beaches or have to put sand back, like out in the vineyard where now we've seen massive erosion and they're going to want to put sand back, they usually hire a dredging company, pull that sand back from the ocean and put it back on the beaches and rebuild our beaches or dunes. When they do all that, they have to survey to make sure that they hit target depth. They make sure that they put the sand back where they said it would, at the depth they said it would. That has traditionally always been done by a human being, walking around with a stick, getting hit by waves all year round. So there's limited time frames when that human can work. So our amphibious robot can do that work. It can carry a GPS-enabled pole, and we can measure the depth and the precise location, and the robot doesn't get tired. It can run all day long, 7 days a week, without putting a human in danger into cold weather or anything like that.
And I think we in Sandwich have been doing that with the erosion in the past.
That's right. And the platform is fairly new to the market, so we're working on putting it out. We were working actually most recently with that survey type in Alabama, and we'll look to be doing actually quite a bit more this year. We also can take that same robot and repurpose it for unexploded ordnance detection. So around the United States, World War II in particular, around here and elsewhere, we had the Navy and the Air Force using beaches for bombing runs and testing. The government has, over the years, been removing those unexploded ordnance, and this is a worldwide issue, but we can take and use that robot in littoral areas where very hard to get a boat in for these type of surveys. We can run the robot into these areas and not put a human down there trying to do it with a detector by hand. So that the platform is, we'd like to say it's like a pickup truck. We can do a whole bunch with it, with the same platform, with the core technology we've developed. It allows it to be very adaptable.
And like you say, 7 days a week.
7 days a week. The robot doesn't get tired.
That's absolutely marvelous. And that you are right here in the midst of Plymouth, Massachusetts.
That's right. As Green Sea Systems originally expanded, as Green Sea itself was expanding in Vermont, Ben likes to say he hit market saturation for the best software and robotics engineers in and around the area around Richmond, Vermont. The technology that would become now Everclean was a program started out of ONR in 2017, and he was looking to bring in some talent to assist bringing that forth. So we had James Truman, who's our Vice President of Hardware Engineering. He was looking to do something different. Ben and James had an existing relationship, so they got together and decided that they would start the Plymouth office. And Plymouth was a great location, particularly pre-COVID, with, and this location in particular, because we had a train stop here. It's a great place between Boston and the Cape where there's a lot of great robotics talent available to pull in. And so we used Plymouth is a really great hub in between these big talent pools to bring people together, and it's worked out pretty well for us.
And you have the ocean at your back
And we
door.
have the ocean at our back door, which is really great for testing
Right.
robots.
And when I first was here, you were lending out robots to MIT students, if I
We
remember correctly?
we were supporting that effort for the open house. So for the
Oh,
open house and as
okay.
part of the Blue Tech conference that was happening in Plymouth, we supported that and actually opened up our facility and helped get beach access for the MI2 students to be able to demonstrate, and a couple of other partners that were working at that show.
It was quite an open house.
It was great. We were really tickled to be able to tie the two events together and get people here and then open the doors and show people what we had done and what we had built over the course of 2 years. We started down the hall in a smaller suite. We were able to open and take over the front of the house in April of 22. And then last year we opened, for us anyway, the back of the house here, which is really housing the heart of our production effort, a bit of our executive staff, and then we have an operations basement, and we opened that for our employees in May. And we were really excited to show. We've got now, I think, 18,000 square feet here in Cordage Park. The area has really embraced us. The location is great. The building management has been very supportive of helping us both get up and running and get us access to everything we
Excellent.
need and make sure that we're set up for the success.
Now, Everclean, is that the portion that cleans the boats?
Yes, ma'am. So Everclean is our giving back in a way to use the robotic technology we've developed to clean ship hulls. Fundamentally, I grew up in Newport. I grew up racing sailboats.
Oh,
Anyone who
okay.
races sailboats, it's really easy to explain that a clean hull makes you go faster. Shipping, we haven't changed much in the way of how we treat our hulls since we started putting ships in the ocean. We put awful things on, poisons and anything else to keep Mother Nature from growing on them, and generally lose the battle.
Okay.
As the world is really shifting, it's a different way of looking at the problem, where traditionally we either pick a ship out of the water and we spray it down and then recoat it with paint, or we use traditional divers with big carts. We strap divers to carts that look like lawnmowers and they mow the grass very reactively. Or we use larger reactive robotic platforms that are man-driven, pretty expensive to also do that same type of operation. Everclean is a different approach to that. It's more like brushing your teeth. You use a small, cost-effective robot that can either travel with the ship or be very mobile and agile going into a port, and we clean the ship early and often. So before a ship grows barnacles or grass, we clean it. It's, leveraging robotics like a Roomba to clean your house or brushing your teeth in concept. So if we keep the ship always clean, then you never realize the penalty in fuel or efficiency reduction realized through extra fuel burn. We never put that extra carbon into the atmosphere. Ship owners save both money, time, and effort on maintenance. While it's a paradigm shift on how maintenance is ever done on ships before, it's a win-win for the owners.
So the bad guys are the barnacles, are they?
The actually bad guys is slime, and that's the thing that is, I guess, eye-opening for a lot of people, and less so if you've ever raced a sailboat. But slime is actually quite friction-inducing in the water. It doesn't seem like it because you put your hand against it and it seems slippery, but it actually at that boundary layer causes friction, and you start to have excess fuel burn within arguably 4 or 5 days. At that size of and the larger the ship, the bigger that problem becomes. So they've been trying to tackle it through chemistry for years. We got really successful at it back in the 80s, but then killed everything in the environment around the ships as well. So they outlawed some of those chemicals, and again have been looking at different ways to cut that problem. But we have this area in time where we've compounded, or have the ability to put smaller robotic platforms that are cost effective. But we also had a time in history where we're finally concerned about carbon in the atmosphere and reducing fuel and making shipping carbon neutral. And we are not the entire piece of the puzzle, or entire solution to the puzzle, but we are a piece of that as we shift to greener fuels, different fuel settings, different ways to steam, mode. We are a piece of that solution.
So you are truly green.
We are certainly trying to help be green.
Wow, that is, there's so much more than I can even hold on to at this point in time. But you've been doing this for a while.
I've been involved in robotics for about 10 years, subsea robotics. I started in more traditional remote operated vehicles, ROV, in the energy space. I worked actually in Plymouth, Rhode Island, and a lot of Gulf of Mexico before the wind farm stuff got going. And then I spent a lot of time with some of the larger subsea construction companies in the Gulf of Mexico between managing construction vessels and ROV fleets. And I was, prior to that, I'm a proud Mass Maritime graduate, and I shipped out for a decade before I got into the subsea robotics.
Impressive, very impressive. And I don't think I heard about robots that long ago.
Well,
I mean, we didn't know they were on the horizon.
They're certainly, everywhere we look now, robotics is taking over. I think that they've probably been under the radar for a long time, and now we're approaching a place, I guess, in time or history where their utilitarianism is becoming more and more widely available. Price points coming down, the software that drives robotics has advanced rapidly in the last decade to allow them to be more places all at once. So we're seeing that, I think, rapid adoption of what robotics can do faster and faster, I think, at this point in time. And it stretches from space all the way to the seafloor.
It's amazing, truly.
It's a lot of fun. It's really impressive what the group of incredibly smart humans here can do when they put to a task. They build incredible technology.
And you
they
have
solve
a lot
problems.
of them here.
Yeah, we do. we do. I think we have 40 here in the Plymouth site. Wow. About 40 of our staff are here. Wow. So it's a great group to come to work with and solve problems with every day.
Excellent. I know when I was walking through before, you could hear a pin drop.
Yeah, it is kind of a quiet place. There's a lot of thinking going on. Some days it's quieter than others. Some days it seems like a party, but
that's good. So, tell me a little bit, and I can presume.
Sure.
But tell me a little bit about why the government is interested in what you're doing.
So our technology assists the government in a couple different areas. We do a lot of work with the explosive ordnance disposal teams in our country. So we leverage our software and give it a number of different capabilities. Automatic target recognition, autonomy and behavior trees that allow a robot to be given a mission to go out into the ocean and look for a mine and prosecute, if directed, prosecute the mine, so blow up the mine. That is something that we do. We're very proud of because that job used to be done by a combat swimmer, would swim up to the mine, put an explosive on it, and swim away, hopefully, before it exploded.
And I'm sure we lost a lot of people with that.
And we have on our staff a number of gentlemen from that community that help us shape and make sure that our solution is fit for purpose, that it's doing the job and really bringing our men and women out of the minefield. So we're happy to do that. And we're able to leverage that stack into our bayonet crawlers, which is the same type of thing, but in the littorals where a free-swimming robot can't get to, the tank vehicle can, and uses that same stack. So we're able to use these family of systems we've developed for the DoD to bring people out on a couple of different areas and expand that reach on a common platform. And we're really proud of our involvement in that community. It's on the defensive side of the ball, making waterways safer for ships to transit and keeping people out of harm's way. So that part is really core to our mission. We also, the navigation unit we create for our special forces in partnership with a company called STID, who developed the diver platform that these guys use. I mean, that is in use every day. That allows the safe navigation for our special operators that are out there doing the mission the country needs them to do. I mean, that is helping make their job safer by making sure they're getting to point A from point B back. And that's great. We are really proud of the work that we do there. And all of that was real core to the original Green Sea. And now we've been able to layer that as we've now are building our own robotic platforms here, leveraging all of this technology in different ways, whether it's out for the explosive ordnance disposal, making beaches safer for everybody, or in the case of RMOC, leveraging what we built with an idea to clean Navy ships into the commercial world and cleaning up the oceans. And we're able to do all this enabled by the software and the hard work that was all done on all these other programs and bring it forth.
Wow. I was most impressed watching the waterfront scene that the robots are basically batteries.
There's a big part of them that are batteries,
Yeah, in my thought.
Yep.
Okay, it was basically batteries. But that battery going into the seawater was able to function.
Yes, in this case, the batteries on board are those are lithium nickel or lithium ion. They are enclosed in a waterproof case, so the water actually never touches those. So we do a lot of engineering to keep water out of places we don't want in terms of our robots, and that's part of the trick, making sure the water stays out and the magic smoke stays in.
Wow.
So, but the platform itself is essentially batteries, motors, and electronics with software loaded on it, make it smart.
So smart. I, this morning, was reading that the gentleman who is responsible for lithium-ion batteries just died, John Goodenough.
Oh, really?
Does that name mean anything to you?
It not specifically, no.
I was most impressed when I read it. I said, I wonder if I can tell John done that.
That's pretty interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah. So, and he died at a very ripe old age, I might say. So, so where are you going from here?
That's a great question. So from here, arguably in our Everclean business, we are continuing to grow. This year is looking like a pretty big growth area in our cruise ship service business. So we are very active in Florida and Texas, cleaning ships. Primarily, the cruise ships are very forward-looking. They're an interesting client because they own their own ships and they pay their own fuel bills, and they're very acutely aware of their environmental impacts, arguably more than many others. So I'd say they're the front leaners. They very much leaned in on this type of solution. So our growth in that segment is really fueled by that type of client. And they are enabling us to leverage the data we collect with the robots to really show the world like, this really matters. If you look at the new way of doing things, and there's something to be had here. So today we are really focused on growth of that platform. And realistically, the biggest growth area is Florida and Texas because that's where the cruise ships are coming into by and large in this country. And we'll look to start to expand that outward and internationally later in this year with some partners and partnerships. So that's pretty exciting. Our bayonet line, our amphibious crawlers, we really see that our production is going to increase this year. It looks like the DoD is ready to start purchasing these for the Marine Corps and the Navy, or all indications are. But we're also seeing that leveraging the platform for beach survey is picking up, and for the explosive ordnance disposal is also looking like it'd be a pretty big year for us there. And then we have our continuing, great segment where we'll continue to build and ship software for the EOD community by and large. And that'll be, how our year and the next kind of year-on-year things will look and add and grow here. So we'll continue to add headcount here in Plymouth to build more robots, which is really exciting. And probably this will still be our biggest growth area inside the company.
And we are having, I believe, 23 cruise ships come into our harbor this year.
In Plymouth, yes, we are. That's actually, we've been talking about that, and with that size operator, we'd be in how we can best service them and their port stay and op tempo, and how we best service that type of operation as well.
So there's a possibility.
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Since it's all new there and
That's
connecting with you.
Yeah, it's all very new, and we're really excited to figure out how we can showcase our capabilities for them and then help make them more efficient.
Excellent. So, this is exciting.
Very exciting. It's been an amazing 2 years, 2.5 years now, since I joined RMOC and now Green Sea. Being able to bring all three companies together and remode that into the future and figure out what growth looks like here in Plymouth, but also in our other locations, has been a rapid and amazing journey, and a lot of fun. It's a great place to come to work every day. Working with smart people, and really motivated people by mission makes the place really go. So it's been so far a great journey.
I think that's absolutely wonderful. Well, I'm excited about all of this, and maybe we can come back at another time and talk with you about
Love that.
What's new and
What's
different.
new and absolutely. It seems to change all the time.
We'll give you a little time, though.
Yeah, it would be great.
Yeah.
I'd love to check back in.
But this is absolutely wonderful, and we'll be watching you, too.
Great. Well, thank you very much.
Well, I thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to meet with you, talk with you, and get to know what Green Sea IQ is a little bit about.
Thank you.
I'm sure there's a great deal more that's, that we haven't touched on, but that's okay, too.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And thank you out there for being part of this. I'm really excited to be here with John Dunn from Green Sea IQ and learning more about what is happening in our neighborhood or downtown. Thank you so much for being here. And John, thank you so much for being here.
We really appreciate you visiting us again.
Thank you. And we hope to see you again real soon. Hello and welcome to Downtown. I'm your host, Robbie Haig. Thank you for being here. Today I'm talking with Charlene Kelly, who is director of the 1749 Courthouse Museum in Plymouth, Massachusetts. Charlene, thank you for being here.
It's a pleasure having you.
Thank you. So you've been director of the courthouse here for a while.
Yes, this is my 8th year here. We generally have about 8,000 visitors between June and October. The museum is open daily from 10:30 to 4:30 and is free to the public.
Wonderful. Very good. So tell me a little bit about the date of the courthouse and why they built this wonderful thing here.
Yes, there was always a building on this site used for public functions, as it was across the street from Governor Bradford's home. But by 1749, the town needed a proper courthouse in order to keep the court sessions here in Plymouth, and the town set aside money to build this courthouse. It was used from 1749 until 1820 for the county courts, which operated on a circuit basis, moving from town to town.
So it wasn't just for the town of Plymouth?
No, it was the county courthouse, and the courts shared the building with the town. They used it for their town offices. Most every town office was housed in this building at one time, and in fact we also had the fire station and the police station and a holding cell in the basement.
Wow. And some of the interesting names who actually held court here?
Well, yes, famously John Adams was often here. He lived about 30 miles north of here. Most people realize in the town of Braintree, which is now Quincy, where his home was. And he had good friends here in town, the Warrens. He could ride down on his horse and stay with the Warren family when the courts were in session. Most of his cases here in Plymouth were property settlements, wills, business of that type.
And we've had a few fires in the neighborhood, and this is still standing. Isn't that wonderful?
Yes, the church at the head of the street, the First Parish Church, is the 5th building on that site. The beautiful stone church was built to replace a wooden church that burned in 1892. And when it burned, the bell tower fell into the square and threw embers against our building. So we're lucky to be here. In 1915, the Oddfellows Hall across the street burned. So again, we were fortunate that our building stands, and as far as we know, was undamaged. The building had a full restoration in the late 1960s when the town went through a redevelopment, and since 1970 it has been opened as a museum. It's owned and operated by the town.
Oh, very good. So it's basically just, does it have functions here now?
Yes, we help hold a series of history lectures here. We will be having those in September. We're having a concert here on June 25th at 3 o'clock, the Solstice Singers, and the acoustics in this room are excellent. The ceiling has a slight bow to it, and they think that the attic timbers came from an older building, and they're well preserved. So that adds to the acoustic quality here. Also, the town likes to hold, we try to hold one town meeting here a year to keep it a municipal building.
Oh, how nice, how nice. And it's on the register, is it not?
Yes, it is registered as the oldest standing wooden courthouse in the country.
Wow, excellent. And of course we have Burial Hill out behind the building here.
Yes, and a lot of the visitors to our building are interested in the history of Burial Hill, and we do have information. We have a full catalog of the 2,000 known grave sites on Burial Hill, if people are interested, and we have a takeout map of some of the more famous grave sites. Right now, the archaeology students from UMass are doing a dig along School Street. They're not allowed to dig where any of the grave sites are, but along School Street, named School Street because there were 2 schools there. There was also a stable there at one time, and they have found artifacts from several centuries. And last year they found the outline of a house, and they feel that that was the Alden House. So that's
very good.
Interesting history.
Yeah. So how long has this excavation been going on?
This is their 4th summer here. They'll be here digging through June, both on School Street and in Brewster Garden. And we have a display of some of the artifacts they have found here in the museum. So for anyone interested, come in and see those artifacts.
Excellent. I've noticed the large planks of wood that are here, but I'm understanding that it's not the original flooring.
No, when the building was redone in the 60s, they tried to stay as close as they could to the original plan of the building. The courtroom is upstairs. That was always the plan. The original building had no heat in it, so the courts were probably only held when the weather was conducive. Later there was a stove put in, but our building now is heated, and they were able to hide those heat ducts so that it retains its original style.
And you have a very interesting, what shall I call it, at the back of the room here?
Yes, Plymouth has a history of executions. The first hanging was a Mayflower passenger, John Billington, that happened in 1620. But as far as I know, they were all outdoor hangings with viewers in the area. But the last execution was in the basement of the jail in the late 1800s, and they had a special gallows built, and at some point that was brought in our building to store, and it's still here on the floor of the courtroom. The last gallows used in Plymouth. We do not execute people here anymore.
But it's the wood in the gallows is absolutely beautiful wood.
Yes.
I wouldn't, well,
Quite sturdy.
It's history, what can we say, right?
Mhm.
So you also have a hearse.
Yes, the hearse used on Burial Hill is downstairs as part of our collection. It was built locally in 1820 and is in excellent shape today.
Built locally?
Yes.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
And also you have the beautiful
We have
fire.
a pumper wagon from 1828. The building was used as the fire station for a number of years.
Ah.
That pumper wagon was designed to be pulled by 18 or 20 firemen. The record does say that if a horse was available, they used it, and it's a heavy piece of apparatus.
And did they have horses available?
There was a stable on the side of School Street. They used horses for the hearse and sometimes for the fire trucks. The later fire trucks were designed to be horse-drawn.
Oh, it is a beautiful thing. And there is a story about each house having fire buckets.
Yes, each house was to have 2 fire buckets hanging in the entrance to help fight fires. Fires were always a problem. Even in the very first village that the Pilgrims had, they had several house fires. The houses were made of wood with thatched roofs and a central fireplace, so it was always a problem.
Always had to be on your toes. No. Very good. Well, I thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure having you.
Well, it's been a pleasure listening to you, and thank you for your information.
You're welcome.
And now we continue at the 1749 courthouse in Plymouth. And I'm now talking with Donna Curtin, who is the director of Pilgrim Hall and also chair of the committee at the 1749 courthouse.
That's right.
Welcome.
Thank you so much.
So we were talking with Charlene about the different things that were happening in and about the courthouse, and I have a great interest in the gallows.
It's one of our, I think, prized artifacts at the 1749 courthouse is the gallows that was the one to be last used for an execution here in Plymouth. And of course, our history of execution goes all the way back to Pilgrim days. And aboard the Mayflower was a family headed by a man called John Billington. They'd come out of London. He arrived with his 2 sons and his wife, Eleanor, to settle here in Plymouth after arriving on the Mayflower. And it seems almost right from the beginning there were some issues with this family. They were a little bit unruly. The boys got into mischief, and John Billington himself seemed to have had something of a temper and got into altercations with some of the leaders of Plymouth Colony. William Bradford was not a fan. And it came to tragedy. 10 years after the settlement had been established here, John Billington had another argument, this time with a young man of the colony, a teenager. We don't know the nature of the dispute, but it ended up in murder. John Billington killed this young man, and he was brought to trial here in Plymouth Colony, and a jury of his peers determined that he was guilty, and he was sentenced to be hung. Now, the gallows that must have been erected for that event have not survived to us, and there is a geographical feature on old Plymouth maps called Gallows Hill that some people think may have been the site of his execution. But, you know, it's so interesting and, you know, emotional part of our history, really, when we think about it.
Sure.
But law and order was an important thing in the early colony, as we know from the signing of the Mayflower Compact that the first settlers.
And of course, when there was a hanging, the families would come out to watch.
Oh yes, executions were intended for public viewing, and part of that was to impart a lesson as to, you know, what the rewards of wrongdoing were, that, you know, there would punishment would be swift and harsh. So these executions in the 17th century, 18th century, and all the way through the period until we get this last execution in Plymouth, families would bring their kids. You know, it would sometimes people would bring a little picnic along, and they would sit there in the public area surrounding the place of execution, and they would observe it completely. The gallows that Charlene was talking to you about, that people can actually see the pieces of it here in the museum, was just at the shift towards making these things more private, and particularly not to be exposing this kind of...
Not gruesome.
That's right, gruesome events to children and families. So very different mentality in the past.
And this Mr. Billington was the one who thought he saw the Billington Sea here in Plymouth?
Well, that was John Billington, who was executed, his 2 children. He had 2 sons, John and Francis, and both of them got into trouble here and there right from the time aboard the Mayflower, when one of the boys started lighting off what were called squibs, a little piece of paper with some gunpowder in it, a firecracker. And they must have been bored aboard the ship, and they decided, oh, let's have some fun, let's light off some firecrackers. And unfortunately, the place that they chose to do it was right where the powder magazine was. So there were barrels of gunpowder stored there, and
so
it
we
wasn't...
could have lost the ship too.
Could have lost, the Mayflower could have blown up, and that might have been the end of the Pilgrim story right there. But they were prevented from doing that. But the other boy, Francis, after the colonists had come and started to build homes here and were exploring, he wandered off and got lost. And in his effort to find his way back to the coast and to where the colony had started to build their plantation, climbs a big tall tree. And from the top of the tree, he sees this vast and enormous body of water. And he thought it was another ocean. And he got back to town and told everybody about this, you know, inland sea that he had discovered. And they went back out and determined it was actually a pond.
Yeah.
But it was a pretty big pond, and a lot of people in Plymouth today go there to swim and enjoy the summertime. We call it Billington Sea, after Francis Billington.
Yeah. And it's done with a little tongue-in-cheek, correct?
Well, I think so, but it is a pretty good-sized pond. You might be fooled.
They kept the name.
They did.
Very good. Well, thank you.
You're very welcome,
That's
Robbie.
Delightful.
Thanks for visiting us here in Plymouth.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for being with us.
Absolutely.
And now we're speaking with Dr. David Landon, who works for UMass Boston.
Yep.
And tell us a little of what you're doing on the grounds out here.
We're actually here for our 5th summer with a group of students from UMass Boston, from schools across the country. And they're actually doing a summer class in archaeological field methods.
Wow.
And we're privileged to be back in Plymouth and working with the town and Plymouth Plantation and a bunch of other town organizations, trying to learn more about the original Pilgrim settlement and the native community that preceded it. All of this kind of in the lead up to the 400th in 2020.
Excellent. So you have no idea what you're going to be finding, naturally.
You know, as I tell the students, hope springs eternal. So, you know, this year, since we've been working here for a number of years, we have a pretty good idea where we're working on Burial Hill about what we might find or what we kind of expect. Where we're working actually is on a preserved section of the original Plymouth settlement from the 17th century. We're doing some more exploratory work this summer also at the edge of Brewster Gardens. And there we're really hoping to learn something about kind of what you might call the environmental history of the town, the way the kind of landscape has changed through time, and the way that kind of the modern park came to be, and what kind of the landscape there looked like at different periods through time.
Oh, very good. So where you are actually digging is on Burial Hill, but not near the graves. Is that true?
So we've been.
Or we hope.
We hope, right? No. Actually, we have been working very hard to make sure that we are not accidentally going to hit one of the burials on Burial Hill. Our digging this summer was preceded by many years of geophysics, including ground-penetrating radar, to try and locate any areas that might potentially contain unmarked graves, and so that we could actually plan our excavations around them.
Mm-hmm.
And the area where we're working today looks very kind of park-like at the edge of Burial Hill, but in the late 18th and 19th century, it actually had a whole series of buildings that fronted along School Street, including, not surprisingly, 2 schools that were there in the 19th century. So we've kind of been working in the backyards of those buildings, kind of at the margin between those buildings and the burials further up the hill.
Oh. I saw in the case that you had some pieces of children's toys that you wanted.
Yeah. So one of the interesting things about digging in a town like this, where we're not out in the woods, we're in a town that's still growing, still changing, is that we really get all the time periods. So starting from the native settlement that preceded Plymouth, we'd love to learn a lot more about that, and also about 17th century. But in our digging, we also inevitably learn about like the 18th century, the 19th century, 1945, which some of the students are more excited about than others.
Yeah.
And it's really interesting because the town's landscape has really been dramatically reshaped multiple times in the past. Mm-hmm. And we really try and work on understanding those changes so that we can kind of envision what some of the past landscapes of the town looked like.
Very good. There was rumor back a ways that maybe there was going to be some excavation done on Coles Hill. Is that still talked about?
So, we did have the pleasure of doing some testing at the edge of Coles Hill last summer, working with Pilgrim Hall Museum and the Society to do some testing on one of their lots there. I think any kind of really large-scale excavation on Coles Hill, probably not something we're going to undertake at the moment.
Okay.
But that area is all protected now because it's part of the park.
Yeah.
In addition to our work, there actually was some previous excavation there in the 1990s when they were planning for the park. So there is an identified Native American site on Coles Hill. And obviously then again, the evidence of all of these different time periods well represented. So, last summer, excuse me, last summer when we were excavating there, we learned actually more about the 19th century households that were there than anything else. and some very interesting stories about kind of household dynamics and families who were living on the edge of Coles Hill in the late 19th century.
Very interesting. Well, we'll be reading about the rest of it in the newspapers, I hope.
You know, hopefully this summer we will have some discoveries that merit that, and if people are interested too, we have an exhibit on some of our previous finds currently on display and through the summer.
Excellent.
In the town courthouse, so people have the opportunity to come and actually kind of see some of the results of some of our previous years of work along the edge of Burial Hill.
Well, I thank you very much for being part of downtown with us, and it's been a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you. We feel privileged to be working here. So
isn't that wonderful?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Tell me a little bit, John, about how you got into painting and doing, well, just art in general.
My earliest memories of drawing go back to before the Second World War, when I was just a little kid. And I drew on everything. I did a major painting on my parents' bedroom wallpaper.
Oh, no.
It was not well received. I continued to draw and to enjoy it. And when I went off to college, I decided that I would major in art. Why not? You have to major in something, you know.
So how did you come to having a gallery on Nantucket?
I had a brother-in-law who discovered Nantucket.
Jimmy Crecca, right?
Was Jimmy Crecca. He was jumping up and down. He was so excited. He says, I found this wonderful place. You got to come up there and take a look. It is really special.
And he called John and he said, I found exactly the place you need. And if you don't buy it, I will. And that sent him right up here as fast as he could.
Since then, I've had the studio here now for 54 years, I think.
When did you realize that your talent of painting and the sculpting, when did you realize that like people wanted to pay for that, you know?
Well, we started out with hope. And darned if it didn't work out for us.
Your father couldn't believe it, that you could make pictures and sell them.
How essential was having Judy there to, you know, help you with your career pursuing art?
We had 5 children in 6 years, and she was busy.
Yeah.
But together we've run this gallery for a long time, and I do the matting and framing, and he does the artwork, and he makes the frames, and our children, as they grew up, framed for us and for the public as well.
I think I've been very, very lucky, because when I made the decision that I was going to spend my life in the arts, I had no illusions about the world was going to beat a way to my door and knock down the door and demand paintings. I figured I'd be lucky if I made a living.
My Uncle Michael, who you know, has your paintings plastered on every wall, every surface in his house, and I would stay with my uncle. He'd be like, oh, you know that? And I'm like, yeah, that's a beautiful painting. Go, that's John Lochtefeld. And it was like, who's John Lochtefeld? And to finally be able to walk into here and, you know, get to know you, like I've known you, but I haven't gotten to know you. It's, I don't know. I don't know if there's really words to describe it. Maybe a little bit surreal in a way. You know, it's kind of funny that the same person who brought you here, Jimmy Krecka, who you grew up with, who my grandfather grew up with, is the same person who indirectly brought me here as well. In a way, you guys are an extension of not only my family's history, but also my family in general, you know?
Yes. I think if they're going to call me anything, I'd just as well be called whimsical, because I have enjoyed it immensely.
My name is Hannah Perrin King. Everyone calls me Hank mostly. And I'm here as a poetry fellow, and I'm currently working on a manuscript about the 6 maps extinction, which is what we're currently living through. And it's been going. It's been so lovely to be here and have the time to actually root down in the work, which is such a gift. The Fine Arts Work Center is so special because there are no obligations. We don't have to sort of present work at the end. We don't have to teach. We don't, those are all lovely things, but we have this time. We've just been given time and resources and funding to just work, which is, no other fellowship has that sort of premise. And it was so appealing to me, and it has been so incredibly helpful to what I'm doing. Yeah. I think I came in, and I know a lot of people sharing this, that we came in with certain goals and sort of strict ideas about what we'd be doing here. And to some extent, I'm engaged still with those early goals, but I've had to also let go of some things and like let other things happen that are sort of happening. And I could ignore them, but I'm choosing not to, and it's a little scary. And so I've been engaging with whatever kind of is coming along, which feels like, to veer off the path of your goals is a little intimidating, especially when you hear and trying to take them so seriously. But so I think maybe the biggest accomplishment is sort of relaxing a little, just seeing what's going to happen out here. Yeah. I studied science in undergrad, so I have like a bit of a left brain. I tend to approach writing from a science background perspective, and I think the scientific method is a really nice thing for an artist to sort of appropriate, because it's inherently about asking a question, probably getting it wrong, failing, and then asking another one that's better suited. Which, if the work here could propagate more work, I think that would be maybe the ultimate takeaway. The landscape here alone is like, I'm completely enamored and taken by it, and taking lots of photos and doing some visual arts stuff, and like just kind of playing around, because that can be really fruitful even for the writing. It always starts with just like a line, like one image or whatever, and then I think those are the most successful poems, at least for me, where you're not sure where they're going, but you have some kind of question or image or whatever it is, just a little seedling, and then you follow that, and it's never what you think it's going to be usually, so I think it's also sort of an inherently selfish thing, even if you're thinking about your reader while you're writing, which you should be. There's something, at least for me, that like I want an answer out of that thing. I want to follow it. So yeah. I think always you need to be thinking when you're making something about, what am I giving the reader? Like that's so important to me in the work. So I think of vulnerability in every piece of work I'm working on is important, and then whatever that is, whatever it's found to be, is up to the reader, the audience. But I think it's important to sort of hand that to them, to the people who are spending time with your work, which is so cool, So you have to reciprocate. Yeah. And one thing I'm interested in with writing is bending language and sort of like, pushing it out of its bounds a little, to like see what that does to an otherwise sort of straightforward narrative. I feel like maybe this is a good example of that. So should I begin? Transcript of my mother's sleep talk, Chincoteague. Was not a one-trick pony, was the trick of many ponies, was the trick of swimming the ponies from the island to the mainland, so as not to burden the island, said the saltwater cowboys, whose trick it was to auction off the ponies at the pony auctions, to the women clutching their kiss-clasp bags of tricks. Was not a dirt trick island, but was the island. Was its vow to sugar the ponies until there was no cane left to sweeten them. A simple trick to die like an island, parched, fenced in by water, acre graveyard of pebbles and hooves. Oh, was I ever a ponyless girl on the bone shrill island? Was I ever a girl? Was I, asked the girl that was as many tricks as there were men, as many men as it took to no longer be a girl. Trick was to refuse the pony's love, to love instead the glue. Was I yours? The ponies asked the girl, salt caking their horse-long faces. Was a girl, answered the girl. Was what I had to be. Was the auction, the swam-sick channel. Was the grief of salt split open by water, of velvet balding under a bridle. Was the island of burden that is the girl's burden of the saddle beneath the burden of men. Was the night's tinfoil raft, its splintered old dog light. Was mine, was enough.
My name is Margot Stage, and I call myself an art maker. That came to me in a dream in the last couple of months. I had a dream where someone said to me, "Oh, hello, art maker." An old woman, like a crone, an old woman said, "Hello, art maker." And I thought, okay, I'm going to call myself an art maker. And part of the reason I say that is because I make so many different kinds of art. That's one of the things that I enjoy and that thrills me. I respond a lot to material or things I see or experiences I have, but I feel like I respond a lot and then I go in that direction until I'm done or until I'm ready to put it down for a period of time. So I do sculpture, I do fiber art, I paint, I draw. I use a lot of found objects. I started noticing pieces of metal on the roads and the sidewalks, and then even in the forests or along the railroad tracks. There was a set of freight railroad tracks where I used to walk a lot of times, and I'd find all these fascinating pieces of metal. So that was one of the first things I really had a collection of. And so about 20 years worth of metal before I started assembling them into sculptures. And that's a lot of the work you'd see behind me. So I'd say that was sort of one of my biggest collection experiences, was the metal, yeah. But you know, if you look around my studio, you'll see piles of shells and burnt pieces of wood and other pieces of wood and, you know, all kinds of stuff. So I am a collector. I am definitely a collector. Part of the message, I think, for me, I mean, part of how it speaks to me is from ruin can come beauty. And I am intrigued with the metal by the worn, time-worn edges and how metal has been turned into lace by lying in the street and being run over by whatever, being flattened and then run over. A lot of these are car parts, I have figured out, but not all of them. I found a beautiful piece of metal in the redwood forest in California. I don't know, you know, it just appears to me and I pick it up. I pick it up. So I found this little piece of metal on the street in Greece. And again, I was like, oh, look at that. I just love that. So I did a whole series of prints. Again, gelatin plate prints with that one little piece of metal. That was a lot of fun. A friend of mine sent me this little piece of metal. And she said, I've had it on my desk. It always appealed to me. So again, I made a whole series of prints with, you know, with that little piece of metal, since she gave me the inspiration. And that's just, you know, the kind of art maker that I am. Every piece has a story too. So there's often a narrative in my work. That's called triplex. And this is a piece of a hubcap, a piece of a hubcap. And then this is, I believe, part of a railroad bucket, because I found a couple of these. A railroad bucket that was used to either seal the ties or something. I mean, I think it had goop in it. and this somehow was part of it. And then this was just a spring that I found, and I attached it together. So that's the story of where the materials came from. And I think just, again, the concentric circles within a circle is a form that appeals to me a lot. And here's one. I had this piece of metal with that hole in there, and I just tried putting this other piece in, and it fit. It fit perfectly. It balanced. That was a thrill. I do not weld. I use wire, glue, and I use gravity. So a lot of times these pieces will fit together like they're meant to be. And that's kind of the instinct there. That's the instinct that I follow, is what is this, how does this fit? And what does this call for it? Oh, there's a slot there. What could I put into that slot that will go with the other thing? So I had these big rolls of paper that were being thrown away. Again, thrown away. It's like, no, I'll take a few of those big rolls of blank paper. And I got to the studio and I just basically taped up some pieces of paper. And then I started doing these full arm drawings of Crazy Eights. And I call them Crazy Eights because as a kid, we used to make little Crazy Eight drawings and then fill them in or paint them or use crayons or something. And they were always interesting to me. You know, the shapes that you get just from free form, moving your arm across paper with a pencil. You know, I was usually using pencil or a Sharpie, but mostly pencil, I think. And then started filling them in. Not even looking, you know, just make these Crazy Eights, you know, just eights, and then look at what gets formed by the lines. And then I've gone back in with acrylic paint. Sometimes I've used Craypa. Sometimes I've used a little bit of charcoal. I've done a couple of different things on some of these, especially I've done some smaller ones as well, and the paint works best on the big ones and easiest for me on the big ones. So once that is at a point where I think it's somewhat finished, I decided to translate the 2D shapes and colors into 3D. I'm just going to do a smaller one just to illustrate this. But take this, let's see, I'll come fairly close to an edge and trace the shape. You know, again, I'm really interested in the shapes, maybe even more than the colors, but it's the combination, I think, that really thrills me the most. So I would trace the shape and then cut this out. Just, you know, very simple. So then I would get my Sharpie again and trace this shape onto the foam core. And then with an X-Acto knife, I would cut out that shape. I have done some big shapes and I've done a lot more smaller shapes. One of the things I want to experiment with next is I like these series of little shapes that make a line, you know, or an arc. So I'm interested in playing around with creating that on the inside somehow of one of these shapes. That's my next experiment. It's just so joyful. It's just so colorful and so playful and so joyful. And I was like, wow, in this, you know, sort of dire times that we've had over the last couple of years, to be able to bring that forth, you know, the color and the joy and the playfulness was very satisfying. Yeah, so they're fun to work on.
I'm Gabrielle Rawson, and I am the founder and creator of GR Films, which is an independent film company. Right now I'm working on She Who Dared, which is a short proof of concept period piece about Lois Weber, who is the greatest female filmmaker history forgot. Lois Weber was the most prolific female filmmaker of the silent film era. She was the first woman to make a feature film in the United States. She was the first woman to own her own production company in 1917. She was also the highest paid director, man or woman, in the country at the height of her career. She had an incredible career spanning more than 30 years. She made somewhere between 200 and 400 films in her lifetime, yet no one knows who she is, and most film history courses don't talk about her or teach anything about her. And this is important because female in the industry today have no idea that they were there at the beginning of the industry and that they helped build this industry.
Lois.
She was a film pioneer from the silent film era that I had never heard about before. She had so many accolades throughout her career that have gone unnoticed all of these years. I mean, I've been doing acting since I was 15 years old. I have my degree in theater, but, you know, I never heard of Lois Weber. And she came from theater, too. So she started out as an actress herself and realized that, I mean, she was a very passionate woman. It was one of the things that I gravitated towards, was just how much she had this passion to change the world through her art. And every project that I do, that's truly how I look at things. Anything that I do creatively, I am hoping that I change someone's perspective or inspire someone, or somebody can relate in some sense. So I could go on and on about her, truly, but she was a remarkable woman. An actress, a film producer, she had her own production company. There's so many things to know about Lois Weber that we truly don't know. And that's why we're doing this project and talking about her and telling her story.
My name is Paul Noonan. I'm an actor and I play Philip Smalley, who is the husband to Lois Weber. They were business partners in, you know, what some would think of as a very divisive industry at times. And husband and wife. And I would say Philip Smalley didn't navigate that the best way that he could have, but at the end of the day, he and Lois had such a love and friendship that he supported her in her endeavors to the point that it ultimately led to their divorce, but they remained friends throughout until she passed away.
We have essentially shot an A story and a B story. The A story is an older Lois right before she dies, writing her memoir, which interestingly was never published and later stolen. So we don't know what was in that memoir, but we have to believe it was something pretty incredible considering what she saw. And the B story is the flashbacks, what I think she would have possibly written about. And we've chosen a very pivotal moment in her career, which was when she made a very controversial film called What Do Men Want?, which film producers did not like, and she lost distribution.
The rug was swept out from underneath her with that, in a sense, because the film highlights how men, not just in the industry, but how men were back then. And sort of, I guess, maybe might have been painted in a negative light, and they didn't like that. History repeats itself, and we're among a time where equality in the business for women is still an ongoing problem. I mean, this project came about because of my own mistreatment on a set from a male director. It's pretty crazy, but yeah. So I would say, I would hope that the audience would take away that it's time for a change. And Lois should never have been forgotten, and this is why we're telling her story, because we feel like times need to change in the industry.
I think that Gabby and we have something very special here. You know, like we've talked about, the world needs to hear about Lois, and they really haven't. And it's interesting because some of the things that she dealt with Hollywood back in the early 1900s, we're